And as it happens, the counter has been and gone. So let's get back to it then. It's Dominion 6. We are in what can best be described as the pickle. Things are not looking so good for the parasitic nation of Ondmark. So I originally picked a fight with Winstein. I thought, no problem. Right, they attacked me, to be fair, but I thought, right, I've got their capital in my grasp, I can take them on. Only to discover that in this version of the Randomizer, something desperately wrong has happened with province defense, and the randomized nations get just obscene amounts of province defense, which has actually been a bit refreshing. It's all too easy to crush provincial defense, but unfortunately for me, Winstein have Arbalisters, and my Sacreds are quite good. I know they've been getting bodied, but they are really quite good units, but they are exceptionally vulnerable to missile fire. The reason for this is that their protection is so-so, but they're quite slow and have no shield, and there's no other way for them to really block incoming projectiles. I don't have air access for storms or ways to blot out projectiles with air shields. So, magical projectiles like fireballs and whatnot, and just spammed crossbow shots, archer shots, you name it. Tear my Sacreds to shreds. Once they're in melee, they're great, but man, do they get shot. And just about everything has been shooting them to shreds. But Winstein has a lot of ranged units, and in fact their Sacred, I believe, is a ranged unit. Yeah, here we go. Their Sacred here uses this light crossbow, which fires these armor-piercing bolts. Very unfortunate for us. We might as well have no protection against such an attack, so that rips us to shreds. And I thought, well, that's okay. I will fight NECA, because in my own words, we're a good matchup against NECA. And on paper, I suppose we were. You see, NECA is a nation of bipedal elephants, meaning they can only get one to a square. So we're pretty good at fighting them. Their attack skill is very unlikely to hit our units unless they stay there for quite some time. That gives us plenty of time to rip them to shreds or put them to sleep, you name it. But maybe I should have checked to see if they had a ranged unit, and indeed they have the NECA champion. The NECA champion here has a great bow, and great bows are very powerful, and elephants are very powerful, and you add that power to the power of the great bow and have an extremely powerful arrow. Each of them firing 12 of them over a range of 50 ruined the lives of my beloved Sacreds. So in one massive battle, our entire army was completely destroyed in the Pilot Wings resort. Which was not good. Also, perhaps I should have checked this ahead of time, NECA have the most provinces, the most forts, the highest income, and prior to me attacking them, the largest army. They've since fallen well short of Zishai, who I really hope do not notice my moment of weakness and decide to strike me. For what it's worth, there's us at the bottom when it comes to army size. Slightly beating Nathia, and we're well below Winstein as well, so we need to work on all of these things. So life is not good for us. Even so, we have a chance. See, I didn't go for a boring statue or like little demigod. I went for a full-on god chassis here, Abaddon, the Devi of Darkness. She is wonderful. She's an amazing size 9 chassis with good hit points. Her protection is a bit whatever, but we have ways to deal with that. Full item slots, including 4 arms. So we were able to kit her out and send her in. Why don't we get a refresher on what happened when I sent my goddess out to defend us in Shikoku? So here is the army that tore my main army to shreds. This is pretty much all of it, right? They have the ranged units. They've got their naked clubbers, their less naked clubbers. They've decided to add in some ogres into the mix. The clockwork horrors that they have survived the previous encounter. They brought in some clockwork soldiers, a few vine men. Their star players here, the flying eternal ice destroyers. Yeah, they're a bit of a problem. And how do we show the commanders again? Somebody told me of a button to do that. Highlight commanders with tab. Yeah, there we go. Plenty of commanders, so you can't exactly just snipe them. Troublesome. They even bring a crusher. Yeah, that is indeed a lot of elephants. So this destroyed my army, and now there's just our goddess. But I thought ahead. I thought, okay, we can cover all the bases that we can reasonably deal with here with our goddess. She's by no means indestructible. Yeah, I could easily kill her for about, 10 gems and 200 gold. But that's using my brilliant player mind. So what is she? She's got dual-wielded main gauche parrying to boost up her defense skill. She's got a tower shield, which in retrospect was not a great choice, but I needed her to have some kind of shield. And she's got a thorn spear. A little bit for the poison, but mostly to have a length 3 weapon, which extends to length 4, allowing her to repel enemies. I gave her a basic helmet just for some head defense. Her head was otherwise undefended. And the Robe of Shadows to cast Ethereal, which blocks 75% of benign incoming hits. Boots of the Messenger, she needs reinvigoration badly here, although the map move is also very helpful. And Ring of Regeneration to help against chip damage. Defense is the prime thing. I need to keep fighting the enemy whilst I am sure that they never are able to kill me. And defense in Dominions generally comes in layers. So the most basic thing is just have protection, often called armor or whatever, but this just reduces incoming damage. If you get hit for 20 and you have protection 12, you will take 8. Basically, there's obviously a lot more to it. Our protection isn't very good, but it's fine enough. She's going to use her Earth Magic, give herself Iron Skin to boost this up tremendously more, up to like 20 or so. But another layer is defense. You see, you can't hit us if we can just dodge your attack. 35 is an abusively high amount of defense. And it can go higher, and it will go higher. So yes, we'll dodge your attack, and if you hit us, we'll have protection. And if you hit us in a benign way, 75% of the time it'll be negated. On top of that, our attack skill, it's not great, but it will get better, will allow us to repel with our longer weapons. So you've got to get through all of these things to even attack us, and even then you need to sustain that damage, or also regenerate it. She's pretty good. Let's see how she did in combat. We already know, but we'll see more. Wouldn't the most basic thing be having lots of hit points? There used to be a build you could do where you got thousands of hit points and become unkillable even from Soulslay. Unfortunately, they capped the amount of bonus hit points you can get from that particular thing, which was corpse eating. Certain units could eat corpses to gain extra hit points, and there was no cap. Alright, so these guys are a problem. These are the star players. The Eternal Ice Destroyers, they're sacreds. They are resistant to shock, resistant to fire, resistant to cold. Ooh. That's funny, I thought I saw some of these freeze. Anyway, that is a problem for my cold aura. They are poison resistant, but not very much. Our 15 poison damage will overcome their 5 resistance. They've got good defense due to their Throne of Water, which I was desperately trying to take off of them and failed to do so. Funny, they're starving. So that's one weakness that the elephant people have. The amount of food you eat depends on the size of your unit. Unless your unit is an animal or a slave, then they eat a bit less. So these guys need a lot of supplies on the war march. If I could keep them penned somewhere, I could have them starve themselves to death. Look at these guys. Starving, starving, starving. Spot check shows a lot of them are starving. Good news for me. Anyway, these flying guys are my biggest concern because they can go right into the back row and destroy my commanders. In retrospect, I had a way to deal with these guys. I can kill these things with Fey Knights. Of that I'm quite certain. Their attack skill is good, but my Fey Knights could come in and rip through enough of that protection to kill them. Unfortunately, I didn't do that. I had my Fey Knights flanking instead of holding on the reserve back row to kill these things. But Fey Knights aren't a consideration here. They're all dead. And there is my beloved goddess. And what does she do? She repels. And if she gets hit on the shield. And her shield just blocks all the damage and she takes nothing. Or she dodges, or she dodges, or she dodges. And then she goes and attacks them. Main gauche parrying, stabbing them for 11. Alright, so they can repel our main gauche, which is quite funny. But we're ethereal, so we can negate the repel itself, so life is good for us. Anyway, she's in there, and she is cleaning up house. She's not particularly killy. She doesn't have area of effect damage. I got rid of her Mace of Eruption, for example, but she's not necessarily here to kill everything. She's here to make sure that they cannot take the fortress. She needs to drive the rout. She has the Chill Aura. Whoa, the Chill Aura is 13. Didn't realize it was so strong. And she also has a Fear Aura, so she can drive the enemies to want to run away due to lack of morale. Unfortunately, the Ice Destroyer's Berserk However, that in a way is good. If they go berserk, they become easier to hit, their defense skill drops. And on top of that, they won't rout. So I can keep them around and kill them. I mean, this one's taken loads of poison damage. He's already dead. Although I wish you could see the actual value of poison that you've done to a unit. I don't think it shows up anywhere. The chill aura might be getting bonus from the cold province. I'm pretty sure it's not cold here, though, is the thing. I want it to be cold. Hold on, do you turn into... I've been wondering where these frogs are coming from. But they're eternal ice destroyers. Shape-shift into immense toads upon death. Interesting. Very interesting because they have a poison spit. An armor negating poison spit. Oh my. Well, fortunately that's only going to happen when they're in melee, and I don't think they're going to use this thing in melee, but still concerning. Armor negating poison? Pretty hardcore. The only defense against that is, well, poison defense, which we don't have. But what we do have is regeneration, so even if we do get poisoned, we can generally out-heal it. I think I see that toad trying its best to run away, which is strange. Isn't that toad, well, it's dead. No, there it is. It's gone berserk? Why is it running away? I don't know, maybe it got squeezed out one way or another. So, some other concerns. Fatigue. I think I might have to give up on quickening myself, because it means I'm taking double the fatigue damage, and fatigue stops you being able to dodge and repel and all that. It's a shame, because I really like hitting multiple times per turn. With Reinvigoration 8, if I can drop Encumbrance down considerably, maybe I can keep the quickness. And I have some tricks for dropping that Encumbrance. But yes, as you can see, they completely failed to do any meaningful damage to my goddess. Whilst she just enjoys elephant steaks all day, every day. And eventually NECA rout, and she cleans up. Good job, goddess. I wanted to relive that because I wanted to have some taste of success in this campaign. Yeah, all that while standing around, basically dancing on one leg. Abaddon is pretty good at what she does. Those 103 kills are actually quite important because that gives her experience, and experience gives you attack skill, defense skill. Morale is probably not relevant. Once you get up to 4 and 5, I believe it also gives, yes, strength bonus or +1. That is good. So, Abaddon's job is going to be defending this flank of my nation. I hope to hell they don't attack Charance before I have my my palisades erected, because that should stop the elephants dead in their tracks. So yeah, Abaddon is going to hold this line, and then periodically cast some big rituals that I need to succeed. And I have a 3-pronged attack in a larger, more tactical sense here to take on my foes. So obviously we're in trouble. We don't have much of an economy really, our army is in shambles, and our only real defense is the large amount of province defense that we've dumped in our provinces, and our goddess. So what's my plan? Plan 1, the waters. Next turn, provided we're not under siege stress, I'm going to have Abaddon cast Sea King's Court, and then I will summon a bunch of very expensive sea trolls who will go and take the waters. They shouldn't have too much trouble taking all this. I hope to God they don't. Yeah, if I take attrition on those very expensive sea trolls down here, I'm going to be very unhappy. But securing the water, because I don't think the other nations are very viable in water right now, it'll give me good income, it'll give me more sites to search, it'll give me places to put temples, and further down the line it should give me access to bishop fish, who if I can get them out of the water, they'll be able to do grand blessings for my army down the line. So one avenue of expansion is water magic. The second avenue of expansion is astral into air. If I had access to air magic, oh my days, what a different story we would have here. I would be able to cast mass air shield, I'd be able to cast armies of mist, and those would have some devastating effects on my army. Devastating for the enemy, that is. What are they anyway? Are they enchantment air? Maybe not. I don't think it's conjuration, though. Alteration? Here we go. Here's Army of Mist. It's a big, slow, expensive, fatiguing spell that does require 5 air, but look at this. Any damage is reduced to 1. A hit that would have dealt 25 or a hit from magical source can cancel this, but all the projectiles we face are benign. So all those crossbow bolts dealing 10, 20 damage, shooting my parasites in the head, 1 damage. With a 1% chance to pop it, but that's not happening. Although I do wonder if Blood Bond has any effect on this. Anyway, that would be amazing. In addition to that, we can bring up Storms, which will reduce the amount of projectiles by 50%, and I could even make a Storm Staff that auto-casts this at the start of any combat. I hadn't thought about this, but we could also have Blizzard to dispel enemy cold, but that's air-water. And then there is Arrow Fend. So if we block 80% of the projectiles when they land, and we stop 50% of them even being shot, suddenly we reduce our problems of projectiles to 10% of what it was. It's still a problem, but barely one anymore, and not a problem if we have Army of Mist. Air is very, very powerful in combat. It's such a good magical path. But we have no access to air. In fact, we barely have any air gems, so it's not even something I could reasonably empower or summon my way into. So what in the world does a cunning little parasitic nation do? Well, I had a big look around what I could possibly do, and I found this. Call Ap Kalu. And I thought, what is the Umu Ap Kalu commander? So, of course, I went to my good friend the Dom 6 mod inspector tool, and I found this right here. So this is Umu Ap Kalu. For the low, low cost of 60 astral pearls and a 5 astral access, I can summon this celestial sage, who has some pretty beastly magical access. 3 air, 3 water, 2 earth, 4 astral, and 2 nature. He himself resists shock 20, very relevant for the issue I had with the Watchers on the throne sites. He's an okay chassis. Doesn't seem amazing, good leadership mind you, but he can fly around pretty fast. And my whole thing that I'm after is that 3 air access. So I get this guy, I fluff him up a bit, and suddenly he can cast those lovely air things that I really need. Arrow Fend is a bit expensive, and boosting air is a problem, but he could also allow me to summon Telkine, who is a 4 air mage. That needs only water gems, not air gems, so without even expending anything, I can get expending any air gems, I can boost myself to 4, and then 4 can boost further by crafting the air boosters, which I'm sure I can find here. Booster for air, please. Yes, there we go. Wait, Horn of Storms is a booster? Didn't know that. Anyway, it needs 5 to get that, but the Winged Helmet only needs 4, so you can get the Winged Helmet, then the Horn of Storms. What happened to Bag of Wind? Maybe Bag of Wind was removed as a booster. Yeah, probably. Spell the Storm Wind. But yes, boosting air and getting those big spells is now an option if I go down this path. Umu Ap Kalu could be a bit of a problem for me. Well, he will be a bit of a problem for me. Because to call Umu Ap Kalu, I need 5 astral. Best astral access I have right now is with Special Agent Hunk, who's on 3. I can forge a... where is it now? Yes, I can forge a Starshine Skullcap to boost me up to 4. But realistically, if I wanted to get to 5, I'd have to empower him. And empowering in astral is going to cost me 60 astral pearls. That's a lot, but you can 2-to-1 any gem to an astral pearl. And I can't see myself using fire or beyond getting my sea trolls using much water. Although I do want that water for the other summons, so maybe I could deign to use some of my my nature gems. We shall see. But the point is, Agent Hunk is probably going to be my my astral dude. I have talked quite a bit about wanting the Moonvine Bracelet for nature boosting, but I don't think that's a big deal. So anyway, using astral, possibly into astral water, we can get access to air. And that is going to be very important, so I do want that a lot. Yeah, getting those astral pearls is proving problematic, though. We don't get enough of them. And another thing is I want better nature access. So we got Kitty right here, who's boasting nature level 6. But she's a small, pathetic, fragile little Hoberg mage. Even though I gave you the Chitherionic Lion Pelt to try and keep you alive from any nasty spells that might hit you, You're not very good. So I had a thought. What if we brought in the worm that walks, which I don't have access to because it's thaumaturgic. The worm that walks is something that you could cast for a minor 30 nature gems, and that will give me a particularly good nature commander. Let's bring you up here. Here is Worm Mage. Worm Mage comes out of the box with 3 nature, possibly adding more. And they're a really good chassis because even if they die in combat, and I mean they could with their low hit points, their size 3, their no protection, they do have a lot of invulnerability, so they're unlikely to be shot dead even by a crossbow, but I'd give them some basic protection. They would exist in combat to cast nature spells, and in particular, I want my army to stop dying in combat, and having them regenerate would go a long way towards that. So if I gave the Worm Mage, the Tree Lord's Staff, and perhaps a Cornucopia, they could join in and do army regeneration, allowing all of my beloved sacreds to stop taking chip damage. They would regenerate beautifully, and that has a wonderful synergy with Blood Bond. Not to mention Fortitude. Even if you smash one of my sacreds for 20 damage, you know, one of those big elephant cudgels right to the head, dealing 20 damage to one of my my sacreds, reduced by half by Fortitude, reduced by half by Blood Bond, so I've only taken 5 damage, and I'll have that regenerated in 2 turns. Also, that's a big if, because these things, my sacreds, have an immense amount of defense. So that changes a few of my desires. Also, here's a Staff of Storms for auto-casting Storm in combat. It's not a cheap thing to forge, and it does need high path, but I think the Staff of Storms is worth its weight in gold if my whole idea is to get rid of projectiles from hitting me. So yes, I want that. I want a lot of things that are all very expensive and difficult to get. But here's something I can get that is not expensive or difficult. The Shield of Glimmering Gold. So I mentioned just moments ago how there's a slight problem with my Pretender, problem with encumbrance. So the more weapons and certain kinds of armor and shields and whatnot add to encumbrance. And this is the amount of fatigue that they build up per turn of just attacking. You know, you swing your swords, you dodge your attacks and whatever. 1 turn costs you by base 3 encumbrance. If you quickened yourself, and I do quicken myself to get basically an extra turn in and better stats, you double this. And if you cast spells, you double it again. So, yeah. One slight problem is this damn tower shield gives 2 encumbrance. If I can drop that down, then suddenly we only take 6 encumbrance. If I level up again, I can drop it to 5. And we already have good sources of reinvigoration. I'm not yet willing to drop quickness, but I am certainly willing to drop that tower shield. So what we're going to have is we're going to have our hero Akvirn fabricate us this shield, the Shield of Gleaming Gold. It is reduced encumbrance by 1 compared to the tower shield. I do want my goddess to have a shield because it's so good against projectiles, but this shield adds another layer of defense. So I talked about ethereal, I talked about repelling, defense, protection, hit points. What if the enemy just didn't hit me to begin with? And that's what Awe is. Awe has your opponents pass a check. I can't remember what kind of check. I forget if it's morale or MR. I think it is morale because undead, for example, don't care about it in mindless units. But we're fighting elephants and they do have minds of their own. If they fail this Awe check, they don't even swing. And the fact that they don't even swing to begin with is great because that means it doesn't add to the harassment penalty, allowing us to continue to repel and defend without even fear of being hit. On top of that, as shields go, it is as good if not better than the existing tower shield. Is that right? Yeah, same protection, same parry, doesn't hurt defense as much, doesn't cost as much encumbrance. So that is absolutely something that I want. It says I don't have enough gems, and that's because it's a fire glamour item. But I'm already using some of my glamour gems on recruiting Fey Knights, so if I stop recruiting a few Fey Knights, I can go to you and say, please make me this. Another thought is that Abaddon's helmet does not achieve much. I don't need good head protection. We're size 9, almost nothing hits us in the head to begin with, and even if it did, with our iron skin it'll be good enough, so I'm interested in giving you a better helmet. And I have been considering the headbrand of Woven Dreams. It'll create a sleep aura. I don't think the sleep aura is that useful. But any aura is a good aura, and I can't think of any better helmet I could give you. There is the Horned Helmet for an additional gore attack, but I don't want to drop defense at all. There is the Iron Face to auto-cast Iron Skin, and that is pretty good. Saves me a spell cast at the start of combat. But we can already cast Iron Skin. I'm not entirely sure that's worth going for. I can't think of many other things that would be worth getting for you. Jake's assuming that the elephants don't come rolling in first. The elephants can roll into Charance, and that is my biggest fear. That's why we have Sundowner there building a Parasite as quickly as possible, and why I have dunked 51 province defense on the place. What I should probably do is dunk another couple of commanders there if I think it's that important, but we'll struggle with that in a moment. Still pondering Abaddon's headgear here. The Sleep Aura is a magic resistance check, but anything that puts my adjacent enemies to sleep has got to be considered good, right? Makes it a lot easier to kill them, stops incoming attacks. I think it's worth going for. Sleep Aura is already kind of what we do, so why not do it some more? The alternative is to get the Wraith Crown, which would be really cool, because that's ethereal, freeing up the body armor for something different. Are the elephants easy to send to sleep? Not really. Because for elephants, they have terrific magic resistance. So this MR means that I'm very rarely going to put their flying units to sleep. But once the flying units are gone, they've got actually suspiciously good magic resistance. Yeah, across the board, their magic resistance is good. Let's compare that to, say, these crab fellows. 8 magic defense. Okay, 16 on your divine guy. 12 on your dudes here, which is a bit more normal. Even so, an aura is good, and I can't think of anything better I could make for headgear than that currently. Again, Iron Face is a consideration. I am, I don't know, kind of thinking about that Iron Face now that I've had a moment of clarity. Another consideration is that nobody can make the Iron Face other than Abaddon, right? If nobody can make it, then it's a moot point to even consider it, because I cannot spare Abaddon's mage turns right now. Yeah, I think the best mage I have outside of Abaddon and Earth is only 2. Alright, then in that case, let's absolutely get our grubby mitts on the Headband of Woven Dreams. So Abaddon gets rekitted out with a new helmet and a new shield. I don't think I want to change the weapons because the dual main gouge of parrying is just so good for defense. Abaddon is almost untouchable to benign melee combat. If let's say I was fighting against this thing, what would I do? I'd just bring some air magic, or almost any magic in general. Of course, there's always the whole soul slay ideas, or the mind burning, but really just hit this thing with a lightning bolt and it dies, especially with Iron Skin. In fact, just one good lightning bolt will stun Abaddon. They'll lose their defense skill, and then you just club it to death. So we have to hope that our enemy never thinks to bring any kind of lightning. I should actually check. Do you have any access to it? Nope, you don't even have natural access to air. So I don't need to worry about that. Not from you, at least. So yes, very good. Let's get you your helmet, get you your new shield. You cast Riches from beneath right now, which is a desperate attempt to claw something into my economy. And then once you're done that, continue on defending around here. Right, what else needs to be done? Really want to improve my defenses, even in Charance, or rather especially in Charance. You're not the one I want doing anything here, right? Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna just scatter these units about just in case they get assassinated, because I need to hold Charance. Castle of Baal has nobody protecting it, and that needs to change. So Hannibal is going to move into there. Wait, Hannibal is moving? Defect is meant to be going in here, right? Alright, good enough. I need to take Isengard back, but all in due time. I suppose I could have Abaddon move in and take it. I'd rather have a proper army do that, though. Where's my sleeper, right? Remember Paperboy? He was meant to command the army, but the army died. I'm gonna have Paperboy get back to our capital. Realizing now that Paperboy doesn't have the map move to command the sacreds particularly well, so I'm going to need to work on that. I'm going to have one of my nature mages. Keppa, you'll do. I want you to forge 7 mile stride boots. Not when they cost that much, just boots of the messenger is fine. I'm only looking to improve map move, nothing special. Alright, what else is going on? I need to preach pretty badly. My Dominion is just insufficient right now. The preaching must continue. Special Agent Hunk, I know I'm going to need it eventually, so why not just make the skull cap right now? No, because I really, really lack astral pearls, and I really lack generation of astral pearls as well. One thought is that I have not actually been doing astral sight searching. I need them, so even though I would rather Special Agent Hunk were doing remote sight searching, I obviously can't do that right now. So Special Agent Hunk is going to go on a dangerous quest to go and sight search. I hope to hell he doesn't get sniped by anything, because that 3 astral is important to me. Yeah, so I guess I'll have you just manually sight search around here for a little bit. And then hopefully when I have enough gems, I can bring you back and then work on getting Apkalu. Umu Apkalu, whatever his name is, Apkalu. Very concerning, isn't it? I also want a laboratory in Charance, but gee, I don't really want to spare the treasury to build it, so I guess I'm not building it. There is a consideration of building a fort in Albion as well. Albion's a really good province after all. But there's also the idea of doing it in Castle Shikigami, which is under much more constant pressure. I don't know, man. There's a lot of problems in my nation right now. Alright, get that riches from beneath and hope to hell that the elephants don't come knocking, and if they do come knocking, we gotta knock them right out with Abaddon. Troublesome. Oh, right, the research. So why did I want altercation up? Let's see, we're going for altercation 7, right? So what did I want in alteration 7? Truth be told, I don't know. None of these are what I think I really need. Well, the Phoenix Pyre is pretty cool. I don't have the Fire Mages for it. Fog Warrior again, pretty cool, but we don't have the air for it. I think we need to drop all of this, including Gifted Nature's Bounty, and I need to make my way up to Thaumaturgy 8. Thaumaturgy 8 is what gets me the Worm That Walks, and I do think that getting regeneration is the most realistic boost that I can do for my nation right now, because I already have Mother Oak and I have good nature access, so I want that Worm That Walks. Once I have the Worm That Walks, then I could honestly consider going for Construction 9, because there is an astral booster that is much cheaper than empowering Special Agent Hunk. It has an enormous downside. It can horror mark, but it's still cheaper, and once I have summoned astral mages, I don't care so much about Agent Hunk's life. So if I go for level 9 to create the unique items, I could make the unique astral booster. And then I can consider working towards Gifted Nature's Bounty. Expensive stuff, and our research still isn't that great, but what can you do? I could have been making some really nice boosters, which I now realize. I have just not played around enough with Glamour, but there is the Dreamstone, and look at that, research plus 9. That is a lot, and it's only 5. That's even better than making the Fire one, which is admittedly plus 12, I think, but curses your units. Yeah, it's also easier to get than the Lightless Lantern. Don't like that tainted effect that it gives. Alright, let's cease our worrying and see when the elephants are stampeding. We're still on the knife edge here. One bad engagement, or if my god dies, game over. So let's hope game isn't over. Masked War Mages are pretty funny in battles with their auto-summon insects. They auto-summon insects? I know they explode into insects, but I didn't realize they auto-summoned. Is that a new thing? Okay, we got 1 turn breached in Shikoku, which is extremely bad news. Tells me they brought a very serious army, and it tells me that I really must have my Pretender defending it as much as possible. Anyway, Riches from Beneath has been successfully done, so our income will improve. So will our resources, but that doesn't really matter much for us. Fey Knights are coming. Treasure Trove Cove battle. Refresh my memory on Treasure Trove Cove. Treasure Trove Cove has the mother of all right here. Cain the Great Mother, who, funnily enough, has become a hero. I don't think an attack skill matters much for you. The only thing you can do is trample and haphazardly use fist. It's interesting to see this here. There is a lot of attrition happening on Treasure Trove Cove. I could take Treasure Trove Cove is what I'm getting at. Yeah, the Great Mother has some nice spells, but they're costing her a lot of her gems. Really, I'm just happy to see Winstein expend some resources. Because Winstein's Arbalisters scare me. Alright, you certainly softened up Treasure Trove Cove. I wish it was something I could realistically get. Alright, so there's a reason I didn't invest in Province Defense here. I knew it would get stomped by the Elephant Horde, and the Elephant Horde is here, and they are ready and waiting to stomp. They are bringing a hell of a lot of archers. Amusing. So yes, they immediately breach, because elephants are strong, so they're very good at tearing down walls. Abaddon, here is your shield, and here's your new helmet. There we go. Now you've got the sleep aura, and you yourself resist sleep. This reduces the madness-inducing effect of Dreamlands of Riley. Oh, I didn't know that. I hope you don't put yourself to sleep with this aura. That would be terrible. But you have to imagine with Undreaming 4 and 18 magic resistance, you're not going to put yourself to sleep. I certainly hope not. Anyway, I've dropped your encumbrance down to 6 by improving your shield situation. Have you checked the coin of Meteoric Iron Astral Booster? You should have the paths necessary. I was considering that, but I'm quite sure that I don't have Earth Astral cross path. I got Earth Nature, Earth Glamour, but no Earth Astral to my knowledge. This is my Astral Mage, and it cannot get boosted in Earth. And that's my only access to Astrals, I believe. Yep, because my Earth Mage cannot random into Astral. And I'm not aware of having any Astral Earth cross-pathers already. So yeah, it'd be cool to get that, but I believe it's a 2 Earth, 2 Astral coin, and I don't have that. Anyway, Abaddon, the time has come once again for you to break the siege. If you cannot break the siege, we die, so please don't fail. Earth Power in Winter is the most important thing, followed by Iron Skin, followed by Quicken Cell, followed by Weapons of Sharpness. The Earth Power is vital. I need you to get that reinvigoration. And the Breath of Winter is clearly quite good. Why do we not have Dominion here? Oh, jeez. Come on, guys. We need to preach like nobody's business. If our god does not have... If our god does not have Dominion, our god loses hit points, and our god doesn't get Fortitude. And they don't get their improved skills, so I would really like that. Yeah, there's a lot of risks here. I mean, if Shikoku falls, we lose so much. So unbelievably much. Is Earth Empowering cheaper than Astral Empowering, though? Earth is cheaper on the grounds that I have tons of Earth gems. So maybe your point is Empower so that I can make that gem, so that I can save myself Astral Pearls. But I'd have to double Empower, which is what? 50 and 30? So 80? I'd rather just Empower an Astral, I think. Hey Jake, I just joined. As you said, come on guys, a god needs worship. Is that god some form of lamb? If it is a lamb, it's certainly undergone some changes. This is Abaddon, our goddess. Why? Only empower once and put on an Earth Booster. Do I have an Earth Booster? I suppose I could make an Earth Booster, right? There's Earth Boots. For Earth Magic +1. Here's Special Agent Hunk, who is meant to be sight searching. I can't empower, but let's imagine we were empowering them. Yeah, you're right. You know, for 60 Earth Gems, I can get you up there. What does it cost to make the The astral booster thing. Item, booster, astral. Get out of here, shield of gleaming gold. In fact, I can just get rid of you. I know I've made you. Coin of meteoric iron is a 10 astral, 10 earth. So I'm spending 50, 60, 70 earth gems. The booster, the item, the empower. And 10 astral pearls. So yeah, it's cheaper. Plus that coin of meteoric iron is more useful overall. Alright, I'm convinced. We'll get Agent Hunk empowered in Earth. Give them a booster. Which I suppose I could just make right now. And then they'll make the coin and the cap. And then they will be able to summon Apkalu. It will need a ton of astral pearls though, and I'm okay liquidating my fire and my earth, maybe even some nature gems because I'm rolling in them. But all this is relying on the idea that we win, which we might well not. I have the money here, so I'm going to actually construct a laboratory down in Charance. I might not need to. It might be a waste of money, but I still want it. And the rest of you need to be on patrol here. The Palisades will be ready next month. The Glorious Inspector is still up, thank you. Don't worry, nothing important was happening. It's always time for an advertisement of the Dom 6 Mod Inspector tool. Okay, everybody has their orders. I still feel like I should be having more preaching going on. See the edges of my Dominion? Just never holding a Dominion. I really want Isengard back. Mostly for the gems here. Glamour, water, earth, astral, I like all these things. But they probably slam down some elephantastic province defense. Probably. There's the idea that Resty could go in, grab the Fey Knights and take it back. Just waiting to see how this counterattack can go wrong for Abaddon. I'm just imagining Abaddon falls asleep, takes critical hits, and dies. But their encumbrance dropped and their experience improved since last turn. Maybe they'll fare better. Unlike my Fey Knights, they don't suffer from the heat. My Fey Knights were fighting in like 1 or 2 heat level when attacking into Pilot Wings, and they got butchered for it. And yet it's summer right now. Bad times. Well, that's okay. Bad times make strong people, right? I need so many more priests. Any of these other places able to surrender unto me some priests? I'm a little unconfident about putting temples on my front line here, but I think my desperation for... Okay, we're not having this lab, sorry. You just have to hide. Ecumenical matters trump other matters right now. Abaddon's head abandoned protection. See, I'm not convinced Abaddon's head needs protection. You're size 9. Who's hitting you in the head? And even so, you still have 11 protection, plus you're going to get a boost of natural protection when you get Iron Skin going. I have to imagine that's going to be enough for Abaddon. My biggest concern is encumbrance, but, you know, we've lowered that concern. Temples are defending my Dominion is a pretty big defense. One huge thing we did was we grabbed the Ulm Throne of Fire, which is a level 2 Dominion spreader. But I really want Pilot Wings Resort, because that's another +2, and it gives me the defense skill I want. Elephants with spears? The elephants don't have spears, fortunately. Well, I don't think they do. See that Iron Cudgel? It's length 3, we're length 4. They have no length 4 items. Yeah, we're fine. In fact, the Iron Cudgel's only length 2, goes up to length 3 because they're large. Although they are size 8, so maybe they can hit our heads. It's also blunt, so it does bonus damage to head. Also, it does a ton of damage. I have to hope they're still on weight and attack. Oh, jeez. Okay. We're still recruiting our beloved Sacreds. I probably still want more Warlords to defend my land and move them around. Paperboy comes back. When Paperboy is back, Paperboy enjoys a lot of things. They're going to get the boots to help them move around better with my army. And they can lead a lot better and give formations to them. The downside is that Paperboy cannot cast, whatchamacallit, Divine Blessing. Maybe I make Paperboy my prophet. Just deeply considering that for a moment. They have recuperation, but are they better than having Reste as my prophet? Probably not. Reste has to be the prophet, surely. Reste's got gorillions of leadership. I had an Unseelie Prince prophet previously, and they died horribly. But nah, you gotta think it's the Unseelie Prince. Although they can only command 70 magical beings, the boost of Paperboy is that they can command 100. How are the Moose doing? Oh, the Moose are all dead, right? It's just Abaddon right now. Okay, Abaddon, please save me. Gonna double check that Abaddon is on break siege. The palisades are being built here. I've got as much province defense as I can wang in there as well. Gonna jam up the province defense on Castle of Baal as well. Alright, luck be upon us. Yeah, the PD have Moose. Moose are plenty. Maybe I should have made contingency plans for if Abaddon fails. Alright, Shikoku, Abaddon, get to bleeding work. So first check, did our priests manage to preach hard enough to bring Dominion? Yes, they did. So Abaddon, so this is an interesting order of operation. The game has something like 70 different things that happen on the turn, and the order is important. So what's important for us is that priests preaching changes Dominion before the battles, and the battles happen before the other Dominion spreading from gods and temples and whatnot. I didn't know this until this fight, actually. But it's incredibly important because it means those preaching priests have been able to give us enough blessing to get our god operational. That means their hit points are going to regrow thanks to the regenerating effects of the Ring of Regeneration. And that means that they get the bonuses here. Yes, good. Alright, now, our foes are numerous. In fact, I think they're more numerous than last time. But very importantly, I seem to have sent away a lot of their Eternal Ice Destroyers. These are the star players for the elephants. And because we kept the shield, these archers aren't much of a problem. I'm feeling confident about this one. Go for it. And now we have our sleep aura. We can see it here. Are we being affected by it? Doesn't seem so. We've got our incredibly important reinvigoration booster. Without quickness, this means that we reduce our fatigue faster than we generate it, which is pretty damn good. And you got the iron skin, so like I said, I don't believe in adding lots of protection on this thing, because we already have great natural protection. I mean, sure, more protection is better, but ethereal is better than better. And an additional aura, you know, we need to kill our enemies somehow. And what was that? You might have seen some of these guys just flash for a moment. Right, we've got Repel, we got Miss. Oh, here we go. Awe negates attacks. And negating the attack is so powerful because one of the problems we have is as we take attacks, we get this harassed penalty. And when this builds up, it becomes harder to repel, it becomes harder to dodge, so more likely we actually take the hit. And, you know, although we can ethereal away 75% of those hits, yeah, because these guys use benign weapons, that still means 1 in 4 get through, and they do big chunky damage. So let's just not have that happen to begin with. So every time you see an elephant suddenly flash like that, they're being awed. And the repels are, the auras are working. This dude fell asleep on the job. Awe negated your attack. You miss anyway. They get 2 attacks, mine. They can gore me with their tusks as well as smash me with their cudgel. The Eternal Ice Destroyer is affected by fear. Penetration roll, failed to resist. You get affected by the Frost Cloud. They didn't individually rout. Does it not show falling asleep here? Because this guy is absolutely asleep. Yeah, here we go. 10% chance each round, wake up, da-da-da-da-da. That's strange, it doesn't show falling asleep on this. Or maybe it is and I'm not seeing it, but I'm pretty sure I tried to read everything. At least the enemy archers are going to hit their own way more often than the god. Yes, that is true, but unlike my units, they actually have precision. Look at that. Precision 8. That is twice the precision that my ranged units have. Are they even shooting? They should be in range. Quite bizarre that they're actually going in to attack. They have 12 ammo. Have they even shot once? Bizarrely, clever units. Anyway, there we go. Okay, good. You got quickness self and weapons of sharpness off. But with encumbrance 6, your fatigue, let's see, it's 26. Next turn, it's 22. Next turn, 24. Next turn, 26. 28. So you're only getting 2 fatigue per turn, which is awesome. Because now you've got Blood Surge going on, which gives you Reinvigoration 8. These numbers don't feel like they add up, right? Encumbrance 6 should be doubled to 12, reduced by 8 should be plus 4 per turn, but... There is no single mortal who knows everything about Dominions. There is one individual out there whose name is Loggy. They know the most out of anyone about this game. And even they know maybe 70% of it. But yeah, this new setup is a lot better for the Goddess. She is barely taking fatigue. She has an extra aura. She is now getting extra experience. Her encumbrance just dropped down to 5 because of the experience bonus. This Goddess is primed and ready to destroy. The problem, of course, is that she can only really be this effective inside my Dominion. In enemy Dominion, she will weaken and be very vulnerable to low hit points. But defensively, this one unit is our solution. As long as the enemy doesn't bring, say, death poison, or... yeah, worst thing the enemy could do is bring shock. If they strike me with lightning, then she's dead. I mean, she's also susceptible to rout, but attacking armies tend to rout sooner than defending armies. And if she's not taking damage, she doesn't have a lot of reasons to even consider routing. As it is, she just goes around and enjoys elephant dinner. Excellent work. Gained hit points as well. Yeah, she healed because of the Dominion bonus. Dominion last time set her hit points down to like 90-something, and then we gained Dominion, so it went up. So yes, Abaddon, the Vessel of Might, terrific chassis. Could be better, though. As somebody pointed out, she's not really a super combatant just yet. But look at that, that just slaughtered half the army, and any that didn't successfully rout are going to get killed as well. The downside, of course, is that we're not killing a lot of their commanders. And Noble Druid here... Wait, I don't know how these guys died. They must have been sent in to fight for some reason. But I'm very, very happy to kill Eternal Ice Destroyers. Very expensive investment for NECA to make here. Resources, recruitment, void, tons of gold. Very expensive. They are very good. Right, if I had these things, I'd be laughing. Because they do a lot of stuff, right? Enormous protection. And they've got some armor. Good luck hitting them on the head. They're huge. Massive strength. Tear down sieges. They fly. They resist cold and shock and poison. How do you kill these things? Well, the answer is use a god. And if that don't work, then you lose. Concerned that they're attacking Charance, but it's Winstein, so I'm less concerned. Winstein are sending in their cavalry, and I am going to miss all of these shots. But the nice thing about their square formation is if I miss, I probably hit something else. Probably. I gotta hit something eventually. Go, Moose, go! Those must be some very, very confused camel riders. They're thinking, are they not even trying to aim for us? It's not just the horsebackers. I've got my fairly useless crossbowman, precision 6 on a dedicated crossbow champion. What are they like? Anyway, Winstein, get out of here. They shouldn't cause me any real harm in Charance. Yeah, no, the priests and the warlords, they hung back so they wouldn't get shot, of course. Yeah, interesting numbers here. So 41 of the enemy died, but I killed 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, about 80 units. So For every Winstein unit I killed one of my own. Not a problem though, province defense is fairly meaningless. How does Jake handle genies? In my last game, I couldn't fight them back. Magic, I believe? I don't fight genies often. You're talking like the genies of... Christ, what are they called again? Like Uma? I don't have a lot of experience fighting them, truth be told, but I'd use magic. They're pretty good against benign weaponry. Alright, we did manage to get our palisades up in Charant, and now we are immediately erecting a proper fortress here. Yeah, we are having significant difficulty keeping our dominion here. Right, Abaddon, I require you to cast the Sea King Court. Costs 55 gems, but it's actually an investment because the Troll King himself generates water gems, which is really cool. Just tell him not to use them in combat. And then hopefully next turn we're not under immediate attack and I can send the trolls into the water. If not, I'll have to bounce back another attack and then send ourselves in. That's fine. Right, Paperboy, you are here. Put on your new shoes. The golden shield is fine. I'm tempted to give you a tower shield just to make you more likely not to get clobbered by projectiles. Projectiles continue to be a problem for us. I mean, this tower shield isn't doing much for anybody right now. The tower shield will make you significantly better at blocking projectiles. Because it's a parry check. Parry 5 or parry 9? Give me parry 9 any day. And you are now in charge of these guys. Of course, they sleep. I have heard that the sleep aura doesn't affect friendly units. So I could probably give you some of these guys as protection. I thought this gave you... Oh, you don't have the Crown of Command. Who has the Crown of Command? I gave it to you, right, Resty? Yeah, Leadership 100, Magic Command plus 50. You really need that? What about the Fey Knights? Oh, the Fey Knights aren't magical. Kept thinking they were. So there is this idea that perhaps the Crown of Command could go to you. You'd be getting rid of the Helmet of Champions, which does give very good protection, and that does mean you're quite susceptible to headshots. Would allow you to lead 50 more magical beings. The morale is irrelevant. No, I think it's better to keep you alive with your own Helmet of Champions. Resty can keep that. I was also considering the bodyguard bonus, of course. But anyway, it's nice that I can finally give a line formation to my Scorched Templars. You just stay behind the troops, please. This is, of course, isn't good enough. They need to be blessed, and I still would really, really like to have my Fey people back. So keep bringing in those Fey Knights. I wonder if the Fey Knights are just a foolish investment. They are strong, but they cost a lot of gems. No, they are really strong. These guys on a flank are terrific. These guys on hang back to take care of enemy flyers are terrific. They just are terrific. It's just tragic that I built a lot of them and they all died. Anyway, Paperboy has the army there. I want my Sea King Court. I really want Isengard back. When I get the opportunity, I will ride into Isengard. Paperboy can take the army to Isengard, and Resty can follow up. So yeah, as soon as the Prophet's stuff has left this earth, Resty and Paperboy will go and take back Isengard. And whilst there won't be enough to push on any front, it's going to be good to have more than just my god securing my everything. Continue to bring these in, continue to wish that I had more temples. Continue to have more indie priests. Keep on preaching, everyone. We need it badly. Not much for Paperboy to do currently, so I guess he can just wait there. Is there anywhere that needs more defending but doesn't have it? I have a temple here, so get preaching. I have a temple here as well. Please continue to preach. Corpse Rot Passage, for whatever reason, has neither temple nor anybody defending it. That's not acceptable, so Zilius, you go over to Corpse Rot. And you're making priests, so send Chai over there as well to get a temple up, please. Chris Redfield, you just wait for the moment. Special Agent Hunk, you searched and found nothing, right? Of course you found nothing. We never find anything. Why do we even search? You know what, maybe we should just bring you back home and begin working on the astral plan. I already got the boots, right? Yeah, get you back to Ondmark. We'll work on the astral plan. If I believe you're so special, I think I would quite like you to have a lion pelt. Yeah, I guess so. I don't actually know if this is going to save them from, like, nasty random events. But the hit points, the invulnerability, the defense, I mean, surely it's not bad, and it costs almost nothing to make one of these. Neptune, continue to preach for me, please. G. We still can't afford a laboratory here, I'm sorry. I'm not that sorry, though. Patrol, 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 building the fortress, that's fine. Alright, all is fine enough. Cast Sea King's Court. Don't even bother with Province Defense, the elephants will destroy it. But yeah, with Sea King's Court, the water should become our oyster. It's kind of a shame. Like, I just don't have the astral pearls for doing the things I want to do. I want to astral sight search. But I cannot. What's with the Fountain of Poop in our capital? That right there is the Earthblood Deep Well. It's generating me 17 Earth Gems per month. And those Earth Gems are going to be used for empowerment and hopefully fast track me towards getting Umu Akpalu, who will be my breakaway into air magic. How about all the nature stuff? Kitty. Thaumaturgy 8. Surely right around the corner, right? Well, in a few months it should be ours, and then we can get Worm That Walks, and then with Worm That Walks and our Sacreds, and hopefully some more Fey Knights, I genuinely think we can start fighting real battles, especially against Winstein. Look at, I mean, Winstein is right here. We have our jaws around them. The problem is if we bite down, there's 600 arbalisters that are going to come out and break my teeth. So what we need to do is empower our teeth such that we can chew right through it. And if our teeth regenerated, or perhaps had some magical fog around it to reduce all those arbalister attacks down to 1, then we wouldn't have so many problems. But I do want to kill Winstein. We're at war, and they are a softer target than the freaking elephants. If I get a Bob-on Battlefield, Salvador, Winstein, and you know, I also wanted Canada. I was willing to, in quotes, settle for Canada ages ago, and we died on the war march up there. We were laying siege to Canada, I just got wiped. Absolutely wiped. It was savage. Those people that think nothing exciting ever happens in Dominions, they don't know what they're talking about. I've never seen Province Defense so thick that it turned into smudge. Definitely an issue with the current version of the randomizer right now. Next time I run, I will use the old version that doesn't seem to break Province Defense so much. That said, it has been really refreshing having Province Defense actually kick ass. Normally Province Defense is a bit of a joke. Alright, so we've got our Sea King Court, we've got our Fey Knights. NECA have made Selectimo their new prophet. And they are still attacking me, but they didn't break me, which is good. Treasure Trove Cove, as usual, getting probed. So what are they attacking me with this time? Another admittedly smaller army. Don't even need to see how that one goes. It's no surprise. The only surprise here is that one of their units died. I'm still being attacked in Castle Shikigami. Fortunately, he's only probing me with pathetic naked tribespeople. No, those aren't naked tribespeople. Those are Ashigarus. Wasn't aware that you got club-wielding javelin throwers. It's funny to me that you're trying to bring in the Scorpion Beast as well. Not a terrible unit. Great natural protection. Shrugged off all those short bow attacks. But far from my problem. Right, Castle of Baal. Unsurprisingly, I'm getting bad events. Even more bad events. And let's see this attack on Shikoku. Yeah, they did 760 damage in one turn with their sieging army. And I need that sieging army gone, otherwise I will not be able to get Selectimo, the Sea King, out there. Selectimo, grab your faithful adherents. What size are these guys? 6? 6, okay. 6 is a very unpleasant size. You guard the commander. You've got different combat speeds though, don't you? Not really. Just get in front of those enemies and kill them. Attack the closest units. You cast spells, but do not use magical gems. Any spells that you should specifically cast? Don't do a lot of water fighting. I mean, Friendly Currents is pretty damn nice. But I'll just let him figure out what's best to do. There is the idea that to keep himself alive, maybe he should consider... Yeah, I'm actually considering giving him some armor so that he himself doesn't die horribly. Maybe even a weapon. He's a bit of a joke, but I could thug him up a bit. Does Mace of Eruption work underwater? See that flame eruption? Does that actually work underwater? Couldn't not work underwater, right? It does say it spawns a sea of flames. Burning underwater can't be pleasant for people, right? Actually, he's a good contender for the lion pelt, right? Gives him invulnerability, a lot of invulnerability, so mundane attacks are pretty useless against him. Okay, that's actually quite good. I could also give him a helmet for tons of head defense, but I don't think he needs that. Yeah, give this guy a Mace of Eruption for the lols. How bad could it be? Anyway, you're going to take your units and you're going to get out there. Sounds good. Mace of Eruption just seems so daft. So one problem with the Sea Trolls is they just attack with their claws. They're not particularly skilled. The main thing they have going for them is that they constantly regenerate. They don't need to eat either. These guys are much better, fighting with their glaives which are coated in armor-negating poison. But I just hope they can take on these Tritons. There are a lot of Tritons, and those Tritons can repel with their spears, and they're pretty well armored. I think I've had problems fighting Tritons with my Sea Trolls before. There is a strong argument to not take this fight, because yeah, I've seen these guys brutalize me. Maybe I should have a look at them a bit thoroughly. Tell me more about Triton guards. That's not the Triton guard we're looking at, though. They're different kinds of Triton guards. They're Triton troopers. So you go away and you show me what you're all about. Attack defense skill 10-11, so it's about on par with my Shambler, or my Trolls, maybe even a bit better. But there's that Coral Spear right there. Yeah, damage 12, length 2. Piercing damage with poison, although we regenerate that poison away. Their protection isn't that great, it's only 12. But they also have poison barbs, and because we have length 0 weapons, we will get poisoned by them. And bear in mind there's, what, like 50 or 70 of them? I don't think we fight those Triton troopers. Seems like a really good way to get my army killed. So what we will do instead... Selectimo, you research for now. Next turn I'll move you into Castle of Baal, and then I'll move you into Rusty Bucket Bay. And then we'll take some other stuff before we consider the Seafoam Islands. Hopefully Pewter City is not a problem to take. God, imagine that. Get into Pewter City and just freaking die. Could happen. I don't want it to happen, but it could. So we hope that it doesn't. Right, the Corpse Something Passage. Enjoy your new temple, and then I will preach in that temple. G still wants a laboratory. I'm not giving G a laboratory. Can't have indie priests because I don't have a temple. Wait, what? I thought I built a temple here. I'm only preaching. I'm not building temples. That's a shame. We'll get on the temples eventually. Special Agent Hunk, I need you to empower yourself in Earth, and I need you to put on those boots, and I think I want another one of those lion pelts for you. Love these lion pelts. Keep the research going, even though I would like more of my glamour gems. Continue to keep the preaching going. I need it badly. Yeah, you also move over to Corpse Rot, Zorbaum. I thought I told you to empower yourself in Earth. Oh, that's right. When you tell someone to wear something, or not wear something, for some reason it resets their empowerment. I don't know if it changes other actions, though. Thankfully, before I end turn, I mash the N button, which is N for next, which cycles through all the units that are currently not tasked with anything. Maybe you just attack rather than attack closest. I want Fey Knights on the back to be attacking closest. Of course, with that argument, I also want some Fey Knights. Currently struggling on that front. I like to have 3 for command or guarding, because you're 2 to a square, so that's 2 squares of commanding or guarding. You cast spells from the back row. Whatever, it doesn't matter. And then these guys attack closest from here in line formation. Obviously, that's nowhere near the army that I want for that, but beggars and choosers. Paperboy, you just wait for now. Abaddon, you must break that siege. Well, that's not true. You don't have to. We have 1 turn of not caring. Not like Abaddon can leave the siege, so I don't know what else Abaddon could do. They could cast some stuff, but I don't know what. Feels fairly bad when your nation depends on summon troops instead of national troops. Not depend on, right? We have access to glamour, and I feel that my best way to use glamour is to turn them into these very, very nice unseelie knights. And they are very nice. I like them a lot. Look at that. The fact that we have a cold nation, they gain ice armor and cold power, really good. And they fill in a lot of gaps that my beloved Sacreds cannot. The bigger shame is that Sacreds are the only good unit that I have, and even then they die to missile fire. Everyone else just has too many weaknesses. My ranged units have terrible precision. The melee units just have crap skills. Yeah, look at what do these guys achieve? Length 1, attack 8, defense 9, protection 11. Those hit points are doubled due to Gift of Health. Don't be fooled by that. Yeah, the one big advantage I have in this nation is that my units are mindless. And that's also turning into a disadvantage in some places. But yeah, I knew these guys would be about the only thing of use that we have, and we're just trying to supplement it with the summons. And once things start working with some magical support, I bet they're going to really start working. Anyway, I want you to break that siege. I'm not missing anything, am I? No, with your encumbrance level, everything looks fairly good, and you're damn hard to hit. And you might even get level 5 here. Yeah, alright, alright. The low protection does worry me until you get Iron Skin online, but you will get it online. Alright, alright. The empowerment has happened, and the Charance battle continues. Wait, Charance? Ah, okay, that's just Winstein. Trying to see how many arrows it takes. We killed 5, but only 3 of them were the enemy ones. Very good. Treasure Trove Co. continues to get probed. We get knowledge on that because we have a spy there, of course. And they try once again. I'm very fortunate that they are waiting before they attack with their flyers. So there's an order you can give your flyers, which is wait and attack. They wait 2 turns before they fly up. So I get turn 1 and turn 2 to cast spells, and I usually get the 3rd spell cast before they arrive. So that allows me to get the Iron Skin as well as the other 2 things. And that's in order of importance. I must not fatigue out, so I get reinvigoration up first. I must kill the enemy, so I get my chill aura up. And then I must not die, so I get my protection. And then everything else is kind of secondary. In fact, I'm struggling to get my my other spells up. And worryingly, I'm taking a lot of damage. How in the world is this happening? That's scary. I've already taken about half my health and damage here. Abaddon, you need to stop dying there. Abaddon's getting brutalized. Fortunately, they managed to quicken themselves, which boosted their stats, but yikes, that was a lot of damage to take. I think I see why. These clockwork soldiers came up, and they really harassed me with their bladed hands. That's 2 attacks, and they sneak in with the elephants, so what they did was they really got through the defense. Maybe there was just a lot of lucky hits that struck through the ethereal, though. How in the world do we take all that damage? Miss. There's a lot to scroll through here. Kinda wish I could filter it for attacks that hurt me. No Dominion? Oh, you're right, we have no Dominion. Which means we don't have Fortitude or Blood Surge. So we don't have the incoming damage. We also don't get the increased attack skill allowing us to repel better. So yeah, this is the difference of no Dominion. That was very close to dying, by the way. Especially with these things hitting as hard as they do. Yeah, I guess repel counts for quite a bit, huh? Where's the damage, though? I'm trying to read where we took all the damage from. I'm just seeing 0 damage, 0 damage, 0 damage. Well, I saw us take the damage, so where in the world is it? Is it game over if our god dies? No. For our run, probably yes. But in general, if your god dies, you just need to bring them back by having your priests pray to them. There we go. Weapons of Sharpness is really, really good. Why is Weapon of Sharpness so good? Well, it gives all of your weapons armor piercing. Armor piercing ignores half of the enemy protection. These guys have protection 20, which is huge. Suddenly they're protection 10. And protection 10 against something hitting for 26 ain't gonna cut it. Alright, there we go. Once she fluffed herself up, she was a lot better in combat, but that was terrifying. It was extra terrifying because she could have routed, and if she routed, she would probably die. And she also got poisoned by the freaking toad. Fortunately, she out-heals it, but it could cause things like... Well, she's good at resisting afflictions, but if she got diseased or other afflictions, then she would not be able to continue fighting so well. So yeah, without our Dominion, she is in deep doo-doo. Experience 390. What does it take to get level 5? I think it's 500 experience. I'm a little curious about that. Experience. Dominion's 5 wiki. Please tell me more. It's 400 experience to reach level 5. That gives additional magic resistance, hit points, strength, precision, defense, and attack, and leadership. Very good. And RP, whatever that means. Okay, that was closer than it needed to be. I'm glad she made it out there. No problems, but still worrying. Killing filthy brigands over in the Castle of Baal. Okay, good. Oh god, it's not even that, it's enemy Dominion. Why are my priests being so bad? I need Dominion here like nobody's business. Wish I had some half-decent siege defense, but I think mindless units are very, very bad at that. Yeah, mindless units can't defend to save their lives. And Horse Tribe Cavalry is not the solution. No, not currently. Alright, Abaddon, good job surviving all of that. What now? Let's get Selectamo and Selectamo's Co. out of there to go and take Rusty Bucket Bay. Yeah, lose all Dominion or lose all provinces is game over, or have a competitor gain enough Ascension points, which is a lot. The AI is very bad at getting lots of Ascension points, but they could. Right, Abaddon, what are you going to do now? The thing is, we've already maxed out the globals, unless we got rid of one of these other ones, and I do not want to get rid of any of these. What can Abaddon reasonably do with her time? I could send her over to take Isengard. I really want Isengard back. She should have no problem taking that. And then if Shikoku is under attack, she can just jump back and retake Shikoku. Yeah, that gets me Isengard without waiting on my prophet. And to be clear... Oh, we could become another prophet. Did I miss that? Okay, I must have missed that. Did I say Resti was going to be our prophet? I think I did. Alright, there you go. Become my prophet, Resty. Yeah, with your 24 map moving with your Fey Knights, you should be fine like that. Eternal Ice Elephant hit you in the leg for 20, 40, 14 versus 21 plus 11. I saw a 22. I will believe it. There's still some nice resistances I'd like to give Abaddon, but it's difficult to cover every base without some very specific equipment. And I really, really like her being ethereal. Ethereal just covers a lot of benign bases. But yeah, if I wanted her to be real super combatant, I need to do something about fire, shock, and poison. She's already got cold resistance, but she's vulnerable to a lot of other things. Right, well done, Special Agent Hunk. I believe I was talking about wanting this, the meteoric iron thing. But maybe I should have a dwarven hammer first. I'm doing a lot of forging, and earth gems are far less vital to me than the other things. So what I'm going to do is have Agent Hunk take off his boots. I'm going to have Princess Beatrix put on those boots, not the pelt. And I'm going to have you fabricate a dwarven hammer. I hate dwarven hammers. There's so much shuffling around, but they do save you a lot of gems overall, especially when you don't care so much about earth gems, but you care a lot about the other gems. So yes, you make me that dwarven hammer. As I mentioned, Agent Hunk's life is important, so he can wear the lion pelt. The helmet doesn't give hit points. Okay, good to know. You're going to make that thing to boost you. I also need the skull cap. And then I need 60 astral pearls, but I have 50 astral pearls right here by way of fire gems. And I don't have a problem liquidating water gems. They're not particularly useful to me. And, you know, I'm drowning in nature gems with no good idea to use them until... Well, I suppose what I'll do is I'll make a lot of worms that can walk. I also want cornucopias. Because cornucopias are 2 temporary nature gems. Needs nature 3 and costs, wow, 15. Maybe I want a few dwarven hammers, all things considered. Yeah, maybe I'll make 2 or 3 dwarven hammers, but... yes, I want to get the worm that walks. I need to actually have an army. It is disgraceful that I've gone so long without an actual combined forces army with magical aid. But we're getting there. Okay, what else to worry about? I need to keep getting myself more Fey Knights. I have dreams of them working for me. We're starting to produce some Dominion on the border provinces, which is quite good. Chai over in Corpse Rock Passage, please preach together with your brother. Zilius, you patrol the province. Patrol it in such a way that you stay behind the rest of the troops from here or something. G still wants a laboratory in Charente. Starting to wonder if that's a good investment right now. Not compared to constructing a temple, surely. Ruben Watsits, you also go and preach in Charente for me. Gee, you just continue to wait there. Okay, great. I can actually produce 1 more Scorched Templar per turn due to additional temples. If Abaddon wields 4 Dwarven Hammers, can she smith for free? No. Generally speaking, effects from an item do not stack if you have multiple of the same item. If you have 2 Rings of Regeneration, which each regenerate 10%, you will not regenerate 20. But if you have something that gives regeneration 5 and something that gives regeneration 10, you will regenerate 15. So yes, the same effect generally does not stack. There are some things that do, of course. The reason I gave Abaddon 2 main gouges of parrying is that this defense bonus does stack. But that's more because it's a weapon attribute rather than a stat that pops up here on your bar of special things like your sleep aura and your etherealness. But yeah, it does give some pretty hefty defense modifiers. So yeah, you could not just put on loads of smithing hammers and smith for free. But there are various effects that you could get there. There are some people that have inherent smithing bonuses. You could then give them a hammer and then put on Forge of the Ancients, and then you are smithing for a very low price. But then becomes the problem of turn order, right? It takes 1 whole month for 1 unit to smith, and that's a turn that they're not moving, attacking, assisting the army, researching, you name it. And also they can only focus on one thing to do. So there's a lot of turn efficiency that needs to be considered. One of the biggest ball ache is moving units around. It takes so long. Which is why I think a lot of people don't like going cold scales, because it's slower to move through cold generally. It's fine if you fly, it's fine if you have snow move, but for most units, snow just increases move cost. Alright, don't worry about that. Continue moving on as if nothing is wrong. G can continue doing nothing. They're probably immediately going to attack me on my fort again, because the elephant people know no rest. Why is there a fight that just took 68 turns? Hopefully it wasn't an Isengard. Okay, we've got the Fey Knights on the mark. That's Resty, the Unseelie Prince. Treasure Trove Cove once again gets probed, and it's running out of defenses here. And this is my attack in Isengard, so I'm curious what they did here. They didn't really do anything. Which is weird, because they flew in with their flying elephants. Does that mean the flying elephants then left? They probably left to go and join the siege. But anyway, this is just a free meal for Abaddon. And it should be a free meal that puts Abaddon up to level 5. There we go, level 5. Ever stronger. 5 is the maximum level you can get, but that's excellent. That gets her all the experience-related bonuses that she could possibly have. And she's just going to wipe this out. And we will not make this mistake again. So the problem with Isengard was that I neglected its provincial defense. Not happening again. Oh, I wish you could sort this. I'd like to be able to sort by province defense, for example. This is a list of all of my provinces. And generally I want everything to have about 31 province defense. I see some with 21, like Ulm. Ulm really shouldn't be skimping on that. It's a very good province, and the AI loves to go for thrones, and this throne is very important to me for that attack skill. Right, Cerulean City. And this is why I put a spy here. Cerulean City is important to me, because I really want it, but I can't have it. Why can't I have it? Well, where do we begin? They've got manticores that fly, and they sting for death poison. Armor negating 35 poison. My god could take 3 of these hits and barely live. 4 and she's dead. Because it just keeps dealing 10% of its poison damage, and we can not regen forever, and it would probably cause afflictions or disease. On top of that, they got flick bars for even more poison, and there's a lot of them. Yeah, we can parry them, but it just takes one of them to get through. Yeah, I don't like the odds there. It's got this thing. It's just a rock, but magically it's an insanely powerful rock. 2 trillion gems to throw at me. It's also an innate spellcaster, so it casts spells just incredibly easily. You could actually charm this thing. Imagine charming this rock over to your side. It would be amazing. But you'd have to charm it many, many, many times for it to even hit. But the biggest threat, of course, are these Watchers. They cast lightning very, very, very accurately. It does 20 armor, negating damage. Doesn't care what your protection is, just... It's magical, so you just can't dodge this. You must have shock resistance. And you must have a lot of shock resistance. Anyway, let's see what happens when our friends the elephants attack into it. Oh, look, there's the lightning. Oh, there was an elephant there. Seems to have disappeared. I wonder what happened to that elephant. The lightning hit it in the leg for 36 damage. Then in the body for 22, and then there was no elephant. The best thing this fight could do for me is have some of that lightning miss and hit the manticores. Which is not unthinkable. But with accuracy like that, they're going to hit their marks. The undead skeleton horse warriors aren't really much of a problem, right? They got rusty old barding that doesn't protect very much, and their skills are okay, but competent units just destroy them, and as you can see, even a basic priest can banish them to the depths of beyond. But the priest knows when his time is up. He doesn't want anything to do with this. One priest decides to remain. And then the manticores come and teach him what happens when he hangs around for a little bit too long. And now the manticores are going to eat elephants for dinner. Are they going to fly? Yes. Goodbye, elephant. And that is why I put spies on throne provinces. It's really nice to see this. Now, it's a shame that he didn't bring a bigger army, because NECA could have brought the army that he put on my siege, on my fort, thrown against this, and NECA would have died. And I would have been laughing a lot. Is that necessarily true? If he actually brought the army that he threw against me, his flying sacreds would have been able to surgically strike the Watchers. Depending on how well they could break the Watchers, which they could with their blunt force weapons, they might have taken them out before they died to lightning. But that would have been great, because then they would clear up the throne for me, I'd go in and take the throne, and everybody's happy, especially me. Well, NECA wouldn't be happy, and the Independents would be dead. But anyway, the dream is that they go and take Cerulean City so that I can take it off of them. Instead, the nightmare is that they keep attacking me in Shikoku, but their numbers are dwindling. I think I'm doing genuine damage to this nation over time. And they're doing genuine damage to the provincial defense here, but that's not damage that I pay for, so it's not a big deal. The Charance Fortress is completed. Fortress is not good enough for me, so Sundowner, please transform it into a proper castle. Oh, I don't have the money. Okay. I am bewildered that for some reason I don't have money. Shikoku is under siege and damaged by 160 units. Let's see what we're actually doing to these guys. This is NECA. Yeah, starting to think I'm doing actual damage to NECA. And what's Ondmark doing? Very marginally growing. We're nowhere near the peak of our power. Oh god, look. Army wipe 1. Army wipe 2. Army wipe 3. Okay, anyway. We need to keep preaching here. We are struggling greatly on Shikoku actually being a place that Abaddon can succeed in fighting. And Abaddon is going to have to go and succeed in that fighting. Come on, my preachers. Could you, for the love of God, get me some Dominion spread here? Right, Princess Beatrix, what did I just have you do? I believe you were forging me these hammers, dwarven hammers. I'll take another one, please. And when you forge a dwarven hammer, use a dwarven hammer to make it cheaper to forge a dwarven hammer so you can make more dwarven hammers. Dr. Jekyll, it's a real shame that I can only summon Fey Knights every other turn. Because, yeah, this is just not... I want at least 30 of these things. I currently have 9. What a problem. Elsewhere is doing fine on the preaching front. Give you another priest over to Winterhell. Selectamo. Is it now time to shine? Of course it's time to shine. Get over to Rusty Bucket Bay. Pewter City could be a big risk for the trolls to go into. It's not in water, so the regeneration is going to be halved. And their skills are pretty useless. So I have to hope that Pewter City has a pretty crappy... pretty crappy everything. Province defense, mostly. I could probe it. There's also the note that Pewter City is actually connected to land, so it's a troubling province. I'd far rather take Seafoam into Great Bay. Does that mean I hold Rusty Bucket and actually make an army of indie shamblers in order to take on the Tritons? Ugh, I don't want to do that. Maybe I can summon something with Selectamo. I could go in here... I could build a laboratory, and I could start doing summons with you. What kind of water summons could I even do? Geez, I so rarely summon underwater chaff, but I have the gems, so I should do it. What could I do? King's Court version 2.0 is a bit out of the question. Queen of Elemental Water could be thugged up underwater, but it seems like a waste of resources for not accomplishing much. It's just mainly getting through those Tritons. Statues and the Terracotta Army, they are amphibian. I do love enlivening statues. Is that really an option for me? The terracottas will resist the poison as well, so they're probably not that terrible to bring in. Aren't they an earth thing, though. Cast Earth. Mechanical Men. Yeah, what are they again? Dominion Small Inspector, help me out here. I want my statues. I'm also getting anything called statue here. What about the Terracotta Soldiers? They're from Terracotta Army, which is Fire Earth. I don't think I have that cross path. Good usage of fire gems to give me something that resembles an army, though. Really, really terrible stats underwater, though. Oh my, very terrible. You would die in a heartbeat down there. You'd still be chaff, though. But yeah, there is like a living statue. I really like these. That's a living statue. That is Earth 3. Why can't I find that? Enliven Statues Enchantment 6. Ah, here's Enliven Statues. That's a considerably better option, right? They got much better skills, much better protection. They'd be much, much better underwater soldiers. And they require Earth 3. That I could be convinced to do. Princess Beatrix could do that. It's terracotta, not aquacotta, I'm aware. Yeah, it feels like that's something I'm going to need. Is it better than doing Dwarven Hammer right now? I already have a Dwarven Hammer. I do indeed already have a Dwarven Hammer. Alright, I think I'll do a couple rounds of enlivening these soldiers, because I think I'm going to need them in order to kill the Tritons down here. Yeah, I just have something underwater, so not something, but I wish I had my Wraith Lords, you know? Wraith Lords would take care of this. Wraith Lords take care of everything. Surely we can somehow find a way to get into Wraith Lord. So I have access to just about every magical path within reason. Fire I can get from the Throne of Fire, using this old as balls Fire Mage. Air I can summon Umu Akpalu, using Astral Magic. Water I already have, access through my Pretender, allowing me to get the Sea Trolls and such. Earth we have natural access to. Astral we have natural access to. Nature and Glamour we have natural access to, and Blood, as it happens, we do have somewhat natural access to, and then we could Blood Hunt and do usual Blood things. It's not what I'm planning on doing in this run, but it's possible. But Death, I have Death 1 through the Unseelie, and Death is a difficult path to boost. Now, I'm not saying we couldn't. If we really focused, we could go Wraith Lords. But I think that comes at much too high a cost currently. Right, really good to see you, by the way, just to have a prophet back. It's kind of tempting to bring the prophet over to Shikoku just to preach. Can you actually rush over there in one fell swoop? 24, 24, yes, you could actually go to Shikoku. And I think that it's so important to have my Dominion there that I'm going to have Resty ride over after this turn and preach. So you're going to grab the last of the Unseelie Knights and get over there just to preach. Kind of a sad use of you, but needs must. Sundowner, I really want to erect a better fort here, but I cannot currently. Please patrol. Penny Krygor, please continue preaching, although maybe you want to do that in the Corpse Rot Passage. Nobody's dying here, right? I mean, this has level 2 death. Why is there so much death here? I can only assume that Winstein took death scales. Why would they have taken death scales? Madness. Anything else to concern myself with? I'm not using that hammer currently. But I also need the boots to get that booster. Ah, no, what I could do is have you use the hammer right now. Princess Beatrix ditch the hammer. And then Special Agent Hunk take the hammer and forge me the Starshine Skull Cap, please. There we go. We saved a couple of gems doing that, and those gems certainly add up. Will Reste defend if the provinces attacks? While he moves there, will he even arrive first? So are you talking about Reste charging over to Shikoku? Currently what would happen is Reste would join the attack that Abaddon is doing. Abaddon is currently moving in. Abaddon, our goddess, is moving over to Shikoku to try and relieve it from its siege of 160 elephants. And she should succeed, but, you know, random things can happen. I don't want Reste joining in that, because that's a fight that Abaddon is going to do better if she is not harassed in any way. Reste would probably just go in and get himself killed. So Reste does not charge in there. Abaddon will go and relieve the siege, and then Reste will come in when there's no attacking forces, and then you'll get in there safe and sound. And then once you're inside, I will have you preach, which seems like a big waste of your time. There are other things you could do, but I need the preaching done really badly. Really badly. Commander in Isengard, Jake? Ah, good point. I need to move a warlord over there. I don't trust province defense. Okay, we enliven some statues. Thaumaturgy 8 is mine. So now I can bring in the worm that walks. Yet another fight in Shikoku. Again, we get the Breath of Winter. Oh, look at that. What is this? It's snow. What does snow do? It makes the chill effect more powerful. Nice poisoning. That wasn't no damage. Tusk for 0 damage, Cudgel 0 damage. Yeah, there we go. Whenever those Cudgels hit, they can hit really hard. Let's see. So you pass the awe effect. The awe rolled 26. Morale rolled 103? Excuse me? Oh, I see. They're berserking, so their morale roll is 99 base value. Okay, that's only a concern for their sacreds, but their sacreds are the most concerning unit right there. So yes, the repel didn't work. And then the attack roll versus defense roll, you just squeaked by with +1, and the damage roll was 39 plus 6. Protection roll 22 plus 9. So I took 14. Bloodbond distributed 3 points of damage, probably to myself. Wait, what? I didn't distribute it to anybody. It's 14 damage reduced to 7 due to Fortitude. And the Bloodbond, if there were other sacreds, it would have gone to them. Anyway, a good sign that you are indeed blessed here. Bless my god's mess. Oh, I don't like that. So, the annoying thing is those completely armor-nullifying sacred spells can sometimes cause you some real problems. Especially if they're kind of spells that paralyze you, and that can happen. Oh god, what? The unit shield is almost completely broken. So that can also happen. Magical shields can break. And you just lose them. And the problem is they're using these really big, heavy attacks that can just smash it. So I need to check and see if that shield is still there at the end of this combat. The shield will be repaired when the unit is located in a province with no spare resources and da-da-da-da-da. I wonder about that. I've had those completely disappear on me before. Magical shields just completely broken. Typically vine shields, because they're not very defensive, but I'm surprised they did so much damage to that shield that it actually broke it. There's one motivated elephant, yeah. When they go berserk, they get very motivated. Alright, there we go. Starting to worry about you, Goddess Abaddon. Fortunately, you didn't take any afflictions again. Oh god, your armor broke as well. Wait, what armor? Are you telling me that the... Oh! You actually completely shattered a robe. I didn't think that could happen. Yeah, and your skull necklace is... Yeah, so you had this ethereal robe and it got shattered. Huh. Gonna have to make another one. Because I do think the ethereal is important against all these benign attacks. But it does mean that these fights are getting more and more dangerous, even though I'm whittling down his army. They're just bringing stronger attacks to compensate. I was worried about being attacked in Charance, but again, it's just Winstein. Winstein does not have the resources to launch an offense against me, but I don't have the resources to launch an offense against him yet. I soon will, though. A few more Fey Knights, a few more of my my parasitic dudes, and the worm that walks casting some good stuff, and we're there. Shikigami just tickles me, and that's fine. And Rusty Bucket Bay, they want... Oh, no, that's us in Rusty Bucket Bay. So I think Shamblers versus Trolls. Trolls win, no question about it, right? Yeah, I mean, the Shamblers, they hit with their claws, and they're not that bad, but their skills are just pathetic, so... Oh, hello, pathetic? They just tore my trolls to pieces. Okay, there we go. Whew. Trolls are very expensive, so losing them isn't that bad. But I'd rather they die after they take more land. Anyway, I've got a toehold in the water now. Oh, shit, I just spent all that on Province Defense, and Isengard immediately has some of them die on me. Okay, Chris Redfield, go over there. Your job, as usual, is to stay behind the troops. Paperboy, take more command of my beloved sacreds. Alright, an actual army. Good. Rusty Bucket Bay is now mine. Now, what do I do here? I don't know. These regular units here are complete garbage. Oh, Pewter City got taken by NECA. That shouldn't be a surprise, and yet it is. That tells me that NECA reaches all the way top down. I'm so glad they can't get into the water, but... Rusty Bucket Bay is still some not unreasonable income. Like I said, I could build a laboratory down there and start summoning some sea-related things, but I think what really happens is Selectimo goes and grabs a terracotta army, or the enlivened soldiers, and sends them into Seafoam Island to take both these provinces. And then we wrap around the Great Bay Temple and take more of this. Currently, these Triton troopers are actually such a problem that I can't really deal with them. I could thug out Selectimo, but seems risky. I don't want this guy to die on me. Also, interestingly, I could send my sacreds underwater. Aren't my sacreds poison resistant? Yes. If Paperboy had an amulet of breathing underwater, which Selectimo can make, then Selectimo... sorry, Paperboy, not Selectimo. I'm trying to think of a way to bless those units. Resty could go underwater with Selectimo and some of my sacreds to take Seafoam Island. Might be a bit cheaper than enlivening all these statues. Now, I admittedly did already enliven a bunch of them, but we could not dig ourselves into a deeper hole in that regard. Alright, so we got the Astral 4, but I need even more Astral than that. If you take that off for now and just get researching, and then you put on those boots, and of course keep the hammer, you can now fabricate the Coin of Meteoric Stuff. Great. Alright, now I have the astral access to call Umuakpalu, who himself can use water access to summon an even better air unit, although the air unit has Reaper, which is quite bad. The looping map confuses me. How? Does looking at a globe confuse you? I swear, there are just people in this world that don't think. Right. When it comes to water access, I do have Akvirn. And I just need something that lets us breathe underwater. Not the flask of holy water. The ring of water breathing. Affects mounts as well, so if I just make this ring of water breathing, then Reste could go underwater. And then Reste can bless my troops. Alright, so here's my consideration. Selectimo goes to the Castle of Baal. Paperboy moves the units over to the Castle of Baal. Find myself constantly wanting more leaders. Reste goes over to the Castle of Baal, and then I realize that I don't have a laboratory there to give those units these nice items. Can we get to Seafoam Islands from here? Probably not. I could build a laboratory in the Castle of Baal, but it seems like a waste of everybody's time. You can't get there in time. But I do think it's not unreasonable to send my Sacreds underwater, because the Sacreds would destroy the Tritons. I apologize for the backseating, but since your priests have Astral, they can cast Communion Master and have 2 or 4 Astral Mages. They can Salve and get you a 3 Holy, Jake. Yeah, I am not very comfortable with using Communions, which is why I seldom do it. I feel like Communion is more of a PvP kind of thing. Right, Abaddon, at least you're safe here for half a minute. Don't know what to do with you, though. Can't think of many things worth forging and such. Oh, hold on. There is the Sea King's Goblet, which would allow me to bring even more of my Sacreds underwater. That's probably worth having, actually, because that would allow Reste alone to bring the units underwater. Yeah, and then I wouldn't need this loser. Yeah, what you can do is you can site search underwater. Paperboy, no need for you to move out. And Reste can lead a sufficient number of these things into the underwater, and then we take Seafoam, and then we can kind of go from there. I could even send them up to Pewter City, but... Pewter City isn't too bad for me to take off of the elephants. The problem is when it freezes over, they can go and attack Pewter City. But... what if Abaddon could get there? Oh, wait, what is this? What has happened to Abaddon? I think you found some items there in the fight. I gotta remember I need to get Abaddon those items back. So in the Battle of Shikoku, Abaddon killed somebody to take their black bow and black steel full plate, which is kind of cool. The black steel full plate gives hit points, so I could give that to some rando that I want to keep alive. I don't want the bow. The shield got repaired. The skull necklace is still broken. You're no longer ethereal, so I need to make an ethereal robe for you again. Who made the ethereal robes? It's Astral 2 and it costs 10, which is frustrating. In that case, I'm going to forge it with you, so it's a little bit cheaper for now. Damn, I want more hammers. Maybe I should just forge another hammer and then... Oh wait, no I can't because I don't have... Jesus, this is getting pricey. Right, take that off. Give it to Princess Beatrix. Princess Beatrix, forge another hammer. You're forging the robe. With your hammer. Paperboy, you just wait around for now. The pigs. Priests are attacking. Yeah, get over to Winter Hell, which still doesn't have a temple. We'll fix that right now. G continues to be very unhappy that I still have no laboratory down there, but too bad. Someday I'll build you a lab, okay? And that's why you're there, actually, with the hope that someday you do indeed build that lab. Just hide and wait for now. I'm tired of being alerted to you. Alright, so Sea King Goblet. Reste moves over to Ondmark. Maybe Reste leaves behind the Fey Knights for now. I feel like they're a liability to have on you. Just keep them as bodyguards for now. Wow, living statues actually have map move 20. I could still have them join in the underwater fighting. I think it's quite good to bring those over to the capital right now. I feel like I'd be more flexible in moving... Oh, wait, why did that slow me down so much? Ah, jeez. Okay, I take it all back. They are too slow. But the rest of us can get over to Ondmark. Alright, get to Ondmark, get the Gift of Water Breathing, grab the Sacreds, and destroy Seafoam Islands, and then we take the waters. That's much faster than whatever else I had planned. You get Searching Selectimo. Abaddon has taken off your stuff, but I'll have a replacement for you. I'm glad the Shield of Gleaming Gold got fixed, but I am deeply concerned that the armor could be broken like that. I don't know if I fully get the game. Where are the biggest threats? So my biggest threats are the elephant people. I'm barely keeping them held back with my goddess, but my goddess is my single most powerful unit. If she falls, I lose a lot. I no longer have my bless active. I lose her Dominion spread, I lose her combat ability, and then the elephants just roll in and take Shikoku et al. But the other threats are that I cannot offensively attack into Windstein because they have a huge amount of Arbalisters that shoot my units dead. And another threat is Zashai right here. They are the, I believe, largest, strongest race. Oh, and it's not even close. That's them. Here's the elephant people. Here's me. If we want to compare income... Here's elephant people, here's Zashai, here's me. But yeah, Zashai can also pop out from the underground. Zashai have very good control of the underground, which is even more money for them. So they could just pop out and start murdering me, so I hope that they don't. But we have a plan. And the plan is to get my mage core operational using thaumaturgic worms that walk. Come to think of it, why am I not doing that right now? And do I really need construction level 9? No, I think it's better to go for Nature's Bounty because it's just so incredibly powerful economically. Yeah, so about those worms that walk. You can do it. Cast Nature Worm that walks. And I'm going to want more worms that walk, and I'm going to want cornucopias as well. Can't afford to wait on hammers though, just... make it. And also, please make me more Fey Knights. So the worm that walks is going to pop out with a cornucopia and probably another Tree Lord staff, although, god, those things are expensive, but one should be fine. I'll just keep them as alive as possible. All they really need to cast is mass regen. And if my Sacreds have mass regen, that should cover most things, although I still want air shield and or storm coverage. But yeah, I am working towards making my army an actual army. And once the actual army is operational, first order of business is to hopefully continue to defend with Abaddon against the elephants, but the main army destroys Windstein. And if I can absorb Windstein's power into my own, I should be on par with the elephants economically. Of course, the problem is if I get wrapped into a multi-front war, then things get really awkward, but cross that bridge, you know. The biggest threat is some of the god noticing his weakness. I've got a lot of weakness. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, no, it's no big deal. I thought my god got destroyed in Shikoku, but that's fine. We were not actively defending Shikoku. The worm that walks is here. The Fey Knights are here. We search and find nothing in Rusty Bucket. Rusty Bucket Bay? Is that really the problem? Okay. Charance. Windstein, once again, just... I don't know why they're even sending anything there. Shikoku, so another 150 elephants are at my walls. But now we're actually maintaining our... we're maintaining our dominion there, so our god should be able to fight fine. Treasure Trove Cove does what it does, which is hold, although continue to suffer attrition. Pizza Tower, wow, they actually gave me a good event. And Shikoku is being destroyed, although less destroyed than before. Abaddon, take your Robe of Shadows back so you can continue to be ethereal, and please continue to break that siege. Oh god, the Dominion left again. Damn it. How are we not able to outpreach this? They must have really, really strong Dominion. Oh well, hold, folks. We gotta hold. Now, I believe you fabricated yourself another hammer. And Special Agent Hunk, you're gonna need those booties, so... maybe you don't even need those right now. Special Agent Hunk puts on his Special Agent Boots. Contemplating giving Special Agent Hunk the very powerful Black Steel full plate, because that just gives him a lot of protection and hit points just in case he gets hit by a nasty event. Alright, very good. And then I wish for you to forge the Meteoric Iron thing. Alright, great. Now we have all the boosters that we need to summon Umu Akbalu. And that will get us our access into air. It's a really good unit. Well, looks kind of good for access. Where is he? Goodbye, living statue. Here's Umu Apkalu. Air, water, earth, astral, nature. Holy, sacred, flying. Resist shock 20. Yeah, it's the full works. He does seem a little bit fragile, though. I need to give him some armor and some other stuff. Just so he lives long enough in a fight to cast what I need him to cast. Although, I'm really considering that this guy is just going to be my way to summon Telchine. But for now, Umu Apkalu is what I need. Arrowfend is Air 4. With a boost he can get there. But I might just make a booster. Or even empower him rather than go for Telchine. Unsure about that one. I really want the Storm, though. Storm needs Storm Staff, though. There's just a lot of things I need air gems for. A ton of them, in fact. Yeah. Yeah, notably I don't have a lot of air gems. Says various nations 4. Yeah, but I checked. We're one of those nations. Cast, Astral, Call Apkalu. So we can do it. As long as it's not underwater. Right, Resty, you made it over here. Please grab your underwater breathing thing. And then that's Gift of Water Breathing for how many units? 300, but that's divided by size. So I can take up to 100 of my Scorched Templars. I say my, Paperboy is the one that has them under control. Do you just take all of them? You could take that and go underwater, right, Resty? Bloop. Why are you so slow? You're too slow to get to sea foams in one fell swoop. That's okay though. Go to Castle of Baln and go to sea foam and then just eradicate. You need to spell, but you specifically need to cast Divine Blessing. I'm sure there's a lot of other cool things you could do, but hell if I know what's best for you. You have magical armor, so you're not going to rust down there, which is really, really cool. Even the Face Steed Barding is made of magic, so that's good. Magical things can be rusted if they're kept underwater for long. Thornstaff is also not made of iron, so we're pretty good to be underwater for as long as need be. Very curious how these Scorched Templars are going to perform underwater, but I think my best use of the army right now is to expand my underwater holdings. With any luck, I can take all of this water stuff, and it'll be a huge economical boon for me. What's the siege power of this, by the way, Rusty? 312. You think if I assaulted Pewter City, he wouldn't be able to handle it? There is the minute issue that Resty himself is not well defended here. Maybe I should have given him a full 5 bodyguard. But, come on. Skills like this, is he really going to run into trouble? Really? Never happens. Alright, get in there. King Piccolo is here. That's fine. Can't really afford the money to keep recruiting anyone and everyone. I think everywhere is reasonably defended for now. Well, a little bit on Isengard, but I'll have to do. Right, Sundowner, I do really want that castle. I wasn't messing around. Lookstown and King Piccolo just wait for future orders. Princess Beatrix. What do I do with Princess Beatrix right now? I am unsure. Didn't I summon the worm that walks? Oh, there's the worm that walks. Okay, okay. I do need some kind of armor for this thing. It has no protection. It only has protection against mundane attacks. I suppose that's not only. That is pretty good. It would be really cool if Caligula the Worm Mage were sacred, and I could do that. I could take Shantae and forge the Shroud of the Battle Saint. It can never be removed, but it will force bless my worm of the Watsits, whilst giving a small amount of protection. What are they? Protection 9? Yeah, protection 9. Is my bless so good that I want the worm that walks to be blessed? Worm that walks would have morale, taxial, blood surge, blood bond, fortitude. Most of that's a bit wasted on them. It might be better just to make sure that they have loads of defense so they don't just pop in combat for no good reason. They come with reinvigoration, so a bit of encumbrance is no big deal. They also have no natural encumbrance. I'm surprised they even have a body that can wear protective items. Unsurroundable, swarm body, disease explosion on death. Amusing. They're also immortal, so if they die, they return. Ooh, you came out with some earth. That means you could actually cast Iron Skin on yourself so that you get natural protection as opposed to magical protection. Probably not worth it though, right? The one thing I want this worm to do is to cast Mass Regeneration. And for that, it needs a cornucopia, and it needs the Tree Lord Staff. It's a two-handed thing, so that's everything right there. So then we need to deal with the protection. Could give you this helmet. Could also give you this this lion pelt, but you're already invulnerable, so I'd rather just give you a better piece of torso armor. What was that thing I gave Agent Hunk? Maybe I give the black steel full plate to you. The movement penalty is a bit shocking, though. I need you to keep up with the rest of the troop. Caligula, map move 16. Yeah, that needs to be better. I would also quite like you to have a shield so that you don't get popped by stray missile fire. Nothing wrong with a vine shield. Except, I suppose, the cost. There is a lucky coin. Luck is funny. Luck is very funny. Because, yeah, the important thing is you don't die. I'm not really afraid of you getting afflictions and whatnot. Not with Gift of Health and you being naturally regenerating and recuperating. Yeah, so a lucky coin for you. Probably that armor, although I'm scared to take it off of Hunk. I don't want Hunk dying. He's got a lot going for him, and I need him for the big summons yet. Well, how about that? Now you have colossal protection versus mundane attacks. You don't even know what encumbrance is. You have 2 free nature gems, and you have nature magic 5. The only thing you really need is some map move to go with you. And I can get you the 1,000-mile boots for that. Kitty, that's on you. Please forge me a pair of Gorillion Mile boots. Yeah, map move 18. We could give you map move 9. That comes with reinvigoration. If your map move is down to 22, what's my problem here? 20. Yeah, as long as you're 20, you're fine. I need you to keep up with the main army. That seems pretty good. So Caligula also needs some nature gems to go with them. And I need to order them in combat to absolutely never use those nature gems unless I specifically tell you to cast. Please tell me I actually have it. I don't have it, do I? Whoops. There it is, army regeneration. Although it costs 3 gems, it's only going to cost me 1 because I give you the cornucopia. Okay, but we will have it, right? 957, enchantment 8. We'll have it in 2 turns. So yeah, Caligula will be ordered to cast that specific spell. And that will regenerate my army. And that'll be a huge step forward to stop dying all the time. Okay, is there anything else I need to consider for Caligula? They can keep up with the army, they have protection, they're immortal, they have the boosters, they've got the gems. That's a huge part in keeping my army alive. Okay, then that is one of the prongs of my new approach taken care of. And I won't stop at one of these things. Nature gems we get a lot of. We will have more worms that walk. They'll be backup, they'll cast other spells. And they need to be kept alive. Okay, great. Glad that's going somewhere. For what it's worth, you could also cast something. You certainly have the nature reach for it. Kitty had nature 6, but Caligula is better for a lot of reasons. Don't know what I would do, though. You yourself can call more worms that walk. You know what? Make me another one. To hell with it. I want the backup. Deerso and the Pig. Please preach in Winter Hell. Selectimo. There's not much for you to do there. I still want you to sight search around, so I'm afraid you're going to be waiting for just a little bit for now. In fact, rather than wait, just defend there so I know you're at the ready. Okay, so we're breaking the siege with Abaddon. Surely Abaddon won't lose. Income's looking grim. I'm well aware the income looks grim. But taking the waters should aid that enormously. I don't think I can build underwater forts. Here's a question. Do I have a way to make an underwater fort? Is there a water spell that builds an underwater fort for me? Because currently I'm not aware of a way to do so. I know that, was it 10 red seconds or whatever the blood spell is that can make a citadel underwater. But unless you're specifically a water nation, you can't generally build them. There is, says Alex Birda. Well, I'd love to know what it is. I forgot the name, he says. 10 out of 10. Okay, well, if you ever remember the spell to build me an underwater fort, I'd love to know it, because the fort can give administration bonus underwater. Which means Seafoam Islands and Celadon City would be excellent places for forts to cover this. I had tax from a mermaid, and I'll never be the same again. Alright, keep it moving. As long as Resty has everything he needs, which is Gift of Water Breathing, of course. Alright, keep at it. Oh boy. I'm really worried about these elephants if they ever break through my goddess. And I'm in deep doo-doo. Alright, the worm that walks is here. Sharor is the prophet for Keppa. Treasure Trove Cove continues to get probed and continues to take attrition whilst it does defeat those that attack it. Sharantz, Winstein. That's a bit more than a light probe, but they still all die. And yeah, we're killing more than we're killing, right? Shikoku, Abaddon. Unfortunately, Abaddon can't get any stronger from these, right? Abaddon has no more experience to gain. Abaddon is not blessed for this combat as well. Very scary. Very, very, very scary. So Abaddon needs to be able to actually defend. However, it seems like my foe is running a little low on those flying sacreds that they love so much. We had like several layers of them when we fought earlier. They're still doing damage though. Please don't break my legs. I need those. Whew. At first I thought, do I really need the Ring of Regeneration? I could replace it with the Amulet of No Encumbrance issues. And the answer is I really need that Ring of Regeneration because Abaddon is dead a few times over without it. Egads, right. Abaddon cannot sustain this forever. Abaddon needs to be replaced with an actual freaking army. It might look like Abaddon's got this in the bag every time, but Abaddon went all the way down to about 40 health there and took a wound. 20% hit point reduction is not good for someone that needs their hit points to survive. Abaddon keeps dancing around, and down they go. Problematic. Ooh, wait, hold on. Abaddon actually had that healed. How? Do I have a healer here? Oh, ho, 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 ho. My hero Akvirn. Akvirn went up to my god and just healed the never-healing wound just like that. Alright, Abaddon continues to drink blood for another day. Still significantly worried about the Dominion situation here, though. It's Living Castle and it's Conjuration 7. Thank you. Conjuration 7, Living Castle. Living Fire, Living Clouds, Living Water, Living Earth, Living Castle. It's a Nature Water cross path. Can only be cast underwater, so I need a Nature Water Mage underwater. It's not happening. Wonder what kind of fort it makes. I wonder if the Dom Inspector can tell me about that. I need to know about the spell Living Castle. Remote fort construction 9 question mark. Okay, great. Good to know. Yeah, keep note of that. If I ever manage to get a water nature mage underwater. Water gems are not that valuable to me. It's not unthinkable to, say, empower the worm that walks and have them do it underwater. Or if I don't want to sacrifice the worm that walks, well, sacrifice. If I don't want to use them, I could take UI up as real, but I'd rather empower a nature mage. And you could take the Thistle Mace, go underwater and do that if I empowered you. Empowerment, of course, is 50 water gems, but might be worth it to get some underwater forts. Unsure about that one. Very unsure about that. Don't know what else I'd use my water gems for, though. Right, so Worm That Walks. Caligula. Here's your... Oh, hang on, I didn't think about that. I can't give you a shield because this is a two-handed item, and I do need you to have that. Unless I also made a Moonvine Bracelet. Then I could demote you from Tree Lord Staff to Tree Lord Branch thing, the Thistle Mace. Then you can have the shield. Not unthinkable. Yeah, not unthinkable at all. The problem is that Moonvine Bracelet requires Nature Astral Crosspath, and it's quite a lot. Hang on, I have that now, right? There it is. Needs Astral 1 and Nature 3. Well, what do we have here? Astral 1, Nature 3. Shantae could make it. What does it take to make? 5 Astral, 15 Nature for +1 Nature Magic. You better believe I'm doing that. Okay, great. Special Agent Hunk. Pass the Dwarven Hammer over to Shantae. Worm That Walks. Caligula. Give Shantae the... Oh, crap. you can't hold all of it. Alright. No boost with a hammer for you. For now, at least. But do make me the Moonvine Bracelet. For the Water Nature X-Path, you could summon a Naiad. A Naiad. Yes. Contact Naiad. But that already needs a Water Nature. And the issue is I don't have Water Nature. I suppose what I could do is empower a water thing in nature, and I do have more nature gems. But maybe I should just drop the idea for now. But only for now. Okay, we get the Moonvine Bracelet, we pass it over to the Worm That Walks. Then he can have the Moonvine Bracelet, the Cornucopia, the other things, and then he can walk in with a shield and the Tree Lord Staff, and then he does really nice battlefield stuff. Meanwhile, Reste... I hope this doesn't backfire. Like, there are a few ways this could backfire. But I want you to... I'll have you on attack closest in case they somehow flank around and take me out. We're going to clear this. We're going to clear all the water using Oreste. The concern, of course, is that that's my main army away again. And that's also my Divine Blessing away again. But surely they can take the Seafoam Islands and such. And then select a mobile follow-up site searching. The worm needs his boots. I forgot about the worm's boots. There's your boots of the messenger. Now you've got map move 22. Still don't think the black steel full plate is the right thing to give you, but it's pretty damn good protection. No stray arrow is going to kill this thing. Although if it's a spare crossbow, it's going to drop like 60% of that, so really you're only blocking 10. But you have good hit points, you're immortal, you're regenerating, and I'm going to give you a shield. Well, you have a shield. So I think you're pretty well ready for things. Also with luck... There are certain things that luck doesn't affect, but I think it's inanimates, so you should still be affected by luck. Now, I don't know if luck triggers every time that they could die. I hope it does, because when they die, they explode into a bunch of bugs, and then they reform their body, and they continue the fight with their items. Which would be very cool, but we'll see if it actually goes that way. The extra reinvigoration is probably good for you as well. Alright, great. Do we have the research yet? No, but next turn we're going to have enchantment. I wonder what gets rid of with Gifted Nature's Bounty, because I'd really, really like it to solve my treasury problems. Alright, continue researching, continue casting me the Fey Knights, because I still... Oh, I can't. Okay, well, never mind then. Caligula, continue researching. Kanji research as well, there's nothing better that I can think you can do right now. Special Agent Hunk. Do I liquidate down for Umu Akbalu now? If I have Umu Akbalu, I could give them some basic defensive gear and order them to site search for air, and I am desperate for air. They also search water above ground, which I haven't done much of. This is ludicrously expensive, but I think I do it, because the sooner I am no longer relying on Special Agent Hunk for my astral access, the happier I'll be, because he's just too easy to die. So, this is the painful part. We alchemize. Fire gems we're never reasonably going to use, so... I need 60 astral pearls for this thing, I think. Call Ap Kalu is a 60 astral pearl thing, yeah. Ah, well, we were never going to fire anyway, right? If we were ever considering fire, fire is now out of the question. Alright, now I need you to cast Astral Apkalu. And then, you know, Agent Hunk, you're pretty much done. Thank you for everything, but you are done. That means you don't need that Earth access anymore. Could you take those boots off, please? And then give Princess Beatrix the hammer and the boots. And then you could make me another hammer, please. Very good. Who has the other hammer? The other hammer is here, and you can't have it. Just trying to think if there's anything else I'm wanting to forge. When I have Apkalu, I want him to get some armor. Well, actually, he has no equipment whatsoever. He actually needs kitted out. Doesn't need to, but if he gets caught in a fight, I want him to... I could order him to retreat. He's a flyer, so he should have no problem retreating to a proper place. I guess so, but I really don't like him only having protection 1. What can I give Apkalu? The Armor of Knights is a pretty basic thing to do, although they nerfed it quite heavily. It gives good armor, but now it has quite a lot of downsides. I could give him the Lion Pelt. I don't know why I keep coming back to this thing. Part of the problem with Apkalu is that he doesn't really have any protection at all. Can give himself protection, though. Could even give him the helmet of iron skin, because he already has shock resistance. I don't find that a ridiculous thing to do. How about this then? Forge me one of these for Apkalu. But then the invulnerability and the natural protection of Iron Skin kind of clash a bit. Natural protection is strictly better than invulnerability. But if he gets hit by a magical attack, then I don't want to just shrivel up and die. What else could I do for him, though, reasonably? The green dragon scale mail doesn't really cover many more bases. What about a copper plate? Now you need air for copper plate. Stone skin's susceptibility to cold, but it also has a lot of penalties coming with it. Hydra skin, regenerating, extra hit points that Umu Apkalu could really do with. Not sure if he needs that poison resistance, but the regeneration and the hit points are quite tempting. You have to imagine that if I give him the Hydra skin and I give him the helmet, he should be fine. All right, that's what I'll believe then. So please make me the Hydra skin thing, and please make me the helmet, and that will keep him good. And then when Umu Apkalu is here, we give him that so he's protected. He doesn't really have a weapon, which is a problem as well. But I think I can give him some crappy weapon we have in the vault, right? Where are all my items at? Okay, well, I've got a lightning rod, which actually gives him enormous shock resistance. So he could hold on to that, and then he would not have a problem taking on the Watchers of Cerulean City. He's got a problem with everything else in Cerulean City, but oh, hang on. If I gave him that, then won't he be poison immune from the other thing? Okay, this might work, actually. So Iron Face and Hydra Skin and that. Okay, good. We get him out. He can go around and do site searching and all as well. Great. Abaddon, you continue to barely keep Shikoku alive. I wish I had something better than researching for you to do. I do really wish I could give you something better to do. What's Anzus? I think Anzu is a type of unit, and I don't think it's very good. I would have looked at them before. Investigate further. Tell me about the Anzu. This is an Anzu, of which I can call down 2 of. They're very good at sieging, very good at patrolling. I mean, the sieging alone sounds very nice. They resist fire, they resist shock. They have massive amounts of hit points. Hey, these look pretty freaking good. They have water breath, flaming breath, bites, talons. And did I mention the massive hit points? Their skills are a little lackluster. They used to be sacred, but they're not anymore. That's a bit of a shame. These would be really cool as sacreds. Funny that they have water and fire breath. I am a little tempted by these things. I'm mostly looking at the siege bonus that they have. A few of these could really help tear down some walls. And the fact that they're flying, maybe they could jump into the back row and ruin somebody's day. I just worry that they could die quite easily. The defense skill is pretty low for a flyer. The protection isn't just quite high enough. But I could have them, I could summon like a reasonable number of these things and have them fly to back row and destroy enemy commanders quite well. But again, they would get shot to shreds. Just trying to think of the use case for these. Yeah, a lot of arrows would take them down, and the biggest thing we're fighting right now is a lot of arrows. So those hit points, though, with Gift of Health, we can bring that up to about 150 or so without too much bother. Very tempting, but sadly I don't think you're what we're looking for. Really good shock troop, though. If these guys were sacred, that'd be amazing, because the Blood Bond with the fortitude would make them live long enough to laugh off attacks because of regeneration. I'm still tempted, though. Is there anything better that we could do? If not, I don't mind calling Anzus. They're relatively cheap. And there's the Dogs of Gold and Silver. I think I tried them before and they didn't work out so well. You know what? Give me some Anzus. Poor use of my god, I'm sure, but I want it done anyway. Right, we're finally going on the offense with our actual army. Our Divine Blessed Scorched Templars are going underwater. Their skills will take a massive hit underwater, but they are very high skills already, and if they ever score a kill, they Blood Surge. Is there growth underwater? There is, so they're even stronger. Glorious. Alright, let's hope that those... Oh, I thought they were under siege. Alright, let's hope that Shikoku can hold out for a few turns for once. They won't, but we can hope. How many priests do I have to throw in Shikoku so it stays... Maybe I do. Maybe I really do need to focus a bit more on keeping Shikoku sacred. I also should take note that Isengard has no temple, and neither does Ulm. These are both mistakes. Almethea is holding its divinity quite well enough, but where can I spare some priests from? Well, I can't really, but I can make 2 in Baal. No, I can make 1 in Baal right now. Wait, am I reading that right? There's no temple in Almethea? How is that even possible? Well, that changes right now. And I'm going to send Frankie Vesna to Isengard. You're going to go down from Ulm, and we're going to build up temples here. We need temples. Alright, keep on keeping on. The Watcher solution? We're working on that. Okay, unsurprisingly, they're attacking us in Shikoku. We summoned Ap Kalu at long last. We brought in some Anzus. We got enchantment ready for the Worm that Walks. Now, can we take on the Seafoam Islands? I'm curious how these guys perform. So yeah, because we're underwater... Wow, it's only a penalty of -2 and -1? I thought that the underwater penalty was much worse. Oh well. So these are the Triton Guards that I was so afraid of I wasn't willing to send my trolls over to die. In retrospect, I probably should have sent some of the trolls to die because they're too expensive for what they do. Trolls are costly. Alright, now how do we do against these guys? We laugh at them. We laugh a lot at them. Okay, finally my army can do something. The army blood surges. The army doesn't really take damage because their attack skill just cannot hit us. Who has tried to hit us? They failed to resist the sleep effect. Okay, well, it sucks to be you. Please, Tritons, try to hurt me. Oh, you didn't. Okay, too bad for you. Flawless victory. Treasure Trove Cove once again takes a bit of attrition and destroys Winstein. We're being attacked in Shikigami. Tickled? Yeah, tickled. Brrr. And Shikoku, the real attack. The elephants that just keep coming. But yeah, their numbers really are dwindling, aren't they? The population of Water's Edge has become passive and quiet. Peasants don't care about harvesting. They seldom work. Templars are left untended. Lenaru the priest deserted. In Water's Edge. My Dominion seems to have died in Water's Edge for some reason. That's unpleasant, but not something we can't handle. Anyway, Seafoam Islands is mine. Great. Rusty Bucket Bay, also looking fine. Reste, continue the march to Great Bay Temple, please. Selectimo's going to follow up in Site Search. Akpalu, here you are. North Rex, the Umu Akpalu. Air, water, earth, astral, nature. Sacred. I don't have to pay him. Oh, why is he old? I did not agree to that. Why is he old? I wonder if he can cure his own disease. Gift of Health will keep him alive, but I'm still unhappy that he's old. Oh, he's an inspiring researcher. Just having him in Ondmark makes all my other researchers research better. Of course, Ondmark is not the main home of my research, but that's interesting. Celestial sages blessed by wise waters. You shouldn't be able to mass up inspiring researchers, but that's cool. But yeah, look at that. That's the ability to do an underwater castle if I gave him the ring of water breathing, which I could. Yeah, corpse crafter. Receive a bonus when creating corpse constructs. So what do I use this guy for right now? I really want to site search for air. I wouldn't mind building a water thing here, a water fort and sea foam. He could also contact Naiad to do that for me. They slowly die when they leave their home. Yes, yes, I'm well aware. But I really want to site search with this guy. Also, I wanted him to summon Telchine. Water 5 is needed. He's on water 3. Water's quite easy to boost. I can give him water robes and water ring. Do I believe that? There's the water robe. And there's the water ring. So yeah, I can boost him up to 5 to do that. Actually, is that a problem? I could just do it more or less straight away. Well, not straight away, obviously. There's a lot of water gems needed. But we don't make no water gems. No, if I'm going to be crafting water crap, Selectimo should be doing it. He also has some spare water gems. So Northrex's job is probably currently site searching, sad as that is. But there are plenty of things not searched for here. Air is the big one. I need air. I need air to boost, I need air for my air combat things. But once I get this guy, Telchine, he should be able to solve a lot of my battlefield problems. He's got great resist shock, he's fearful. I don't know what this path boost air water is. Don't know what that means. And I don't know if that's folded into this already. The main problem is he's Reaper 5%, so he can spread disease. Spreading disease is bad. But that's a fine cost to spend if it means he can bring in Air 4. Because Air 4, boost to Air 5, boost again to Air 6, and then he casts Air Shield on my units, and then I'm very, very happy. I just keep him in some backwater province, I suppose. He needs thugged up a bit so he lasts a bit in combat. So again, I give him something like a lucky shield. Some kind of added protection. Oh, he's got a 100% chance to boost something. He could boost death, and then you know what that means. Apparently he changes shape. To another guy that's a master smith, but also a reaper, which is a shame. He casts this thing every combat. I hope he doesn't actually cast foul vapors every combat, but it's actually not bad if he does, because you know who resists poison? Yeah, my guys do. If I make sure that my my commander resists that as well, then all is well. Alright, so summoning this guy is a pretty big priority, and then my army should be able to stomp big time. Yeah, but that means I shouldn't waste my water gems. Really shouldn't waste my water gems. Okay, very good. And that doesn't change the fact that Northrex is going to be site searching, so go and site search for me. Abaddon, we're currently under siege here. Are you willing to lift that siege? I mean, still a big problem. I could send Reste over to try and deal with them, but if Abaddon can handle this, I want Abaddon to handle this. I need all of you to be preaching. I need Abaddon to break that siege before they mass up too many of them. Why did I make that Moonvine bracelet again? I think it was for Caligula. There we go. Now Caligula's a beast. They're also amphibian, so they could actually go and catch up with the main army. I think right now, though, I want them to get over to the capital. No, not you. Caligula, to the capital. So you're a bit closer to the main army, so you can aid them at a moment's notice. Yeah, because you can go from Ondmark to Shikoku if there's some desperate fight going on there. That's fine. And the question is, what's Beatrix doing with her time? I get loads of Earth Gems, which I could liquidate down into Astral Pearls. I could further make them into Air Gems, but that's really rather expensive. Could boost Northrax even further in Astral. Don't know why I would, though. Like, what Astral things am I wanting to cast here? I can't express how tempted I am to do more Astral site searching, though. It's just the knowledge that Astral Pearls are also Air Gems, and that Air is very expensive, and I need it. I just don't want to 4-to-1 any of my gems to Air Gems. You're also pathing into Furry, Jake. Be careful. I don't think that's a concern here. How is Shikoku not a holy site after the constant god battles? Kind of is. It has a wellspring of secrets. But yeah, it's adjacent to Cerulean City, which is, well, a lot of things I want. I really want Pilot Wings Resort as well. Oh, let's have a look at the Anzus here. Pretty powerful beast. It's just the defense skill and the protection are not enough. Siege strength 18. Huge. I could wait another turn and just let the AI bring some more elephants here. The fort can hold another turn. But if, for some horrifying reason, I fail with Abaddon, I want to be able to bring Resty over to relieve the siege. Resty should be able to handle it. Although, what if he doesn't? Might be chasing defeat if I do that. No, continue to break the siege. They can't be allowed any leeway like that. Right, contemplating that Telhine. When I make him, what am I going to spruce him up with? The main thing he's going to be doing is casting spells, so I want low encumbrance. And it's always good to have more of those map move items, so... Could you fabricate me another Boots of the Million Mile Striding, please? And also... I actually really like that Hydra Skin armor the more I look at it. The poison resistance, the regeneration... I'm actually wondering if I should give that to my god. The regeneration 10% to stack with the other regeneration is pretty good. The protection is notably not going ethereal. But is ethereal really what I need right now? It is blocking 75% of those hits, though. Yeah, it's probably still needing to be ethereal. There are other ways to become ethereal, mind you. One thing in particular is there's a certain death helmet that can get me that. And it's only Astral 1 to do body ethereal. No, I think I still need to Robe of the Shadows, sadly. But can't change the fact that I really, really like the Hydra Skin armor. If I do indeed auto-cast Foul Vapors, then I'm going to need that for my commanders. Wait! How and why are Fays poison resistant? That is so useful. Okay, final question. Paperboy, are you poison resistant? Okay, right, I'm going to make one of these for Paperboy. If we get Foul Vapors operational, then poison becomes a very powerful tool in our arsenal. And we finally have a battlefield wipe that we've been lacking all game. Alright, brilliant. Another one of these, please. And another one of those, please. Frankie Vesna, I desire more temples. Parabola, get over to Ulm to craft another temple. Who would have thought? Enops here. We need to preach. We always need to preach. Water's Edge is very sad, but we try to preach. Flag Flare, you guessed it. Preaching. Princess, all of you, just preach. Special Agent Hunk still really wants to do remote site searching. Really wants to remote site search. I mean, look at the Castle of Baal. There must be something there. Am I willing to liquidate some stuff for that? The earlier I do it, the more it pays off. Where is it here? Asterisk knowledge. Just in case you die, by the way, please remove your really, really useful booster things. There is this idea that because it is a farmland, it has fewer magical sites. I don't know how the game generates magical sites, but surely there are more on Castle of Baal than we're being led to believe in here. But I burn a lot of earth gems. What do these earth gems even do for me, right? No, I think I'm being foolish. I need air gems, right? I must not ignore the fact that to win, we're going to need to have air support in our battles. What does Shantae do? Why does she have the really good stick? What was I doing with Astral Earth? Or, sorry, Astral Nature? I've forgotten. Put it away for now. Probably some kind of astral thing, right? Oh, that's right. You made the Moonvine bracelet. Don't want another one? Probably not. Okay. I'm pretty confident that we're getting there. Once we take the waters, hopefully we can take Celadon as well. Really useful because Resty could be there to claim the throne. Once we take this, then we circle back and we attack. It's unlikely that the elephants ever stop their stampede on Shikoku. So there's an idea that I strike them. But there's another argument that Winstein are weak right now and I should strike them. But they managed to take Obra Dinn back, so they're not worthless. Yeah, there's Winstein on the income thing. How about army size? Oh, NECA's boosting up. Zishai are out of control, though. I have a concern that they're eating Sharor right now. Do you have the ultimate site search ritual? Yeah, but it costs 25 astral pearls, which I am seldom willing to spend. If I could burst my way into the attack +3 thing, I would love to grab that. Yeah, thing, I know. Great word usage, Jake. There is a throne here that gives attack +3 to sacreds. I want it. It's also going to aid my god's ability to repel, because that's an attack skill minus harassment check. But look at that, they are running really low on their flying units. And yeah, Abaddon's just going ham. I didn't read that as Quicken Self. Yeah, I think we know how the Abaddon fight goes by now. Good job. Very good job. Keep them dead. Great Bay Temple. This is us surging ahead in the waters, using our water access and our surprisingly competent underwater troops. These are Meros, a very, very sad race of useless units. Even with level 2 experience, their attack skill is base 9, defense skill base 9. They are weak, they're pathetic, they just want to live in peace. They don't even know what they're doing, they're probably holding the wrong end of that spear. So yeah, it's kind of nasty to go and kill them. But it's also nasty that, you know, if I want to recruit province defense, it's freaking Meros. Oh, hello. Nathia is here. Now, how willing am I to fight Nathia underwater? I don't think we should drive this to the point of war yet. But it is a consideration. Please continue site searching here. Arreste, go and take wet dry. Oh, crap. War it is then? Does Nathia pose any threat other than in the water? War with Nathia it is. Nathia cannot threaten us on land, but we should take a quick look at what we're dealing with when it comes to Nathia. Nathia is led by Zeus. They're apprehensive towards me. And they have... Oh, they're not nothing underwater. They have their crabs. The crabs have very good protection, but low skills, but good strength, and a typeless pincer. No, that's not typeless. Pincers are often typeless and sometimes armor-piercing. I think I can maul them, but their sacreds are also amphibian. Check the underwater army. It looks like Nathia's god was there. Zeus, the Titan of Heaven, is with them. If I kill him, they will not forgive me. But I'm already at war with the elephant people, so I could just walk in and take Zeal, and then go to Wet Dry World. Now, they could retake Zeal, but... yeah, they have flyers that could retake Zeal, but what if I just didn't care and took it anyway? Yeah, maybe avoid war with Nathia if Zeus the Titan is down here. Do we get to know anything about Zeus the Titan? I don't think it shows the same intel on Zeus. They get, yeah, funnily enough, if you kill someone's god, they get very, very upset about it. Alright, Huzzah, Sharantz's castle is now fully operational. The defense feels quite good. Caligula, you just hold fire in Ondmark for now. There is a funny thing I could do in Shikoku, and that is erect a tree. And the tree could also aid me in the battles when I go and break the siege. At least I'm pretty sure mobile units can still help break siege. It'd be funny if they couldn't. The question I've asked myself, does that help in any way? Probably not. It's probably just going to get itself killed. Anyway, Abaddon, I was quite interested in those Anzus. It costs me water gems, which I was just earlier saying are very precious and I shouldn't just throw them around willy-nilly. But, you know. North Rex, you go and site search that. I didn't give you the water breathing thing. Thought the whole thought was I wanted to send you down to Seafoam Islands to build me some kind of fortification there. Princess Beatrix, I don't think I need more defensive stuff made. Paperboy is going to enjoy his new outfit. It's actually lowered his protection, significantly I might add, but it has made him regenerating and poison resistant, and with defense shield and a tower shield, defense skill and a tower shield, you have to think he's not going to die that easily. One of the problems is his very low natural protection, but I think Paperboy can handle things. He's there to lead the army from behind, not from the front, so I'm not too worried about him. I do, however, want him to actually have that army. That's a pretty big deal. And I would also like to have more of my Fey Knights. Anything else for you to craft? Surely Paperboy won't be a paper tiger. Well, hopefully not. Okay. Continue taking the waters. Continue hoping that Shikoku can hold. I would love to go on the offense against these guys. I really want to go on the offense. But I need to take the waters first, because the waters are relatively uncontested. So in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns, maybe more if I want to take the North Sea, I might be in a position where I can rampage. So Abaddon keeps holding Shikoku, but the army emerges from Great Bay Temple into Sao Paulo. They meet up with Caligula. Possibly I have air support as well. I don't think I'd need it, though, is the thing. Not sure I'd need it. Although I like searching with Selectimo here, I think he needs to emerge Shikoku and actually craft me some water items so that I can boost you and then be able to summon the other dude. It's just it costs a lot of water, and geez, water gems are... Maybe I really shouldn't be calling Anzu like this. It's not a good use of your anything. What's the alternative, though? There is, of course, making the statues. I do like enlivened statues. They're difficult to destroy, but they revert to an anemic state if no mages are left in the battlefield. Kind of a waste of earth gems, though. I don't know what else Abaddon can do right now is the problem. Oh, look at... oh, no, never mind. I thought this place isn't site search, but no, Abaddon already did site search. It explains the 7 earth that's already been checked here. What's the future plan to become stronger here? I've done most of it. I needed access to water for economy. I needed an air mage to cast air things. This isn't air mage enough, but Umu Ap Kalu could summon Telchini, which is a good air mage. And that gives me air barrier thing, storm, and mist warriors. And on top of that, we have the worm that walks to regenerate my troops. So when all of these come together, the army just goes on a war march. And we tear everything apart. We don't need to worry about supplies because we have nature stuff to ensure that we have enough feeding going on. Is that true? Supply usage isn't that bad. And yeah, I reckon with the support and with enough Fanites to bring up the rear, we should be fine. And then I plan to score straight into NECA. I want to take Pilot Wings Resort, and from there, possibly straight to the capital. If his capital goes, he can't get his flying elephants anymore. Is that true? NECA. Capital only Eternal Ice Destroyers. If he can't fly to my back row to kill my leaders, shouldn't be too hard to win from there. So yes, we go on the offensive against the elephant people in about half a dozen turns. Also, I construct yet another temple. And I still can't have more of my Scorched Templars. Isengard doesn't need preaching. Water's Edge does. So please get up to Water's Edge, please. Someone needs to go underwater and direct temples. Didn't I make a water-breathing amulet thing? Please don't tell me I gave it to someone who didn't need it. Please tell me I made it as well. I did make it, right? Ah, there it is. So if I just go to one of my little dudes here... Ooh, I don't like bringing away anybody that preaches in Shikoku, though. But it also needs to be somebody who has access to a... what can a man do? Alright, I'll replace you. And I'm going to take Super Pie. Super Pie gets the Ring of Amulet breathing things and goes into Seafoam Islands. And we're going to put up... where'd he go? Super Pie. Oh, we can go all the way to Rusty Bucket Bay. That's cool. Yeah. Just start spamming temples underwater so that we can have this as kind of a Dominion breeding ground. Because Dominion continues to hurt for us. Alright, so surprisingly we're actually holding Dominion within our borders. I want to see how our Dominion is actually holding up against the rest of the world. This is us. Yeah, we're climbing up there. Nis and Zishai are still miles ahead of everybody, but if I start clobbering NECA... Did I say Nishai? No. Zishai and NECA. If I clobber NECA, then I absorb their power. And then I will become the dominant one. Well, maybe not dominant, maybe toe-to-toe with Zishai. Long may Zishai never attack me. Maybe I should up my province defense with that in mind. Don't want him to start thinking, looking a little weak over there, because my border provinces here are ripe for the taking if he decides to. Wouldn't a fort in Pewter City be better after you take it? Pewter City? You mean this Pewter City that already has a fort in it? On-land forts do not affect underwater with regards to improving tax income and such. Water to water, land to land. I'm not sure if that applies to amphibian races like Atlanteans, but there are many things I don't know. Alright, search Seafoam. Do I really want to bring in these bleeding Anzus? I can't spare the water gems. I love those units, but let's not be daft. In that case, I just want you to constantly patrol the province. They come in, you kill them, Abaddon. Simple as that. Could give you some actual better province defense to aid with that, but that could actually lead to a hit point morale route for Abaddon. So don't even do that. That's a poor idea. Because there's big chunky hit points on those units. I really, really don't want you to just research. That's like the worst thing you could be doing. Short of killing yourself. But I have no idea what to cast with you. What are the dogs of gold and silver? The dogs of gold and silver will summon 2 dogs, and they are just regular units. They resist everything. They're good bodyguards. They can go underwater, but they are unremarkable in combat. So that seems like just a waste of everyone's time. Very good protection on them, though. Alright, screw it. Give me the Anzus then. If it costs me gems, then so be it. Alright, the Anzus are here. The Fey Knights are here. We search and find nothing, of course. We search and find nothing, of course. We do get attacked in Shikoku, and unsurprisingly, the elephants are back. And there are no flying elephants this time. Okay, far from my problem. Of course they win. That's not a question. We went to take the fight to the elephants in Zeal. Not a bad decision, actually, because it's a farmland province. I already regret my actions here. I really, really should have held off a bit in case they had flying units that could assassinate my commander. I think when attacking into them, I need to have my units here protect my commanders on a hold and attack order so that my commanders don't instantly die. Because if I ever lose my commander, these units instantly rout and die. Mindless units that rout just shrivel up and die. They don't retreat to the next province or whatever, they just die. Which is bad, because you'll lose them, and these guys cost me a lot. Anyway, Zeal is mine, which is great. Being cursed in Seafoam isn't a huge deal. It's just my my trolls. Dominion is down, and we're under siege. Abaddon will once again break the siege. Zeal will hopefully be mine. Hopefully remain mine. Oh, bollocks. Nathia took Celadon. It might be Throne of the Stars with Astral Pearls, which I do want. I could charge in and take Celadon. It wouldn't be difficult. But I also have to ask myself, how important is it to fight him with his god right there? He might actually be sending his god to try and take Celadon. I'm unsure about the implications here. I think we take Wet Dry and then we circle back to attack NECA. NECA need to die. How did he get underwater? He's Zeus, he can do whatever he wants. There's only Zeus, but he appears to be powerful nonetheless. I could kill him. I could just assassinate Zeus, take Celadon for myself. The thing is, we don't know that Celadon is the Throne of Stars, do we? It's possible that it has not yet been claimed by Nathia. Where's Nathia's capital? It's here. So it's possible that Nathia instead have Albania. And Albania might be the Throne of Stars, and this could still be unclaimed. But I do think it's unwise of me to open up another front with Nathia when I can take Wet and Dry World, circle back to Great Bay Temple, so that's only 1-2 turns away, and then I smash into... I could honestly smash into NECA, but I should go systematically, and the first thing I want is the +3 attack place, Pilot Wings Resort. So Wet Dry, Great Bay, actually maybe just plow through Sao Paulo to the Pilot Wings Resort. I have options, right? Options of where I can go. If I attack Sao Paulo, they're probably going to jump on it and around, but I really want to take the Pilot Wings Resort. But there can't be any half measures. I need to throw everything that I can at them. Paperboy's going to be bringing in the reinforcements from Ondmark. King Piccolo and Lurkistan will bring in further reinforcements down the line. Fortunately, it's a single move to Shikoku, and then from there, beyond. I might not have my heir ready for that, but we will have group regeneration, which should cover that. Flipping the Throne's Dominion spread is huge. Yeah, this thing goes from -2 to +2 for me, but I want that defense skill. I think I've been calling it attack, it's defense skill. It's water gems as well, which I clearly need. There is the idea to just bring Northrex back to Ondmark. Maybe Selectimo should go Castle Bal to Ondmark. It's less risky than waiting and going to Shikoku. Then Selectimo makes the water boosters. If that's true, then Northrex has another turn to go and search somewhere. Castle of Baal still is suspicious to me. I'm going to search Castle of Baal. And then get in here, make the boosters, and then maybe we can summon the water air thing. And then have them aid us in combat. The worm that walks Caligula is already here, awaiting commands. Enjoying Nature 5. So yeah, they just run in and they cast Mass Regeneration, and bish bash bosh, we go cleaning up. Not searching Ulm with the forest. Ulm has already been site searched to the maximum. I used my Astric knowledge to find the Witch's Bog and the Sparkling Fields, which is not too shabby. And of course the Throne of Fire is giving us 3 fire gems as well. Ulm doesn't need preaching, does it? No. Go and aid Charance, please. Super Pie, the time has come to build our underwater temples. There is hostile dominion, a lot of hostile dominion, unsurprisingly, adjacent to NECA. But it's still worth having temples there. It's still more dominion spread. Don't be put off by enemy dominion. We must further preach in Water's Edge. And is that Robert of Locksley? Robert of Locksley, Belcat, and everybody else, please preach. Goost and all other priests preach. Generic ones, that is. Kitty. I'm concerned by not using these mages for anything. They should definitely be doing something other than research. Once I have Gift of Nature's Bounty, what am I going for? That's enchantment that we're going to have in a couple of turns. And I already have Construction 7, and I don't need Construction 9. I shouldn't need any big conjurations. I'm going to go for just 8 across the board then. Construction 8, I mean the Siege Golem, maybe? Is I going to be that desperate for getting my sieges going? There's also Iron Dragons. I don't think so, we don't have the fire for that. Somebody mentioned bringing in Iron Dragons. I once randomized a nation that could get me Iron Dragons, and they seem so cool, but they're very, very easy to exploit weakness in and destroy. Although I forget exactly how. What would I even make, and who would need it? The new guy that's coming in is probably going to appreciate having another one of these. And I still quite liked having those lucky shields. It's just nice having a 0 defense, 0 encumbrance shield. And the luck is the icing on top. Yeah. In that case, if you don't need to be holding on to that, please do not hold on to that. Shante. Go and equip that. And for just a... Oh, that's glamour. Ooh, I don't want to spend glamour on that. Oh, crumbs. Well, if I'm not willing to glamour it up, what would I do? A hide shield? A vine shield? Never been anything wrong with vine shields. Sure, the way it entangles is not as good as it used to. It used to be unlimited entangling, which made it a fantastic thing. But yeah, I want to save my glamour gems for my Fey Knights still. Cast more Fey Knights. Starting to build up some of them now, which is good. How we move them across, I'm not entirely sure. I still have a boot of the 1,000 million mile running. The worm that walks could actually command them, right? No, because they're not magical. I keep thinking Fey Knights are magic beings. They're not. I mean, they seem like they should be, don't they? That means your leadership prowess is not what we need for that. I will need them, though. Who can bring them over? Maybe just Paperboy? Paperboy could, like, leg it over there and pick them up, but it's a bit far. I do want... Oh, well, whatever, you know. I can grab them and bring them over with some mages. It's not a huge deal, but I do want them available for the combat. And somebody's asking, what is randomized? Well, Glimner, the nations and the units. You will not find parasitic hobbergs like this in your vanilla dominions, or these mindless crossbowmen. Or the mindless moose riders. But yeah, my entire theming of my nation is Holbergs that have been infested with parasites. And they're pretty good, but they have one devastating weakness, and that is that missile fire destroys them, and we have been destroyed by missile fire. That and these bipedal elephants are just very, very strong, so they've been another problem altogether to deal with. Is this place going to be okay? Do they even have mindless... Okay, you have slight ability to command them, chieftain. I don't trust you, though. It's almost tempting to build a fort in Zeal just so it doesn't get sniped. And it could easily get sniped. Especially when the rivers freeze here. So I think the right thing to do is just hope that that doesn't happen. Alright, good move. I feel better already. Abaddon continues to break the siege. Yeah, holding on till we build up the war plan is the whole plan. Right, Fey Knights are here. The Sword Commander Ishtar for Zeus. NECA have got Rathalos. Okay, very good. Shikoku battle once again. She must be getting real tired of all this fighting, but I'm very, very happy to report that NECA is unable to replenish their losses of those flying units. She's very good at keeping her fatigue down due to leveling up and switching out the shield, and the shield is no longer getting broken in combat. Okay, good. She's having a good time. She's having a ball. Good job, NECA. Good job... No, NECA died. Good job, Abaddon. Wet Dry World. We're continuing our underwater rampage. And forget the poor Marrows. These are Atlantean militia, and they're not very good at their job. You summon a single skeleton. Don't think I didn't hear that. Alright, very good. The waters are mine. By and large. I have to share them, I suppose. The Endless Caverns. There's still fighting going underground. This is Zashai. These are the giant monkey guys that I put up for vote. They're Bandar Spearmen of size 4. They're struggling a bit underground because it's completely dark and their monkey eyes can't see so well. But yeah, they're also combined with these kind of large humanoid creatures, the Avim. Yeah, a little bit scary. I think I would take this, but I'd need my army. Okay. Oh, right. So remember when I hate projectiles? They brought projectiles. Now, they're trying to take what I believe is a throne here. A throne that Modesty, the Blood Death Conjurer, and his army of virginal slaves probably doesn't want to give up. But I think they will be giving it up. You shoot enough arrows in the darkness, you are going to hit these undead shamblers. Yeah, they can be banished as well. So it looks like Zashai are taking this. Okay, so that means that M-Power here is going to die if he doesn't get out. It also means that whatever Zashai take as their throne, that'll be this throne. So what can you do now? Can you get out without dying? I highly doubt it, M-Power. I would like to know if Zashai hold all of the underground now. They probably do, so go north and tell me what's happening there. Sharans, oh, would you look at that, a negative event. We're meant to have neutral luck, but we've just been getting bad event upon bad event. Bandarlog is dead, so the two vanilla nations are dead. Probably because the custom nations have this weird thing where they get obscene amounts of province defense. Oh well. Wet and Dry World, hope you hold out. Reste. Get yourself over to Great Bay. I'm seriously contemplating attacking into Pewter City, but I think it opens up this front that I don't want to open up. You know, losing Zeal, whatever. The main thing is that I need to take this particular part of NECA, rob them of their throne, rob them of their capital. Even if I only took this region and the rest of them is okay, I would then outlast them economically. Probably. How's the army size of NECA looking? Oh ho ho! They've lost to me so many times that Winstein is almost overtaking them. Of course, my own army fails to grow at any real rate because the only army I add are these very small number of Scorched Templars every month. And every so often I bring myself some Fey Knights. And I'd like more Fey Knights. Like a lot more Fey Knights. Zinx and Kanji. I would like you, speaking of these Fey Knights. Oh, only one of them is needed. I need you to bring these over to Ondmark, please. Once they are at Ondmark, then Paperboy can take command of them. And then we charge on in. Caligula. Shikoku. Starting to think that we move on over to Shikoku with our main army now. If our plan is to come bursting out of here like a lightning bolt, then we should be poised and ready to do it from here, not from anywhere else. Pilot Wings Resort is my one big target. I want to go there, smash it, and take it. The moment I have the Throne of Water, they lose 3 defense skill on their Sacreds. And they lose that Dominion spread, which is pretty important. What's pretty important also is that my poor dude here, Reste, his maximum hit points are going to plummet due to being out of Dominion range, but whatever. I'm sure he can manage. It's made of stern stuff. Right, Selectum, I wanted you in the capital. Northrex, I want you to search. Hannibal, you continue patrolling. Do I want Selectum on the capital? Wouldn't I rather have you in Shikoku right now? I said it was risky to move you previously. Now I do want you here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Shikoku can hold. It even has a tiny sliver of my dominion. Super Pie needs to continue erecting more temples. MK squared. I'm getting this for the new guy in town. Once Northrex has searched here and probably found nothing, he moves over to Ondmark where he summons the big guy. The big guy's going to require some things. And that will require me to, ahead of time, forge 2 items. The Robe of the Sea, which I'm sorry to say, Abaddon, if I want to save every penny that I can, you're going to need to drop one of your main gouges of parrying and equip one of these dwarven hammers to save all the water gems that I can. Selectimo will deposit his water gems and create the Ring of Water. Yeah, and then Northrex summons the air guy. And then the air guy... So the air guy's a problem. I don't want him in my capital because he has Reaper. He can spread disease. I need him somewhere where I don't care about him spreading disease. But also somewhere that he can contribute. Charance might not be too bad if it had a laboratory. So there's your laboratory. Alright, great. Now this guy that I'm summoning has map move 22, but he doesn't fly. He's, however, amphibious. Once I have him, I'll figure out the rest. But yeah, I guess I'll put you in Charance. Okay, anything else to concern myself with? I hate using my god to forge, but what else would I do? Is Reaper pop kill or disease to actual units? I can't remember. We're going to find out real soon. I think it's pop kill, and it's 5%. Is that 5% pop kill or 5% chance to trigger pop kill? Who knows? But even if it is 5% of the population here, what's that, like 350 people dying in Charance? Shrug. Worth it to have a good air mage. Now that air mage must not die. So hopefully the Hydra skin armor, his natural protection, some boots, a shield, and whatever else I'm giving him will help. He's going to be getting an air booster, miscellaneous slot, and an air helmet. And then I still won't have enough air gems, so we're going to have to liquidate a lot to get that far. Fortunately, we have 10 trillion earth gems, so we might be able to make something happen. Park it with the undead. As if I have undeads. My mindless units, they're still living beings like you and me. They've just lost all thought. Alright, search and find nothing, of course. Shikoku, of course, falls again. We're under siege. A battle affliction was cured. A Scorched Templar was apparently injured there. And we killed some people. Okay. Well, once again, we will have to break the siege. But hey, look at that. We've got good dominion now. Pilot Wings Resort can't fall too soon. Northrex, you failed at finding things. Please go home. Actually, go to Charance. Good that you can fly. My Selectimo dude is going to deposit all those water gems because we need them. And then he is going to take the hammer off of Abaddon. Abaddon can have the main gauche of parrying back. And then Selectimo is going to forge us the other water booster, the water bracelet. Meaning we will have you and the water bracelet as boosters. I should probably put my boosters down here. Booster, 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 and the rest of this is, well, that's a booster as well. And this is junk. Really wish this interface was made better. All they did was make it bigger from Dominions 5. I want it better. There is no good reason that identical items can't stack on each other. If I had 9 Tree Lord staves, it would be 9 individual squares here. I just wanted to say Tree Lord staff and 9. There is no difference. These things can't get better. They can't degrade in value. As you saw, if something gets injured in combat, it just either disappears or it gets fixed next turn. Maybe there's a way to preserve damage on magical items? Never seen it though. Alright, Caligula. I reckon next turn we break out. There is an opportunity to break out this turn, but I'm not willing to take it. Is that true? I mean, Reste and his army could go into Shikoku right now, and then everyone is going to be in one place to launch the attack straight into Pilot Wings Resort. An alternative thought is that Reste launches a menacing attack on Sao Paulo, and then what? I just draw the ire of even more elephants. You see, they do keep throwing elephants at me. They don't seem to have a problem doing that. Alternatively, if I break the siege this turn... well, then what? By the way, rather than going there, why don't I move you up to Castle of Baal, because then you can move into Shikoku next turn, and then everyone can meet up. I could even get you all the way to Castle of Baal there, and I bet from Castle of Baal it's not too hard to go to Pilot Wings Resort. It claims it's difficult, and probably means that it is. No. Since I'd hold it, I think we'd be able to move pretty fast. Okay, so if Resti goes to Castle of Baal and grabs the units off of Zinx, then we could charge right through straight into Pilot Wings Resort, I assert. And that means I want every unit I can over in Castle of Baal. Resti has the leadership for it. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Might be too big of a deal. Resti can only lead 70 magical beings, and what's this? 70 magical beings. But Hannibal could grab some more. In fact, Luxaden could also bring in some more. So we get over there, we get everything combined, then we shove our way down to Pilot Wings Resort, and we assert that this time the elephants can't defeat us, because we're going to have mass regeneration from the worm that walks. We will not have our air shield operational, but I'm more concerned about air shield to deal with Windstein than the elephants. The elephants I can just make do with mass regeneration. Alright, I believe. Let's continue building those temples at great personal expense. G can finally research now that I've finally built a laboratory here. Northrex is indeed heading over to that laboratory. Good. All priests should be preaching. Actually, stacking is really a good idea, yeah. Oh, you mean for the interface here? Yeah, I wrote that in a comment on their updates aeons ago, but, you know, it's 2 Swedes and a garage. Who's to say that they have the wherewithal for this? I think these Anzus are actually terrific at sieging. Look at that. That's like 20 siege each. I want more Anzus. Unfortunately, the only person that can make them currently is my god, and my god has to spend half her time breaking the siege. But the other half of her time she can spend making Anzus, and in fact, once we break out of Shikoku properly, Abaddon can spend all of her time making more Anzus, and the Anzus can be led by any fast-moving unit to just go and destroy sieges, preferably a flying fast unit. Northrex is tempting, but Northrex is way too vulnerable. I know this looks good, but what does Northrex really do in a fight? They're old and useless, but they are sacred. They are very fast for an old coot. They can also cast Body Ethereal on themselves. Could I turn Northrex into something that actually kills? No, you're here for magical support, surely. At the same time, though, you're not stealthy, are you? No. I think you could join and aid with sieges. So once you've summoned the actual air mage, I'm going to have you pick up the Anzus. Hold on! You can make more Anzus! Alright, Northrex is going to camp here with Anzus, and you are going to be my surgical strike to destroy forts. Yes. Yes. And I will order the birds not to suicide in combat. Which I think is a hold and attack, and not fly. Okay, that seems pretty good. Because I might be able to one-turn pop sieges if we work that way. Alright, Paperboy, it's not yet your time to shine, but it soon will be. We lift the siege on Shikoku. Just one more time, my god needs to survive the breaking of the siege. And then we go on the rampage. Can't the god join the initial defense when the army moves into the province? The army isn't moving into Shikoku. And the god, Abaddon, should not join offenses outside of my dominion because she loses a lot of her hit points scaling with enemy dominion. And she won't be blessed. It's not possible to bless a god outside of your dominion. I'm not even sure that the... what is it called? You, tell me what it is. I'm not even sure if this works on gods, the Shroud of the Battle Saint. Maybe. I think I tried it, and then I realized either it did or it didn't, and I go, oh, I'll remember that, and I don't remember it. But yeah, outside of your dominion, your god is severely weakened. And Abaddon's pretty freaking good. I don't want to risk her, though. I need her alive to maintain the bless. Okay, keep moving. Alright, unsurprisingly we fight in Shikoku, and unsurprisingly we win! Yeah, you can see that the number of elephants that they can throw at me have diminished both in number and quality. Good job. Wait, we're being fought in Shikigami? Winstein? Oh, he's trying! Ah, but he's done the foolish thing of actually bunching his units into a square. That means even when we miss, we'll find something to hit. This is why I want to kill Winstein. He's so weak right now, but I just can't fight him offensively. 57 kills, but there were only 50 of that. Wait, wrong battle. There we go. 96 died. How many did we kill? Don't ask those questions. Right, so now Shikoku is clear. I think Abaddon should still patrol the province. That way, if they attack into Shikoku, we destroy them. But outside of that, now is time for the offense. We can just barely get to Pilot Wings Resort from Castle of Baal. There we go. It's very important to keep my prophet alive, so I'm giving him maximum bodyguards. Actually, with the Crown of Leadership, you could have even more bodyguards. And I think it's so important to keep you alive that I'm going to do that. Maximum bodyguards. You cast Divine Blessings and spells, and these guys have a wait and attack. Hold and attack, it's H. Hold and attack the closest enemies from line formation behind the general. Should I have you all behind? I guess you can be there, no problem. Luxada now. We can't give these over to Reste. Reste lacks the magical leadership. Why these are magical beings, I don't know. Holbergs are not magical beings, but I suppose the parasites are magical parasites. Robbing them of their minds, huh? Alright, maybe you can also hold an attack closest as a kind of from the rear, keep my unit safe perspective. That's okay. And you just hold. Zinx, you've done what I need you to do, which is ferry units around. Please return. Hell, you can go to Ondmark. Ondmark doesn't have any mages. Restian Luxaden moves into Pilot Wings Resort. The Worm That Walks and Paperboy move into Pilot Wings Resort. Do you need or want any additional support? Yes, I'm going to take Zaid and Yuntek and move them in as well. Because I want more commanders just in case somebody dies. Because if I don't have magical command, all of my army dies. Well, the knights will live, but pff, you call that living. It's early autumn, so it's slowly getting cooler, but it's still devastatingly hot in Pilot Wings. What about the birds? Zaid and Yuntek. Ooh, the birds could be on guard commander duty. The problem, of course, is that Water Breath and Flaming Breath don't care about who they're attacking. Armor-piercing magical beam damage could do a lot of damage to the people that they're saving. Armor-piercing 21 magical damage at range 6? Kind of scary, isn't it? But I think bodyguards don't use ranged attacks. But this weapon is sometimes used melee instead of 2 other attacks. Unsure about that one. Still going to keep you around, though. Maybe like, segregate you like that a little bit. Then I can see them, like, beaming down or up to each other, but never mind. I want them there so that they can aid with the sieging. So we have the knights on the back to take care of anything that flies and tries to kill me. We have you to protect the commanders. Maybe bunch up a little bit closer. Paperboy, you should also stay behind. Then we have a nice line formation of my Sleepy Death Warriors. Do I have another line of Sleepy Death Warriors at the back? Because I do know that these bastards do jump and attack rear with their special elephants, and there's a chance that that's too many for these guys to handle. And these guys can still act as reinforcements to the front line if the line is holding. And the front line should hold damn well. They're going to be reinforcing. They're going to have their skills boosted. They are not negatively affected by the heat. It's the knights that are negatively affected by the heat. What's the growth scale around here? Does he like have no scales, or am I just not seeing it? Hopefully he has some growth, because that's going to make us fight a little bit better. Are all mindless creatures magical? Ooh, I don't think so, because I have these guys. Oh. Maybe they are. Mindless magical, mindless magical, mindless magical, mindless magical, hadn't considered that. Doesn't make sense, though. Well, it doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't mean much. Right, Selectimo, you have done your job of creating an army that's expensive. But, yeah, you've made the items that I was after. Now what do you do? I feel like research is not a good use of your time, but what would you even do underwater? I will say one thing. These trolls have reasonable siege strength. So I could have you join in the fight. Seems like a ghastly waste of your skills, but the alternative thing I would have you is just hang back. I think it's better to have you on the war march. Apparently all of these units only require 170 supplies. Even so, I feel like it would be very prudent for me to make something like an enormous cauldron of broth. Or some endless bags of wine. Just to ensure that the supply bonus is taken care of. Yeah, it's just prudent, right? That way, once we take this, there doesn't appear to be a laboratory here, which is disturbing, but we can bring in that stuff as reinforcements. I guess if they're mindless, they wouldn't be able to move unless magic tells them to move. Yeah, that's what makes sense to me. Alright, I feel vaguely confident about this. I should definitely make sure that you are better placed. I just want you to cast spells from there. I'm going to give you these guys as your bodyguards, and I'm going to have these guys just as general hold and attack closest. It's just creating an envelopment of units that can protect my commanders if things start going south. That's the plan here. And hopefully they can do exactly that. This is what I'm a little worried about. Could I not do something better with them? I could even have them here so that they just act as blood bond fodder. And if there's any gaps in the line that open up, but no, I need protection for my commanders. You guys hold an attack closest from behind. Alright, North Rex, you're in Charance. I believe the whole point was to boost you in water so that you can cast the Telkini, which of course I don't have the magical gems for, so we're going to need to work around that. Distilling for water gems is just ridiculous, right? Water gems are generally like the cheapest gem there is. But I want this guy, and I want him fast. Because I want him to jump in here and start doing lots of cool air things. But I don't think I want it that much, is the problem. Won't everybody fall asleep from the Sacreds? I have asserted that sleep only affects enemy units. It explicitly says that on the description. I didn't notice it before, but any nearby enemy units. And when the game uses terms like that, it's usually quite accurate about it. I'm tempted to just summon the Anzus with you. It's just that really slows down getting the air guy. I don't want to die to not having the air guy, but I really don't want to waste all of my gems creating something as worthless as... screw it. Do it. Alchemize the water gems. Let's see. To cast the Telhini, I need 69 of them. Alchemize and cry. Cry, cry. Get rid of fire gems. They're relatively useless for me. Continue crying. There we go. Now we need not crying too much more. Cast the spell of Telhini. And then continue to cry. But after that, I want some Anzus. My water gems will now be distilled into Anzus, which will be used to tear down siege walls. Continue making temples, despite the odds that they just fall into enemy hands. You know, my economy is exploded just by taking the water. 102, 150, 47, 235, and 82 income from these provinces. Huge. Still quite tempted to do the underwater fort thing. But it doesn't seem to be a priority right now, so we're not doing it. What was needed again for that? Living Castle is 4 nature, 1 water. So I could do that for... well, a lot of people could do it, but it's really not a priority. Alright, this is the big attack. 693 siege strength, by the way. And this is only a crappy fort. Wall integrity 1000. Oh crap, it's giant. Of course, elephants, they're huge. They make giant castles. This will take 2 turns to pop. But that's okay, because if they focus Shikoku, Abaddon will take care of that. Provided, you know, Abaddon doesn't die, but that's another problem. To be sure, Divine Blessing spells, hold, stay behind. Stay behind. Actually, hold before you start thinking about staying behind. Spells, hold. Spells specifically, I want army regeneration, and that's going to tucker you out. You'll be blitzed after that. After that, just cast whatever spells you think you should be doing. Yeah, just cast spells, but don't use magical gems. Those are important to me. There's the idea that maybe I should give you more gems. Sure, you're important to me, so I will do that. You don't do... oh, right. If you die, you disease explode. That's funny, but it's not so funny that I'm going to remove you. I don't think you'll die with 30 protection versus mundane attacks. And luck. Right, I'm sure you'll be fine. Taking the water, something you should have done earlier. Were you unable to? I had no way into water. Yeah, my troops aren't able to go into water. The only way I got in there was through Abaddon, who was my only real water mage, making sea trolls to get into the water. But the sea trolls, very quickly, I realized they wouldn't be able to take sea foam, so what I did instead was I built a goblet of water breathing and then told my sacreds to go underwater. And the sacreds performed very well underwater because they're poison resistant, so all those coral blades didn't even affect them. And poor amphibian isn't that bad when it's my sacreds versus indie trash underwater. Even so, I needed to do this, which is a construction 7 item. So it wasn't something I could do with any speed anyway. Alright, enough blabbing, let's do this fight. After I take a short water break. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, wish us luck. Sailing. Commanders saying cannot retreat by sea. What? I guess it takes time to organize that kind of thing. Okay, Telchini has joined us. What about the Pilot Wings Resort? We want it badly. They want me to not have it quite badly. Very interestingly, this army lacks one thing, projectiles, so we shouldn't have a problem destroying it. Am I going to find something horrible like these have an aura that hurt me? They're storm immune, which is interesting, but I'm just bringing the Anzus around for this siege bonus. That is a lot of siege bonus. Funny, my army looked bigger on paper. When it's actually on the battlefield squaring off against these elephants, it doesn't feel that huge, does it? But toe to toe, our units are better than those elephants. Seems unreal, right? We are the midgets, they are the elephants. But remember, the elephant is scared of the mouse, which is something I've never seen. Sounds like phony nonsense. Then it all comes down to skill, right? They are big and they are strong, but they still need to land a hit. With 11 attack skill versus our 19 defense skill, the odds are not on their side. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think fewer than 1 in 5 hits are going to get through that. Also, they are 1 to a square, we are 3 to a square. So we can hit them 3 times with our thorny, poisonous staffs. There's not much they can do against that. Why am I hearing thumping sounds already? Oh, I don't know. There we go. And if they do hit us, well, maybe we can find an example of somebody getting shreked on my side. That's some cool noises I'm hearing. Any of my units actually want to take some damage? Oh god, I didn't tell you to do that. Falling Frost. Who the hell cast Falling Frost? I don't think I told this guy to not use his magical gems. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I did. Well, whatever. That's why I want evocations. Projectiles coming from my own side. Boom. Death to elephants. I think I managed to cold aura my own dudes here, which isn't useful. Good, good. Dumbo, die. Die, Dumbo. Struggling immensely to find one of my units actually taking damage here. I suppose the issue is that any damage they do take gets healed. So here's a guy that actually took a hit. Also, this guy... Oh, he's blood surging. So how did that hit go down? Blood bonding. Full damage was shared by 80. Oh, right. Not 80 shared damage. 80 people sharing it. So they finally managed to hit this guy. The Thorn Staff didn't repel this one, so you got hit by a tusk for 7 damage. Blood Bond distributed... Oh, here we go, here we go. The damage was 27. That's pretty huge. But it gets halved, and then half of that gets Blood Bond distributed. So really, we only took 7 points of damage. And we regenerate 3 hit points every turn. And it took them forever to land that 1 hit. That is why we have some staying power versus the elephants. And the elephants, they have a lot of hit points and some really good protection. But poison is armor nullifying. So even if I struggle to take them down, we do poison them to death. And poison also reduces their skills. Also, the worm that walks is summoning some bugs here. I hope they're not... Oh, man. What if they're actually just using all of their magical gems because they think it's an important fight? Because the AI does have this thing about, you know, size of the enemy. Where's the worm that walks? Ah, there you are. I can't count those numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I feel like you spent more than you should have there. Well, whatever. Some very dead elephants. I failed to see the promised summoned insects. I don't think I said I'd summon insects. I think someone else did mention that, though. Here we go. A very deadly disease is spreading in Charance. How could this have happened? And here's our Pilot Wings Resort fight. Enemy fortress needs to be conquered. 118 dead elephants. They will bring more, though. That's what they do. Wow, a Scorched Templar did die. I wonder how it died. Actually, I'm very curious as to how it died. If I had to guess, we somehow friendly fired it with some of our magic. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of dead beetles, but how about my Scorched Templars? Where's the dead one? I don't see a dead Scorched Templar. Is there a way to only see the dead? No. Scorched Templar all the way down to the final Scorched Templar. None of them are dead. You're pulling my leg, game. Ah, here we go. One of them turned into a great boar and died. So how did that go down? Ah, looks like he just sustained a lot of hits in very quick succession. Poor guy. Maybe he was off on the side or something. Nakan Axeman hit the Great Boar in the head with his battle axe to kill him for 11 points of damage. You tried. Well, 1 attrition against all of this. Clearly it's over. Now, we need to break down the walls of Jericho here. The walls are moderately damaged, but more time is needed. I was hoping it would be a bit more moderately damaged given the everything that I brought here, but so be it. But now what? Maybe I don't have you on patrol, and instead I bring back the powers of actual provincial defense? Don't know what else Abaddon would be doing, though. Here we go. Kickle Cubicle the Telchini. 4 Air Mage, which is great. Hey, there's Reaper. Oh, it doesn't actually say what it does, but yeah, that I reckon is 5% of the province dead every turn. Maybe not even. It only said 180 people died. And I don't see disease on my units here. And even if I do, I have a disease healer. So, Kickle Cubicle, now that you're here, what in the world are you doing? Oh, Jesus. I didn't realize this. Telchinis don't have hands. He cannot hold on to items like a shield. However, he does have a head slot, so he can equip the helmet of boosting airness. That is awkward. What does this even say? They have the powers to rival titans. They can change their shapes. Hold on, change shape? Yeah, now we're talking. He's got arms, but that comes at the cost of his air mage ability. Damn. However, he does have Mastersmith, which is quite cool. That Mastersmith means that he can still forge... Oh, that's perfect, actually. So, Mastersmith bumps up the ability to craft items. So what we do is we give him hands. The hand holds the hammer. The hammer makes the winged helmet for air magic boost. And then after that, he needs to make the Horn of Storms. Which is another 40. Jesus, this is expensive. But we knew it would be expensive. Right, make me the winged helmet. There is, of course, still the problem with him being a Reaper, but whatever. Reaper, a human Reaper. Anyway, once he gets that, he's relatively good to go. He's going to put on that helmet. He's going to put on this Hydra skin armor. I'm going to give him boots of running very fast. Did he have foot slot as a dog? Change shape. Okay, good, good, good. Wait, he's still holding onto the hammer in his new form? I don't think he is, because it's not showing him getting the boost ability out of it. Fascinating. Yeah, but now he does. How can he reap with no hands? I don't know. His teeth, maybe? Tooltip said disabled. Ah. Okay, this is fine, though. He's going to put on that helmet. He's going to equip the other thing, and then he is going to be my air dude. I am happy about that, and yet at the same time I worry for his survivability. With no hands, he can't hold on to the shield. And I do want him to have those boosters all the way up to level 6. Is that true, though? Because another thing I want him to do is to make the Staff of Storms, which is another 40 air gems, by the way. The Staff of Storms is a two-handed weapon that auto-casts Storm in a battle. Arrow Fend is the other thing I need him to do, which is only Air 4. So maybe it's fine for him to be in this form, because the main thing I want him to do is to make these items. Once he's made the items, he can maintain man form, hold the shield, which I didn't make for him. Oh, well, I made this one for him. There you go. All right, that is fine then. Because he boosts up to level 5. He doesn't need to be level 6. Yeah, and then he goes into combat. Someone else can hold the storm thing. That'll get rid of half of all projectiles. And then he just needs to do Army of Mist. Wait, what is Army of Mist? Is that an enchantment? No. Alteration? Yeah, there we go. Army of Mist is Air 5. It is incredibly fatiguing to do, though. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine. But yeah, Army of Mist is pretty freaking huge, but Harrow Fend is equally huge. Very exhausting spells to cast. Is there anything that gives temporary air gems? Bag of Wind does. Also gives you a retinue of an air elemental, which is really cool. Also, let's not forget how cool Bottle of Living Water is for underwater everythings. Oh, I see 3 deaths. Shh, let's not talk about that. Yeah, he did roll the death. Ah, that's what the air and the other thing was on the Dom 6 Mod Inspector. So I was wondering what this path boost air and water is, and that's for his shape change. Because there's his other form, Telchini. Does that mean he rolled anything bonus? So what are we looking at? 2, 3, 3, 3, 2. Yeah, I guess he rolled to death. Handy. Anyway, it doesn't change what you need to do. You need to go and get us the air boosters. And don't worry about Sharant dying. Sharant dies, that's just what it does. North Rex, I no longer need you to be some kind of super water dude. You summoned the one dude I needed you to do. You could grab the enormous cauldron of broth. Honestly, you could be the one coming into battle with the boosters. Yeah. Ditch the iron facade. Get the other thing. Get the horn for further boosting. And then you can be the Air 5. Get the Storm of Storms. The Staff of Storms. I'd rather you had a shield, but... No, you're fine. And then in combat, just blip. And because of your immense map move, you can go and join people without needing some fancy boots. Although I still want you to have some fancy boots. We love the fancy boots. Please make more fancy boots. Sight search with him? I would like to sight search with him, but I really want him to go and join in these fights. Even though he's old. The disease healing could help out the rest of the team. And also he brings a massive supply bonus. Oh yeah, that's the enormous cauldron of broth. Alright, that's cool. I still want you to cast the summoning of Anzus, though. What's the map move on Anzus? 38? Jeez, that's good. Okay, that's good. So we're going to need 2 turns. One for the winged helmet, one for the other thing, and I guess another one for the storm thing, but that's less of a priority for killing NECA. Okay, I think now we actually have all the pieces we need to turn this entire war around. How could it fail? Well, it's very simple. NECA mount a massive counterattack and wipe a significant portion of my leadership. If they kill Reste, that's a big problem. Because I need that Divine Bless to even get my Bless going. I have no other Divine Blessing capabilities. Should have considered making a Bishop Fish and bringing him out so I have a secondary option for doing Divine Blessing, but I didn't do that, so too bad. I'd need to send Water Dude over there, and I want Water Dude over here to aid with the sieging. Okay, then not all is lost. I have so many earth gems, but I think they're going to turn into water gems in a really horrifically poor assignment of resources. But yeah, take Pilot Wings Resort. I don't want to stop once I've taken Pilot Wings Resort, so I might move Abaddon in to claim the throne. That way, once we take this, the entire army could march on NECA. Once NECA and the Pilot Wings Resort is down, we assert that we can just conquer this land. Good. Doesn't the air guy have 2 holy? This guy does have 2 holy. I don't know what you're getting at with that. It's useful that he can be blessed and get fortitude and blood bond, which will help his staying power. Otherwise, I don't know what you're getting at with him being holy. Alright, maintain the siege. For the Mass Bless, no. Mass Bless requires 3 holy. Alright, bring in the Anzus. We have almost destroyed the walls on Pilot Wing Resort. Sharance is dying. Defense is up. Misfortune is up. The Anzus are here. Alright, he's not mounting a counterattack. At least not yet. One more turn and this should pop. North Rex, I want you to continue bringing me more Anzus. Kickle Cubicle. You can now put on this to boost yourself up to 4 air magic. And then make me the Horn of Storms, for which you are lacking air gems, of course. Alchemize me a couple of air gems, and then go and forge that thing. Boom. I will need even more air gems for the Staff of Storms, but I wonder if that's worth actually... I'm trying to ascertain whether or not I actually think that's so important that I should make it. Because it's going to cost... Here it is, Staff of Storms. It's going to cost me 160 Earth Gems to make this. Because I need to fabricate them 2-to-1 to Astral Pearls and then 2-to-1 them to Air Gems. But the Storm is really good. Half of all missiles being lost. Pretty good, considering I fear projectiles immensely. 12 armor nullifying shock damage on hit. It's also a long weapon. I could actually give this to my pretender for a lark. But sadly it does not give any shock resistance, so I guess it's not really good. Worth noting, I'm still looking at Northrex here as a potential to go and take Cerulean City because of those damned Watchers. The problem is dealing with everything else. But you are poison resistant. Nah, your skills aren't there, right? Oh, but you are sacred. Contemplating. Just cast Storm. I hate doing that. It's a slow spell. The enemies will already get 1 or 2 volleys of arrows off on me, and I have to worry about bringing air gems with me. I'd rather just have the staff. Yeah, it'll be fine. Right, you know, we're drowning in these freaking nature gems. Could I just have another pair of boots, please? Super Pie, good job building the temples. Build me another one, please. Empower is... Oh, this is really bad news. So Bandarlog spawned underground. Don't know why, they're not an underground nation. But Zashai hold their capital. That means Zashai is incredibly powerful. They spread deadly diseases from the Black Throne. Maybe I shouldn't hang around there. But they get a lot of death gems, and they're going to have more thrones to their name. Zashai is going to be difficult to kill, because even if I kill them on the surface, they own a lot underground. On the other hand, their capital is somewhere around... Yeah, it's right there. It's relatively close to me. You know, I could uppercut them from elsewhere through Black Mesa into Zashai. But, you know, we got ourselves curb-stomped by picking a fight with the strongest nation. Maybe I shouldn't do that again. We should consolidate this land first. There's really not a lot for Empower to do. Sadly, it's difficult to keep hold of somebody when moving between planes like this. Nobody is keeping an eye on Harlem. Please tell me if there's anybody attacking into there. Right, next turn we tear down the Pilot Wings Resort, and then we storm it, and then we move over to NECA. And the cycle continues. I think right now I'm relatively safe to build up my army here, and the income is looking great. So I think anywhere that doesn't have sufficient province defense should have sufficient province defense. I'm trying to think of anywhere that doesn't already have a good enough PD. My capital itself, funnily enough, doesn't. 31 is what I'm looking for. Clamshell Theatre. There's your 31. It's expensive, but at least it's a one-time investment, provided they don't die. If they do die, you start feeling really stupid. I have enough money that I'm strongly considering bringing back mage recruitment. I also don't think I need to, but I'll recruit them anyway. Yeah, no regrets. And I actually have a good amount of glamour gems, so let's bring back additional Fey Knights. They're definitely going to suffer some attrition on the War March here. I'd like to be able to replace them so that we can keep the momentum going when we strike into Winstein. Alright, looks good. Now, the higher level of priests can do blessing, but it's not mass bless. The lower level blesses are good when your units are clumped together in squares, but even then, I just want them all blessed immediately. Just no question about it. Fey Knights, and Anzus. Albion fight. Winstein? Well, this is why we have PD. PD are pretty prone to routing, but because they have Mindless, they will never rout unless the commander dies. And would you look at that, I bring extra commanders for this very reason. Shikigami fight as well, so Winstein... Okay. He's not seriously attacking me. Deadly Disease is killing more people in Charance. Pilot Wings has been popped. Now, how do we go about actually taking this place? They are going to have projectile guys on the ramparts, which is a consideration here. I think what we do is we bring everybody way back, and we just send in the frontline fodder. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Well, I have to be okay with that. Shouldn't be too hard to take him down, sleep him out. But yes, we are storming this castle with all these people. Arrows cost money, don't you know? Okay, we'll send in the Irish then. Right, Northrex is here. Northrex is boosted. Well, no, Kickle Cubicle has done the boosters. Still contemplating that Staff of Storms, though. Man, that Storm Staff is quite useful. Do we just bite the bullet? Just get it done now? It is the whole reason that I brought you here. Kickle Cubicle's not really the guy I want in the combat. I could pull him out to a less dangerous place so that, you know, it's better for him to kill 5% of a tiny, crappy province. Funnily enough, like Clamshell Theatre. But it's not like Charance is a huge province. Corpse Rot might be better, but I also want to keep him alive. He could also site search. He's got amazing stats for site searching. Yeah, and I do need that air searched. So I guess very sadly, Kickle Cubicle is going to be turned into a life of site searching. Right, am I willing to bite bullet? Yeah, I am. Those earth gems are doing nothing for me. This'll hurt. This'll hurt a lot. La 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 la. I need 80 astral pearls. Well, I don't quite need 80 because I already have some air gems. Some Dominions pros are going to be looking at this and they're going to be creasing up on the inside. What an enormous waste of gems that is. On the other hand, I really like having these nice items. So after this, Northrex takes the goodies and flies out to aid the rest of the team, and hopefully doesn't die. Another thing is, how do I make Bag of Wind? I want those temporary air gems. It only costs 10. And I do want him to have that rather a lot. Maybe more so than the enormous Cauldron of Broth currently. I want that temporary air gem. Sure, you know, we've already spent all these gems. Why not spend more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, nah. There you go. Now forge me that bleeding bag of wind. And take your boots of being super fast. Meh, you have over 100 earth gems. Clearly not doing much. Yeah, but that was the whole point. I wanted some kind of gem that I could just use for this purpose. And since Earthblood Deep Well was the most accessible gem generator that I had, we just took it. Alright, then all the air stuff is forged. Kickle Cubicle gets site searching. Northrex joins the offensive. Works for me. I'm gonna, since I'm drowning in these gems with no good use for it, I'll just make another Vine Shield. And you will research, except I want one of you to keep casting me the Fey Knights. And Super Pie, you keep building me temples. Faith is something you just can't buy. I'll have you go and help out Zeal as well. I'm going to further reinforce Zeal. Alright, very good. Let's storm that castle. Yeah, I had over 100 Earth Gems. Good times them were. Uh-oh. I wish the game would tell you. Your global enchantment was dispelled. Which one? Oh, I'll never tell. And the dire portent is the time to end all wars. The reopening of the Forge of Ancients is here. So one of the AIs is going to have a nice boost to making magical items. Now, the AI only does these things on accident. It doesn't actually know that it's going to start making loads of items, so it's decided to get this. It just does things because it feels like it. Now, before I even siege, or before I even storm Pilot Wings Resort... he has a thing or two to say about that. And that thing or two does involve a lot of elephant longbowmen. And I don't have my storm and I don't have my air shield. So he's gonna do what exactly? As long as I can get mass regeneration off, it should be okay. My bigger concern are these dudes. They're gonna fly into my back row and destroy my mage core unless my bodyguards can hold out. My bodyguards, I don't think, can hold out is the problem. I do have my Unseelie Knights set to attack closest. There we go, we've got our Divine Blessing up. So yeah, we're still scared of being shot. I mean, this guy got shot. Holy crap. He got shot in the body with a great bow for 30 damage. Fortunately, just in time, he had Pierce Resistant to drop it to 15. And then Blood Bond shared 7 of that to his allies. And his allies will regenerate that away. Still terrifying, though. Like, there's a reason I hate projectiles. You can just see all this chip damage coming in. Fortunately, Mass Regeneration should be coming in from the Worm That Walks very soon. There we go, we got Army Regeneration. So that should dispel most of this damage that comes in. Most. Now, what about the Flyers? The Flyers are a big problem. Okay, they're coming in. Yeah, my crappy bodyguards can't handle these dudes. I need my Knights to dispatch them. The Fey Lance, the Fey Blade. 17, 18. God, that protection is a problem. We don't have weapons of sharpness. Who the hell is this guy? Yu Yu Hakusho, the Winged Chieftain. He's coming here with the Armor of Knights, oh god, an Axe of Sharpness. He's got good skills. He's gonna cleave his way through here. The Girdle of Might. The swimming. You don't need swimming. Elephants can swim naturally, right? Anyway, a huge problem has appeared, and that's just one unit. There are others coming in approximately now. Ah, the fire! I was a little bit worried about that. Ow, the fire and the water breath. Bodyguards don't fight with ranged weapons. Well, I can take some solace in knowing that it slightly singed the elephant's toe. I can also take some solace in knowing that my sacreds that I set to attack closest are in fact dealing with Yu Yu Hakusho. Where is that name from? He's somewhere on the names list, but I do not recognize. Alright, well, let's hope they can hold, and let's hope that the main army can also hold, because it's not like they're without their troubles. Completely surrounded by the bipedal elephants. Alright, let's keep it slow, shall we? There's a lot of elephant meat to chew through. No, stop setting fire to my command core! I think you just killed the rider of the steed. Mistakes were made bringing these guys in. Great units, but holy crap, I don't want them doing what they're doing. Ooh. I am seriously setting fire to my own mage core here. Yeah, these birds have become a huge liability. I really didn't think they would do that in bodyguard mode. I haven't known bodyguards to do ranged attacks. Alright, fortunately my front line of parasites is holding. It's the mage core that I'm concerned with. They are doing good work, though, if I just stop setting fire to my own units. Oh, okay, the Anzu have retreated, which is concerning. Oh, he's not the only one retreating. Paperboy. Paperboy got shredded with a fire breath. These birds have killed my core. Okay, lesson learned on the birds. Don't. At least not with the commanders. The birds need to move of their own kind of accord. Is that the Prophet dead? Let's not think about such things. I'm sure the Prophet is fine. I'm sure the Prophet is fine. Who was our Prophet again? Also, why am I not seeing commanders here? Boy, he brought out a lot of commanders, huh? Oh no, Resty's dead! Goodbye, Prophet. Undoubtedly dead to my own birds, right? Hmm? Falls off his mount for 4 damage. Blood bond struck. Oh, God. Right, so the fire attacking my sacred seer would have blood bonded to him and killed him. Yeah, those birds just screwed my my commander core. Alright, alright. Well, lesson learned. Fortunately, the parasites are holding, and they're holding very strong. They'd be dead if it weren't for regeneration, of that I'm certain. Well, that's interesting. They tried to hit me with an air elemental, but the thorn staffs are magical, so it just immediately destroys elementals. Okay, okay. We managed to destroy the elephants pretty well. If this elephant could kindly die without my birds setting fire to my units again, we might be okay. Stop! Okay, okay. The elephant is dead. Oh, damn. I need to find a better way to use those birds. How can I stop them from doing that ranged attack? Can I even stop them from doing that ranged attack? It's pretty devastating. But that's the problem, it's devastating. This is where the birds fly to the front lines and burn all the parasites. That would also be a problem. What I could do is put them on the flanks, but their attacks could still destroy the commander that they're assigned to. Phew. Okay, but it wasn't a complete disaster. Yes, we lost our prophet, and that's pretty bad. But we did not lose the fight. Unfortunately, we lost some important things, namely our prophet. So we might not actually win the follow-up attack, because the prophet isn't there to aid the fight. Sea King's Goblet, the Serpent Chris, the Crown of Command. Wait, some of that came from our own dudes. And that means that this fight is a bit of a problem. Because it was only these guys left for the assault. Oh no, the worm that walks is there. Oh man, that was bad. Yeah, all the commanders are dead. That was horrifying. The defenders in Pilot Wings Resort are repairing the fort faster than we can tear it down. Magical artifacts are being longed for once again. Wait, where did all the parasites go? So the parasites were being led by Resty. Let's get to Pilot Wings Resort. Oh my god, there's no leadership here at all. The parasites are being led by Resty. Resty is dead. The Sleeper was another commander. He retreated. So the commanders that were still told to go and storm the castle did storm, but they didn't have the guy that was leading all the dudes, so they just went in with nobody and died. And now I just have these useless units hanging around here. Huge problem, this is. Huge. Fortunately, Paperboy did survive. He's still here. So Paperboy can rush in and take control of the units. But there's nobody to bless them. I'd love to understand this game, but I've given up on it twice. Any good tutorials? Yeah, so one of our community members, Fan of Gaming, he wrote a really good guide on how to get into Dominions. It's full of really simple, easy to follow advice on getting into it. And I will see if I can grab it and link it for you. Let me think, it's on my drive. Drive, public stream stuff. Dominions. And Dominions 5 write-up. And share, and link, and there you go. Highly recommend giving that a read. It's really approachable ways of framing the game. Alright, so we have problems, big problems. Let's go and solve those problems. Part of the problem is that my units will not be blessed, which means I kind of need my priests in there just to offset that problem. And it is a big problem. So I'm going to send in the priests. So between the priests and the leadership of Paperboy, we're going to have to hope that'll do it. Unfortunately, even though I killed his army, he will be back, and I no longer have the Worm That Walks or the Worm That Walks' boosts. However, I made a second Worm That Walks with this exact problem in mind, so he can take this and the boots, and I believe I had armor, but we don't anymore. And you are also going to get the... Oh, geez, the cornucopia, the gems I gave him, all gone. Ooh, painful losses. Right, we're going to need the cornucopia back, or I want the cornucopia back. I'm also going to need some armor for this poor sod. Could just go for a basic armor of knights, but I don't want to slow him down. And he's got the boots of moving pretty fast, as long as it doesn't slow him down by 5 or more. Slows him down by 4. I guess that's okay. What about headshots? Yeah, you could do with some head armor as well. Any old head armor will do. Black steel. Alright, get yourself some basic armor, get yourself the level 5 stuff, get the cornucopia and move on in. Probably also want you to hold onto another one of my cauldrons of broth. You get over to Shikoku, you'll grab all those items and then join in Pilot Wings Resort. Trigvi, Paperboy, you're both heading in. I'm going to need more than just Trigvi and Paperboy, though. I need to reorganize and get this operational. And, of course, we lost our blessing, right? These guys can do it, but we need more than that. I also lost my sea troll. I lost so much there. Worm Mage dead. Sea King dead. Sea King's entourage dead. All because of those freaking Anzus. Oh, there's still an Anzu here. Is there an Anzu over here? Yeah, one of the Anzus returned over here as well. The Anzus have their uses, but it's not doing that. Maybe they're too much of a problem. Like, this breath stuff is great, but, yeah, you saw what it did to my own units. Can't afford that. We're better off working without them. Okay, maybe on the plus side, a lot of my Scorched Templars survived. And King Piccolo and Sayaka can bring in additional ones. So they can get over to Shikoku, and then they'll be able to reinforce pretty quickly. There's no reason that we have to call this a complete loss, but I do need to get in there and save my units. Paperboy, I don't really have much I can give you for protection. This one crummy sea troll is going to have to save you. I'm going to have the priests do their spells. Paperboy has gone limp. That's really, really bad, actually. But Paperboy has recuperation. He might be able to mend his broken legs. Alright. I really hope that bird just goes in and gets itself killed. Quite a few of the Unsteely Knights survived as well, which could be considered good. Let's go and get that thing broken down. Bring in reinforcements. The Fey leadership died. And I do want him back. Even though he keeps dying, I still want him back. Guess I'll have to make him again then. Oh well. Right, Super Pie, go and build us some more temples, please. North Rex. Hey, you've got one of those bowls of enormous food. Also immense magical leadership. Could you go in with the Storm Staff and all of this other stuff and make it work for us? Kyoko Cubicle, ditch that stuff. You grab that. Bit risky, right? If he goes in and dies, then that's a terrible loss for me. But you go in and storm this and then do some pretty big air-related stuff. And I might need that right now. I could bring in more Anzus. Wait, that might not be too bad if I actually send them in to fight the enemy. And I do really want the ability to take the siege back down. I could have them hold and attack rear. And they just do that from the sides. Because they resist each other's attack stuff. That might not be too bad. And then you need to specifically cast... Do I actually have it? Army of Mist. Whew, that is expensive, man. It's a very powerful spell, though. And then I need you to conserve your magical items. I'm gonna have to trust that'll be enough. You'll reinvigorate your way out of fatigue, surely. And regenerate if you take fatigue damage. I'm gonna need more of those air gems, though. Considerably more. Well, bye-bye earth gems. We never really needed earth gems. They're not real. There we go. Let's believe this guy can bring it back for us. Alright, alright. Yeah, you go in. Army of Mist. If you can somehow still like cast something after Army of Mist, then... I would probably like Arrow Fend. Arrow Fend is easier to cast, like a lot easier to cast. Maybe do Arrow Fend, then Army of Mist. Yeah, but Army of Mist is a much stronger spell. Yeah, and the Storm will take care of half of the incoming things anyway. Alright, don't worry about too much about that. Alright, this is me scraping together to hope that I can undo the horrors that have just happened. Just get these guys back together. Get the army, break that down, and win. I'd love to send in Abaddon as reinforcements, but that's clearly not happening. Hey, the Winstinians moved into Eudora. That's interesting. If I know that Winstein and NECA are fighting amongst each other, that's, well, excellent news for me. Am I willing to send Abaddon to Sao Paulo? No, not with that much enemy dominion, I'm not. Alright, still need to repair everything after all this horror show. Fortunately, I suppose we have some replacement Unseelie Knights, and some Unseelie Knights are still around over here. Need the leadership for them, and I need my blessing back. Is it time for fun movement cancel shenanigans? I hope not. Not what I'm game for. I'm going to need some replacement priests after everybody's going to be dying here. Clock Tower doesn't have a... Oh my. Clock Tower doesn't have a temple. Alright, alright, alright. So, Kickle Cubicle, you are on site search duty now. I guess you don't particularly need the Dwarven Hammer. But I do like the idea of you actually having weapons and such. If you change shape, you get a boost, but I shouldn't need air or water 4 for site searching. Shouldn't. I think there's some rare level 4 things, but let's not count on that. I'd rather you had your arms, so that in a fight you can actually do something. Could you put a mundane army to raid Sao Paulo? Put together is difficult for me. Nah. I would like to have another army group, but I think I just need to focus everything on destroying Pilot Wings and NECA. Once those two are down, I should be in a pretty good position to rebuff him at every step. But these two need to go down. He can't have this Throne of Water. And even less can he have his own capital. Alright, continue with the searching, and let's hope that we can make something happen here. Talkini is a vicious fighter in his non-human form. I don't doubt that. I mostly have him around for... well, what do I have him around for now? Okay. Ooh, we did find something. Uh-oh, we're under attack from Zashai. Now, it's not the fact that this attack is coming in and doing nothing that's a concern. It's the concern that Zashai considers us to be at war. He's attacking Indies and getting slaughtered in Acre, that's fine. So, the battle in Pilot Wings Resort. There's the Storm to wipe out half of his projectiles, which is hopefully useful. I need those birds to bugger off right about now. And he does have some flyers. Those flyers could be a big problem. Fortunately, they are just using benign weapons, but they're probably going to fly and kill my back row again. What's all that zapping noise? Where are their flyers? Okay, I'm very fortunate the flyers didn't go here and kill all my naked priests. But yeah, what a difference this makes, Mistform. I did tell him not to waste all those, Where's the old dude? Where's the old dude? Those freaking birds, man. Look at what they're doing to my units! Stormstoss flyers, no, they are storm immune. They can do whatever they want in a storm. Okay, NECA's routed, but what the hell happened there? No! Why did he die? Did he, like, fly into combat or something? Maybe I forgot to tell him to not do that. Oh, man, I probably forgot to tell him to not just go and get himself killed in combat. That or he got killed by the birds. I need to find out. How many gems did we lose? Let's not ask these questions, okay? It's hurtful. Alright, there he is. And then he just runs in like an idiot! Damn. I must have forgotten to give him orders to not run in like an idiot. Well, that's on me. On the plus side, we did get there in time to actually save the rest of the army, so ignoring the vast amount of resources that I sunk into Umu ap Kalu, we did manage to grab his items back at least, so let's consider that. Okay. There's a battle in Elsewhere. So Zishai are still probing us, but it's nothing of relevance yet. It'll be much more relevant when he brings more monkeys, because those monkeys are going to laugh at my attempts to kill them with puny projectiles. Shikigami gets Misfortune, Disease and Charance. They're repairing the walls in Pilot Wings. That's not surprising, because unless I assign the units to my army, they will not be considered as actually sieging it. So there we go, you get in there. Mindless and non-mindless cannot be combined. Honk. Hold and attack rear, please. I still think these guys are a liability. Is there a way to stop them using their projectiles? Because it's those projectiles which are causing me so much trouble that I actually don't want them in the fight at all. I could just tell them to retreat. I don't want them in the fight, I just want them for the siege. So if they just kind of sit back and retreat, that might be better. Okay, alright, we got a large number of problems that I'm trying to solve at once here. Paperboy's a little flimsy to be in charge of all these dudes, but what can you do? At least we picked up all these items, right? We got the winged helmet back. We've got the song of, we got the storm thing. We've got the bag of wind. Say we've got a water lens for a temporary water gem. And we got the staff of storms. Okay, well that's relatively good. I don't have good units to hold on to them though. I mean, Trigvi, I suppose, could hold on to the staff of storms. I don't want these naked, useless people holding on to these items. Mm-hmm. You hold an attack closest. Still need these guys casting spells. Terrified of counterattacks here. Absolutely terrified. Now I don't have those really nice spells. I don't have army regeneration until I get the worm that walks back in. So let's get him back in. Cornucopia for you. Some supply for you. I wanted protection for you. I need to protect your head as well. And some nature gems and some orders. Please cast specifically army regeneration and then cast conservative spells. Who has this bird here? You know what? The bird can join you and be told to retreat. Hopefully the birds are smart enough to retreat over to Shikoku, although I'm not entirely sure that's the smart thing going on here. Do I get Umu Ap Kalu back? He was pretty damn good. You know, when he didn't just fly in and die. I like my Umu Ap Kalu. 60 more of these gems. Well, whatever. I mean, what else are we going to use them for? Goodbye fire gems, goodbye earth gems. Cast Astral Summon Ap Kalu, and we won't make that mistake again, surely. I believe I wanted a temple here. I don't recall sending all of you over here. I think I took too many of them out of Sharant's. All right, I'm gonna need all these guys ready to move in to take care of this stuff. All right, cubicle. I think I just continue sending you around to site search everywhere. Although Clock Tower has been dealt with. Go and check Albion and other such places, please, and try not to spread too much disease for me. Here's some reinforcements that we badly need, along with some more leadership that we badly need. Into Pilot Wings Resort we go. King Piccolo, you are on patrol duty here to ensure that the provincial defense can hold. Which hopefully it does. I'm going to add provincial defense to it. Still can't get my Fey Knights. That'll take one more turn, I believe. Crazy Dave. Move on down. We need some craziness down here. Let's get our much needed temple on the go. Alright, when it comes to my items, what do I still need? Got plenty of items here that'll keep my dude alive, but I worry greatly about my my priests. Maybe rather than siege, they can preach, but if they die, well, that's just a problem, isn't it? Just a problem, because I highly doubt he's just going to sit by and let me keep sieging this. Alright, what do I do about these? These Anus just bugger off. Like I said, I just need them for the sieging. I want a front line formation, and I want the Sealies to do their thing of holding and attacking closest. And I want these guys to hold and attack closest to protect my Mage Corps. And I want additional Scorched Templars to come in and help with that. If I can. Alright, I'll be ready for that. Any plan to get blessings on your army? The priests are going to have to do that until I can get my profit back. And the priests can do that, and they're very expendable. Which is why I'm making more of them. Alright, any more items that I need? The Iron Face was good for Umu, what's-his-face? Damn, he was good. It's dirty what happened to him. And it is all my fault. Let's not mince words on that one. I'm just making a bunch of items so that I have them at the ready. Part of the problem, though, is that, see the mist form that I did? Mist form breaks when it encounters magical damage. These elephants don't do a lot of magical damage, but you know what does? Those birds. Fire and Ice Breath was magical and it instantly popped mist form. Maybe if Namu Ap Kalu did not have his mist form popped, he might have survived, but ifs and buts. He's dead. That's all that matters right now. We've got a ton of money we don't seem to be using. Money can't solve all of my problems right now. Can solve some of them, though. These cavalry guys actually have half-decent siege ability. Just trading for the problem is they also have projectiles, which I'd rather they were not using on me. Damn it, those birds are good for sieging. Wonder what else I can get that's good for aiding in the siege. How about just not losing my army? Not losing my army is great for the siege. Lizard Riders are a bit bleh. They also use shots and bow, but they're not nearly as good at sieging. The moose is surprisingly good at sieging. The moose also has nice mail barding, as opposed to leather barding. Yeah, I don't think moose are the answer here. They might be though, right? Let's consider for half a second. Maybe I really should be giving myself some moose flanks. They'll certainly chew up the enemy for a bit whilst my other units can do something of value. Let's get these guys at the ready, so at least I can roll them into to aid with sieges, and I can do the same over here. Sure. Wait, I've been recruiting guys here all the time? Don't need any more of that. I think we have plenty of research currently. I'm not planning on doing blood things here. I have to ask myself if there's anything that I want to do here, though. Call the Ancient Presence? Army of gold, lead, bronze. Susceptibility to shock all the way down. I shouldn't. Well, I might want high-level magical items. Not sure what for, though. Worm that walks could do this. Fire, cold, shock, and poison resist. The poison resist isn't very relevant, but the other things could conceivably be. You know what? I never checked to see what my enchantment what the enchantment I lost was. Earthblood, riches from beneath, gift of health. We lost the Mother Oak. I'm not so concerned that I'm willing to get that back, but maybe I should be a little bit concerned. All right, go and get this back for me. I, for one, quite enjoyed the magical boot-fueled suicide charge. I did not. All right, Ap Kalu is back, and we are continually being attacked by Zashai. Most of his army is underground, so I shouldn't have to worry about this, but I still worry because look at the no damage I do to his monkeys. They're really, really well protected. They have shields against my projectiles. I mean, the answer is bring even more projectiles, surely. Gunnar Tonneson. He's got no special things, but he still kicks ass. And of course, we can't land it to save our lives. One thing I suppose we have going for us is when we do charge, we do actually hit quite hard. The lance comes in for a single bonus strike. Bonus damage is limited to half the strength of the charging unit. I don't know if that applies to the guy riding or the animal itself. Probably the guy riding. Anyway, lots of moose bringing in bonus damage can't be bad. Ah! Most of his army's underground, right? I think I'm losing Winter Hell today. Kind of incredible that we're still here, but that's because of my mindless commander. He doesn't know how to route, but he does know how to die, and now he's dead. Interestingly, the enemy army, I was going to say looked like some of them were routing. Wishful thinking, this one guy routed. I have a problem. Well, let's hope he's only taking Winterhell because he really wants Harlem. Also, there was the route to the underground. I've wasted too much time. If I'd actually been able to slaughter NECA, maybe I could turn my army around and deal with this, but right now I'm too invested in the elephant fight. He's going to probably take Elsewhere in Almitha, and then I'm in deep doo-doo. And reinforcing my defenses here is not going to do much for me. Need to get rid of these, otherwise I'm not entirely sure you get the rebate on them being cancelled later. Yes, big problems. How much damage did I do to him in Winterhell? Oh god, nothing. Yeah, he means business. He means monkey business. I am feeling the squeeze now. What I could do is say, surely Abaddon can handle this. Abaddon's handled worse, right? Abaddon can't quite get to Elsewhere in time. But they could go to Almitha. But it's a huge claim that they could manage this. Enormous. Let's take a look at what we're fighting against here. Once they're fluffed up a bit. Magical weapons will slice through ethereal. That's some really good skills. Of course, they're experienced units as well. They're not going to get harassed because of the awareness. Exceptional short sword of doing much damage to me because of their super strength. Good protection. But notably, they're not all magical and they don't fly. So maybe we can manage. That's some good morale. Not great magical defense, all things considered. So maybe my hope is that they waste their time going for Almitha. So Abaddon is going to move and patrol in Almitha and do her usual, standing at the back, fluffing herself to Kingdom Come, and then destroying them. But that is me hoping that they actually go to Almitha. If they go to Elsewhere, then they could take Pizza Tower, Alban, Castle Shirigami, you name it. So I have to hope they don't go here. Hoping... might be hoping for too much. Although maybe they go into Harlem and kill themselves, that'd be cool as well. Super Pie. Oh, that's right, look at all these places. Free for taking. Oh wait, no, Zashai took Celadon City. I'd like to move in and take this, but I don't have the units to do so. Even a single unit could move in and take these provinces, though. Even a single unit could go and take these. Alright, that's what I'll believe. Boy, have we got problems. The temple is built here, but I still need units over to aid all of this. Still want more units to go and help at Pilot Wings Resort for now. More benefactors, please. We need the preaching. Perhaps now more than ever. More preaching. And I can get my knight back. At least we have that. Cast the Fey Prince. Yeah, I'm struggling to think how we come back from this. Oh my gosh, I forgot the worm that walks is immortal. He's back. Aha. Isengard Fire Gem. Deadly Disease. Pilot Wings is breached. Alright, Caligula. You might be absolutely messed up, but go and get yourself over to Ondmark. And then you'll get fixed up by my Dominion, and then you can go and rejoin Pilot Wings Resort. Yeah, okay, we have something going for us there. Kickle Cubicle, you came here to search, not just kill everybody. But you're saying, well, you know, I can multitask. Darth Air, we need more ecumenical hands over in Shikoku. Special Agent Hunk brought Toilet Genie, the Umu Apkalu. Toilet Genie, you will be armed with some air gems, and you will be sent to Pilot Wings Resort, and you will be strictly ordered to cast spells and be conservative. I think I told him to cast the spell, be conservative, and I forgot to set him to cast spells. That'll be what I did. Yeah, that'll be 100% what happened there. Soon I'll have some more warlords to bring my units around to Shikoku and beyond. Now, there's a chance I can win this. I like that chance. I'm afraid you all need to join me here for the storming of the castle. Storming the castle is a bit dangerous because we're going to be shot by the people up here, and we don't have a good way to deal with that. So please take a step back. There is a limit to how well I can bless. So I'm going to have these guys here so that the blesses can hopefully hit them as best they can. Oh well, we gotta hope. At least I'll have fortitude and regeneration on my naked priests, so maybe they don't die. They also have blood bond, so maybe they don't die. Special Agent Hunk, get back to researching. Take off that hat and that other thing just in case you die with it. Toilet Genie, you're getting moving, of course. Please don't die. Is there anything I can give you right now, by the way? I could give you this helmet of not dying. Of course, later on you're going to switch it out for another helmet. It's just something to keep you alive in in combat. But I can't have you move and storm. Alright, believe. Super Pie doesn't know what to do, so I'll just have him preach there for now. He could move into the Hudson Bay, but if Sashai is moving in there, then I just lose Super Pie. Is that a big problem? I don't think it is. It's better to just go in there and take it. Be a man, Laszlo. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, just take the Hudson Bay. It's that easy. Gives you another place to set down a temple, if nothing else. Jake, you always seem to be on a nice edge when playing this game. Is it fair to say it's really hard to snowball in Dom 6? I just think I'm not a very good player, is the long and short of it, Zanzibar Palm. I keep making these grand plans and they fall apart because I make oversights. But also, I don't test anything. We just made up this this nation and rolled with it. We didn't know how they would perform. And I feel like that's a way to lose your passion in the game. Testing and testing and testing until you know everything you do in your first 20 turns. Nah, it's not how we roll. And that's, of course, something I do to smokescreen the fact that I'm not very good at the game. But no, against the AI, it's not a particularly difficult game. Alright, storm that castle and please don't let me down. I need to make sure that you are actually doing what I need you to do. In fact, I forgot to tell you to hold. Same with you and you. You hold as well and stay behind the troops, please. With your specific bodyguards. These guys have no orders. I do just want them to attack, but they will figure that out themselves. Oh, right, these guys are on retreat. Which means they're just going to retreat in this battle, which I don't want them to do. So I'm just going to have them hang around here. That's a problem if I get attacked, though. Jeez. Right, here's one thing I'll do. Goost, you take charge of these guys. These guys will retreat, but Goost will not storm the castle. Goost will just preach. That way, if we do get attacked, then the birds bugger off. If we don't get attacked, then the birds are still here with Goost. My problem is the birds might retreat to Shikoku, but also disperse, and then we lose some. I'm really having a hard time figuring out how to use these birds, because they hurt me more than they hurt the enemy in combat. But they're so good for sieging. It's painful. And even if they do hold and attack stuff, eagles can attack rear and suicide. Sometimes attack rear doesn't go to the rear, and even if it does, their magical breath will pierce through the enemy and hit my own units. And my own units are fine, they don't need assistance from the birds. I just want the birds to siege. Don't want them storming, don't want them fighting. If the castle's busted, just have them leave. That's another good idea. Just take the birds and go. You can always bring them back later, especially with Apkalu or anyone else who jumps in with can I get another fast flying unit to just move them birds around? Well, a horse tribe chief actually has 26 map move. They could bring in the birds. That's not the worst idea. Yeah, they take the birds, they just ride in to aid with the siege. If there's a fight, they retreat. Otherwise, they add a significant chunk to the siege. That's alright. I'll go with that. I forgot to double check that my units had the right orders. Okay, just trust the Jake from half an hour ago. I'm sure he knew what he was doing. Seeing some long battles here. Right, the Fey Prince is here. We searched and found nothing. There was a battle in Zeal. Zishai? How are you even there? Ah, this guy had pills of water breathing to get underwater. Well, on the plus side, he's dying for it. He better be dying for it. Come on, there we go. Yeah, see, those big monkeys are extremely sturdy. Sword Lord. Pilot Wings Resort. There was a battle before we stormed the oh my god, they just don't quit! Oh, and they brought... Oh, I just realized something. These bastards can't fly at me when I bring up the storm. That's so important, and I didn't even realize it. These guys flying to the back road to destroy my mage core is the biggest freaking problem. And I shut them down with one little trick. Also, to the person saying just cast storm, casting storm would be too slow. They'd already fly to me. But whoever has that storm thing is doing great work for me. Okay, good. Unfortunately, a lot of my units aren't blessed. I mean, we're trying to bless them, but we're not trying hard enough. Maybe they're out of range. Bless does have limited range. Maybe my assertion is I don't need the blessing. They already have regeneration, but the blessing gives them a lot of boosts. What the hell is doing that? Trigvi! Don't cast Lightning Bolt! Wait, that's Toilet Genie. Oh, no. It is someone here. Trigvi, damn it! The Staff of Storms allows him to cast Lightning Bolt, and he's casting it. And I'm not entirely sure it's avoiding my guys. Oh well. Definitely taking attrition here. Especially when those big thumpy attacks come in. Yeah, we're not fortituded up to deal with this. But we can get rid of these guys. Alright, there we go. Whew. So I would need a mass bless, because not all of them enjoy being blessed. And those that bless are going to survive. About 10% attrition. The Sea Troll's finally dead. I do not miss him. The Unseelie Knights all survived, which is great. And we stole some of their goods. None of our commanders died, and significant numbers of theirs did. Okay, that's good. Alright, Treasure Trove Cove does what it does best. We took Hudson Bay with nobody attacking us. The Monolith holds. The Sword Lords go in and just get shreked by the Monolith. Wait, did some of them die? Impressive that they killed the Barbarians. I bet the Monolith crushed them. Let's see. Yeah, see that? The lightning bolts that missed the dude here, killing the Barbarians. They all go down, though. Okay, they are invulnerable. I just thought these guys were ethereal, but those are summer lions that are. Okay, now, can we actually please take Pilot Wings Resort? Okay, I see the problem here. My guys are moving away from the Blessed too quickly. I should have told them to hold before they move in. That's a problem because now they're extremely weak to the archer fire. Fortunately for me, the elephant units are so large they barely get any archers on the walls, so it should be very easy for us to move in and crush them. And they're looking pretty moved in it. Please stop electrocuting our own units, Trigvi! Trigvi, no! It's armor nullifying. Look at him never hitting the enemy. There we go. Please stop, Trigvi. Alright, we raised them. To my surprise, I didn't actually lose any of my leadership. We stole some of their goods. Hey, a Girdle of Might. Anyone remember seeing that before? Alright. Dominion's been reduced in Ulm. Damn them. Scorched Templar's cured. And hey, we got a hero. Can a hero pull us out from this situation? Oh, hello. Sooth the hero, a meek master, but she got wounded by a renegade wizard and was empowered by the awakening god to avenge herself. She's raised from the mountain graveyards, found in Ondmark, and she's easier to recruit in the lands of death. She's trained in covert operations and can infiltrate enemy strongholds to learn secrets. 50, but you're old. Boy, are you old. Well, that's good blood access, and that's some air access I could have done with an Aeon ago. I can't think of a good use for you, and I'm not doing blood things, so I guess you're just researching back here. Right, finally we took Pilot Wings Resort. It only took forever, but we did it. I am deeply concerned by the 600-strong army in Winterhell, and I am really hoping that they're trying to go for Almetha. Not sure Abaddon's going to manage that on her own, but what else can she do? Die, I suppose. The lack of mass blessing is hurting me. Well, a lot of things are hurting me, aren't they? Right, at least they don't have the Throne of Water. Even if I don't, they don't either. So what do we do here? I reckon no matter how much I provincially defend it, they're still going to ruin my day. So do I go on the offense or not? It's a big question. I feel like Hannibal at this moment. I want you to hold an attack so that my priests can get their blessing done. I can still get army regeneration off. There is a laboratory in here. Toilet Genie needs to get equipped with all the latest doodads, so first off I'm going to strip all of my priests. Fortunately, my... Oh, hello, Wavebreaker. Nice. Fortunately, me being around to pilfer all the items meant that the loss of Abkalu previously was not the devastating investment loss that it felt like. It was really only the cost of Abu himself. And I suppose the army that died with it and the possibility of having this siege done. But let's not worry about these minor details. We're alive. Mr. Barrington will not be alive for much longer, though. He's diseased. Crazy Dave, you don't need that ice helmet. Paperboy, why are you doing with cornucopia? And a Ring of Frost. I want you to have Boots of the Messenger and your armor. Kind of tempted to give you, because you really need to live to command my units, I think I'm going to give you the armor of Toilet Genie armor thing. That way you have much better protection. Susceptibility to shock, but better that. And then Toilet Genie can enjoy the boosts. This is so unordered. I need an order button for this because it's horrifying. Anyway, boost and get that and boost. And yeah, your protection's a bit sad, so give yourself some body armor. Give yourself some boosts of not getting tired out. And just in case you get shot, here's a shield. You shouldn't need a weapon. But I don't like the idea of you just swinging your fist. But I don't have one-handed weapons for you, do I? Well, that'll have to do you. Alright, so we're not going to make the same mistakes again, right? Your job is to specifically cast Army of Mist because it's huge. And then if we're still going after that, Arrowfend. Well, there is Blizzard, but Arrowfend. That's going to cost 3 gems, so you can't do that forever. But we can always top up with more air gems later on. Is that true? Is that true? Not really. Sorry, earth gems, but I need air gems. It's important for the army. This time, don't die with them. The item menu has an order button in DOM 6. Excuse me? Wow. Wait, no. Shift click? Control A auto sort? Whoa. Amazing. Thanks for that. I'm thrilled to hear that. Okay. Actually, forget that. Why don't you have the Staff of Lightning off of Trigvi? Because then you're going to be too tired to actually hit anyone with it. Yeah, I'm saddened that you don't get your protection, but... yeah, you got hit points, you got 15 protection, you are sacred, so you'll be blessed with Fortitude Blood Bond, and you're regenerating. Twice even, I think you'll be fine. Yeah, that's good, because I don't want you zapping my foes. Or rather, if anybody's going to zap my foes, it should be the guy with some actual precision. Alright, very good. You feeling good? You got the cornucopia, you can do the mass stuff, that's fine. Paperboy is protected enough to lead our people to glorious victory. Here you go, you can feed our people too. Anything else to concern ourselves with for you? No, I don't think so. Trigvi and Palmar are there to make up numbers, and the priests are there to preach. And I don't see a reason why Trigvi can't have all of the units. Why are there an additional 20-something Scorched Templars? Oh, well, now I'm seeing the reason he can't have all the units. He is limited to 225 of them. Alright, fair enough then. This is okay. I still want more of everything, of course, but this will do for now. Army regeneration, army of whatsits, you cast spells. Conservative. Conservative, that's what that little asterisk is. Barrington, you're going to die on the march if you come here. That's not true. Lord Barrington will constantly be hit with army regeneration. He will be able to get his hit points back. He'll probably take additional horrible things as we go, but hold on. Look at this. Disease healer. Maybe he'll be okay after all. The question is what I do with the Pilot Wings Resort itself. I really want to march on NECA's capital. I would be very happy if I marched on NECA's capital. But do I think I could reasonably hold on to this with some province defense? Or do I think I could... You know what, how about Barrington stays behind and builds me a temple? And then how about... No, if I will never be able to displace NECA's dominion without truly destroying NECA, is my problem. And of course my god is busy dealing with the ever-present threat of Zashai. I need to take NECA and then just butcher him everywhere. It's the only thing that's going to work. Now, that doesn't answer the question about provincial defense. I think I should. I think I should dump some PD here. And on top of that, I'm going to add Audrey. Yeah, Audrey is going to patrol. Yeah, there we go. Just to add a bit more magical leadership and the ability for these guys not to instantly rout. So we take Kvatch, and then we take NECA, hopefully. With my army of only 489 siege ability. That's concerningly small. Needs to be bigger than that. There are the birds, though, right? How about Dicey takes the birds? Who alone have a terrifying amount of siege ability. You could run into NECA. I'm still deeply concerned about the birds helping in battle. You could go in for turn 2 of the siege, I guess, and then we'll set you on retreat orders. But if everything around you is taken, they'll retreat and die. I think these birds just are not the future for me. I wanted them to be the future, and they are not. Kickle Cubicle, I need you to continue site searching for me, please. Still looking for more air gem income, of which we have virtually nothing. Zangief, we clearly need more units on the front line. Go and bring them over to NECA. And I also got Sid Meier. Sid Meier is going to grab the not very many remaining Unseelie Knights and send them in. Hold and attack closest from the back in line formation. And I want you to... Wow, you can get all the way to Shikoku from there? Alright, then do it. Greg? I'll just preach there for now. I'm struggling deeply on Dominion. Dicey, just wait. Goose, continue with the preaching. Do some researching. Empower, hide and wait there. I want to see if anyone attacks into Harlem. Alright, we took the Hudson Bay. That's got to be considered good. Seems like a good place to prop up yet another temple, even though Zashai is fighting me. And God, he brought Dispossessed Spirits. Those can be a real pain to fight. They're ethereal, and they spook you, and I forget if they freeze you. It's more of a ghost thing. Alright, take the Baltic Sea. Do I dare go to Balaton? Shamblers can go on land, so I actually think I do. I mean, we take it or NECA takes it. Better that I have it than they do. Meros can also go on land, interestingly. But this Mero moves too slow. Get up to Hudson Bay, give me another Shambler. So I can shamble into the Baltic Sea, and we'll see if Deception Island is possible to take as well. Ooh, man, life is rough. You know, I really thought we'd be finishing this today. I thought, you know, I've got a plan. It'll either fail early or it'll work so well that we're going to crush everything. As it happens, things did not go smoothly. We have not crushed. I lost my army in leadership again. And even though we're winning against the elephant peoples, the Shai have decided that victory is not something I'm allowed to taste. I'm deeply concerned about how I can put up with that many Bandar champions. Deeply concerned. I'm not sure Abaddon can dance that hard. But damn it, she can try. She's going to have to defend. It's just my biggest concern that they go into Elsewhere. Because then I just lose all of this and they can punch deeply into me and there's not much I can do. Well, what I could do is I could actually have Abaddon move over to Pizza Tower. Can you actually get there in time? Yes, barely, but you can get into Pizza Tower. If they go elsewhere, I can just go straight for Pizza Tower. Very good. Well, I mean, as good as these things can get. Still deeply concerned, but well. Don't worry, Jake. More Dom, more better. Is that really true, though? I want to play a lot of this, but it's a tiring game to play. Oh, well, tomorrow I'll have some Slay the Spire to warm up and then some more Dom. Alright, lots of fighting. Just what I love to see. Well, I love it when Winstein comes in and just wastes resources against me, but I wish he'd waste a resource on my other foes. We are attacking into Kvatch. But this time, I wait, and look at that, I bless my units. And now we're pretty confident that we just go and mulch what we see. Good. Yeah, very good. Lossless. We did get attacked in Elsewhere, which was not the outcome I was looking for. Elsewhere will not hold against this. Well, it shouldn't hold against this. happening. Those monkeys are too damn strong. Hard to get through that kind of protection. Not that we did nothing to them, but not much we can do against that. Battle in Acre, just Sword Lord dying. Shikoku. Okay, well, NECA, I don't think you're taking Shikoku. Not with that Toad Raider. Blech. Some of those arrows have to hit. We took Balanton for free. Pilot Wings has lost Dominion. Okay, great. Oh, there's a false prophet there. On the plus side, I don't have Dominion there anyway, so no big deal. Deadly Disease and Corpse Rot Passage, who would have thought? Sneaking Militia, the false... Oh, we instantly found the false prophets. Guess that's what happens when you invest in province defense. Nice, I'm glad they're dead. A Scorched Templar has been healed, and we've killed some filthy brigands. Okay, good. Kickle Cubicle searched and found. Did you even search here, or did I only just send you here? I think I accidentally told you to patrol? I could have sworn you were already here. Well, whatever, you haven't searched, so please search now. And I know you haven't searched because we only have level 1 fire. And no air searched here yet. Okay, right, so this is a problem. They clearly want to attack me somewhere down here. Clearly. Although not all of their army went in. If they went into Harlem and or Acre, I would have noticed it. So I guess the rest of their army would just pop back underground. Abaddon is going to make sure that Pizza Tower doesn't fall at the very least. Or try to. Anything's possible. Probably going to fall. Let's see. Princess Zelda and South Sour here. Just wait for now. Caligula is busy licking his wounds after the butchering that he got earlier, so just hang tight for now. Keel, get over to Pilot Wings Resort, and for the love of all that's good, just preach here. If I want Barrington not to die, I should probably send him back home somewhere. Yeah, get over to Castle of Baal, you'll be safer there for a wee while. And then you two guys come over to Pilot Wings Resort. Patrolling, moving, defending, that's fine. Kvatch falls without much of a hitch. And now we very aggressively strike his capital. Still wish I could have a prophet, but you have to wait for the previous prophet's essence to disappear. Don't actually know how long that takes. Zangief is an officer. Loads of moosies. I could go into Sao Paulo. That does mean that actually Kvatch could go Sao Paulo. And then I go to NECA. It does allow the rest of the units to join up without too much issue. Or they move in with some lag going through Kvatch. I think they take the Kvatch laggy route. How bad could it be? Just don't shoot my own units, please. With some province defense, I should be able to hold. He's going to be more worried about his capital. But if I secure the capital, all is relatively well. I need a prophet to take Pilot Wings Resort, though. Where is my prophet to be? There he is, Sid Meier himself. Yeah, so Sid Meier will become my prophet and he'll take the Pilot Wings Resort. So to that extent, I will just preemptively put him there. If arrows are your weakness, does skirmish formation help at all? Not really. And I want my units to be combined up so they can blood bond and stuff anyway. We already have our solutions to being shot at. We have air access for air shield. We have air access for fog warriors. We have fortitude, blood bond, regeneration. All of these are anti-arrows. Because honestly, we solved everything else pretty quickly. But we are so bad against projectiles that I've had to invest a lot. You know, we attacked one time aggressively into Winstein. He shot us to death. We had a big fight against NECA. He brought a lot of strong longbows and shot us to death. Of course, the other problem is being attacked in the back row by flyers. But that we've solved with this. Auto Storm. So I really think NECA is about to die. The problem, of course, now is that Zashai want a slice of the me pie. It's actually very, very dangerous for me to send in my god to deal with this, but what else can I do? I need to live somehow. You two are just going to wait here for now. Susan Officer can also wait here. I could recruit in Pilot Wings Resort, and actually what I should be doing is recruiting a lot of priests. 32 upkeep, 34 upkeep. Oh, wow. Okay, well. These guys can be sneaky-like as well, which is good. I don't think I'm quite willing to invest in the Moose Brigade just yet. I'm building Moose here because they can charge in and aid with the sieges, but I'm okay-ish with what I have right now. Go and take the Baltic Sea, go and defend Balaton. Hey, would you look at that? Balaton has good provincial defense, and it has... Ooh. Very nice. Free gems. Woodhenge Druid. Well, if I was going to recruit them, I would have recruited them by now. And Deception Island. I still have to break that fort down if I want it. And I lack the free units to do so right now. Is that true? Is that actually true? I could just roam in with my birds and start tearing apart Deception Island. Seems foolish, though. Yeah, I should really make sure that NECA is less of a threat before I dedicate myself to another front. Fronts are already proving problematic for me. Alright, Dicey, in that case, still wait another moment, please. Neptune. What are you doing in Clamshell? Well, dying, apparently. Don't know if you retreated or what, but... I'll just have you preach there for now. There's a concern about Pizza Tower. I mean, if it comes to a slog, you're going to die anyway. So Nico, basically all of my priests, rather than have you just die here pointlessly. Oh, look at that! Zashai is going on a rampage. He's going for a Winstein as well. I'm not surprised. Look at his army size. He's more than everyone else put together. And I'm still fighting Elephant Man. Yeah, Zashai controlling the underground has allowed them to just run away with a victory here. I need to do something about this. But he has the most dominion. I out-research everybody. At least I got that going for me. He has the most gem income. He has the most income. Double mine before bonuses. He has the most forts. And he has the most provinces. Zashai is a big freaking problem, but is he a problem that I can solve? I don't know. I don't know how my army matches up against his. And yeah, I'm nowhere near concluding my war with NECA. Because NECA is a threat until they're all completely gone. Am I about to wish that I'd started building a fort around here aeons ago? Probably. Can't build that fort now, though. I don't have 7 red seconds to throw at it. Right, the Hudson Bay is enjoying a nice-looking fort, courtesy of me. Balton is land connected to Gilligan's Island. Maybe they built a bridge here or something, but it does mean that NECA can just stroll on over. But I did reinforce it here. I don't think of a good reason not to just throw in Super Pie over here. Aonshix doesn't have much to do. I guess you could take Blue Moon Canyon. Just stick it to NECA. Land that's mine is land that's not his. I guess I just get over here for the hell of it. This Shambler's of no real use to anybody. Yeah, I guess so. What's a laboratory doing here anyway? Okay, right. We move over to NECA. We should have no problem doing what we've been doing all along so far, unless I run out of gems. I have a lot of gems, and I have a lot of gems. So surely we have enough time to take NECA, and then take some more gems out of their laboratory. And they will have a laboratory. Capitals always start with laboratory, temple, and fort. Although bad events can destroy them, and I've seen that happen to someone. They weren't very happy, and I wouldn't have been either. I would love to have a separate detachment that could just take these side provinces, but I really don't have the troops for it. So we just have to run around as a main army just going stomp, 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 stomp. And that's all times that the Shy can do the same to me. And I'm concerned about not holding Sao Paulo. Is it really a good idea not to just take Sao Paulo, then NECA? Because I'm going to have to double back for Sao Paulo. What's the odds he even goes for Kvatch? Not unreasonable. All right, we're gonna move that way then. Zangief get into Sao Paulo as well. That way, these guys can continue doing that. The Scorched Templars can continue aiding here, and Zangief joins the ranks back there. Maintain your hold and stay behind troops order unless you're casting spells, including ecumenical spells. Yes, we take Sao Paulo, we hope Kvatch can hold, which it might not. And then we strike NECA, right at the heart of the elephant people. All the while, we pray that Abaddon can hold. Not much more I can do for Abaddon at this point, is there? Sleep Aura, Ethereal. There's a strong argument to stop using this thing. Ethereal doesn't work against magical weapons, and they're bringing magical weapons, so surely just protection would be better. But my argument is they won't be able to get through defense, repel, protection, ethereal, awe. And it's not a good argument, but it's the one I'm going with. Okay, have at. Whew. Does your name list have the Master David Cages? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it has Connor, the android sent by Cyberlife. Wait, we were attacked in the castle of Baal? How? Ah, he rose up some madmen. So there's a dude. Where is he? It's kind of hard to spot amongst all of these. There he is. Yeah, there he is. Kaladin the Mad Priest put a cod on his head, dual-wielded another couple of cods, and just through the power of being insane, he is actually a sacred priest. Ambidextrously wielding his fish, he's going to go and die. Bye, Kaladin. Nice try. Right, we search and find nothing. Okay, the dead prophet is now fully dead. We can go and make another prophet and claim that throne that I want badly. Cripples are dying. We were fought in Blue Moon Canyon? Oh crap, NECA came in and took the lands. Oh well, that Mero's dead. Bye, Mero. They're fighting against an Albion? How are they moving around like this? They can't fly? Oh, I think I'm still on their border. There's the problem. These monkeys are so strong. Look at them hold against all of this. They even turn into werebears upon being shredded. Yeah, that's 4 of their sword lords and just took a lot to take them out. On the plus side, they're throwing away some commanders, which are not without cost. It's just, this is insignificant to Zashai. He is so big and rich and strong. Anyway, there was a battle in Sao Paulo, which I insisted upon taking. Zap, zap, zap. We had Mist Form, and we had Regeneration Cast. Okay, no big deal. Did I charm a Necan Basher? Why did I gain one? I don't even know who I have to cast Charm. Maybe Umu Kalu can do some Mind Enslave? Or Animal Enslave? No, he's not an animal. How absurd. Well, he didn't stay on our side, so no need to worry about it. Alright, let's dump a lot of provincial defense, and let's go for the jugular. Also, Sid Meier. Oh god, okay. Sid Meier, you're our new prophet. You are going to claim the Throne of Water to give us defense skill +3, which is huge. And Dominion Spread 2, which is huge. And our army marches on NECA. Our march continues. Yes, thank you, Sir Long Arm. Still having trouble sticking our Dominion in Shikoku. Right, so what do I make of this? They could now go into Clamshell Theatre, but that's less of a problem. The AI loves to siege. You have no idea how much they love to siege. So they could go into Clamshell, and then that's a great place for me to attack them. Is that an argument to reinforce Pizza Tower? How did they get to Albion? Ah, El Salvador. That becomes another problem. That means Clock Tower is vulnerable. He shouldn't attack with much, but we are really going to need to reinforce our defenses here. Yeah, Zeleb, I think your job is now to construct me a palisade in Pizza Tower. And we need to just wall him off here. Clamshell, Pizza Tower, Almethea should hold, because I'm quite confident that he's not going to break through Harlem in a hurry. If he does break through Harlem in a hurry, then Isengard is a problem. Is that a reason to reinforce Isengard? Well, it is now. The Baltic Sea is mine. And I guess we take the Bronx. And this is the Throne of the Stars. I want those Astral Pearls, but obviously I can't take this. So I guess I just shamble into the waters for now. Super Pie, I want a temple in the Baltic Sea. Gickle Cubicle, continue to search and find nothing in Castle Shikigami, whilst you continue to kill my people for reasons not yet known. We need to strip the Dominion of Pilot Wings Resort. That includes you guys, please. You could actually go and hide in NECA, and you could assist me by hiding and preaching there. And that's not a bad idea for these guys, because they are stealthy priests. Not good priests, but stealthy is often good enough. Recht, Abaddon. There's not much for you to even do here. You can't even research. I will not have you run into elsewhere. That's suicide. So I'm afraid you're just going to be patrolling here. Waste of time for a god such as yourself. Alternative thought, construct a lab so that if things go really badly, I can equip you. Previously you saw we had our Robe of Shadows destroyed and our shield broken. So let's make sure that doesn't run into similar problems. I think magical things get fixed in laboratories, so it might be necessary. Are you leaving extra commanders in your new provinces? No. But I am convinced that I have the elephants on the back foot, and that I don't need to do that currently. Like, you should never normally have to leave commanders anyway, it's just that they're mindless units, so they need a mindless, magical commander. But yeah, I'm not doing that. Am I going to regret that? Maybe a little. Let's bring in some extras. Anyway, NECA will surely fall now. And I do not bring in my suicidal birds of prey, right? How good are we as a siege force? What I could do, if I really think sieging is a problem, is that I could forge myself this, the Gate Cleaver. 100 siege strength. It's not too bad a weapon as it goes either. In fact, it's a terrific weapon. Armor negating, it just cleaves people in half. I killed a very troublesome defender with this one time. Nothing could fight him, and then my guy with the Gate Cleaver just came in and one-shot him. I would have to make a few, but I have no shortage of Earth Gems, so... Wait, I've got Boots of the Youth? Cool. UI up is real. Hand that over to Princess Beatrix, and you start forging these Gate Cleavers, because, yeah... without those birds helping me out, these sieges are taking way too long, and I want them to take considerably less time. Alright, so just blasting through blood magics. Can't think of anything else to research. We do have Sid Meier, our prophet. We took the Bronx for free. Treasure Trove Cove is finally taken by Winstein of all nations. So yeah, the Mother of All has been doing a pretty good job of holding this, but eventually her units have ran out. And now Winstein's camelbacks come in and just smoke her. Is she running? No, yeah, she is. She's broken. Now, is she going to die? Broken units are much easier to hit, and she's not feeling too great. Oh, she's gone limp. She's dead. She won't be able to run away in time. Bye, Great Mother. Then again, she does regenerate quite a lot. Oh, okay, no, she's dead. That's a Pretender chassis. If you're really greedy, you could go and grab that with charming her, but it's probably not worth the effort. I've also thought about how to do that, right? If there is something like this, and you think, I want her, why wouldn't you? She's a size 10, she's got full slots, even a head, despite her head being... I mean, what's that even meant to be? Skills are poor, but maybe you can make great use of her. I think you could have a unit with the shoes that make you auto-warp and the crown that makes you auto-charm, and you would eventually get her without her being able to hit you because you're constantly teleporting around the map. And then you set yourself to retreat so that you're never going towards her to kill her. I think it could work. But the question is why? Once you win the game is over. I have had some games where I've set it up to just be a perennial stalemate. What is this fight? Pizza Tower. Haven't I meant to be there? Where's my goddess? Where is my goddess? I'm not kidding around. Where'd she go? She's meant to be here. I don't care if she's building a laboratory. She should still be taking part in the fights. This is a problem. For me. Oh, wait, there she is. How did I not see you? Abaddon, the Devi of Darkness. She's very badly poisoned. How did this happen? And she was hiding down the hill. Oh, yeah. The zone extends very far. How in the world did you get poisoned? So are our enemies using poisonous weapons? Here we go. The Devi of Darkness hit the overgrown Lunaris' thing. Yeah, but that's us dealing poison damage. The apes have poisonous barbs, meaning that when I strike them with the main gush of parrying, I am taking poison damage, and I have no poison resistance. It's not a huge deal. We can out-heal the poison, but if we take a lot of poison damage, it's a very huge deal. However, I think it's only their big buggers that have the poisonous barbs. So it might not be a big problem, but it's still a problem. Interesting. Alright, yeah, so I have to hope they don't have 2 trillion sacreds, or those poison barbs are going to cause me issues. I could solve it by removing my main gouge of parrying and giving her a longer weapon. Yeah, the main gouge of parrying is a length 0 weapon? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Why is she getting length 1 on a length 0 weapon? I thought you only got a length boost if the length was at least 1. 1 or 2 mages casting poison resist should do the trick. Yeah. I guess. I do worry that she could really badly get messed up there. I don't want to ditch the main gouge of parrying, though, because they give her so much defense. Yeah, long arms do add 1 extra length to a weapon. But it should only be to weapons that already have a length of 1 or more. See that at the bottom. Units with size 6+ receive a 1-point length bonus to any weapon as a length of 1 or more. Main gouge of parrying, length 0. So how is she getting a length bonus up to 1 with it? Alright, well, good job. But yeah, those poison barbs could be a problem. Yeah, so where were you hiding? Poison-resistant amulet? Yeah, but I don't have the spare slots for it. I need her to rejuvenate, so I want Boots of the Messenger, and I need her to have Ring of Regeneration. I could give her the Shambler skin. We would lose Ethereal, but we would gain Protection we would gain poison resist, and we'd gain another level of regeneration. Genuine consideration there. I hate losing Ethereal because it makes her very vulnerable to being shot at by arrows. But she does have the golden shield with a very good parry amount on it. And if she did get shot by arrows, well, she'll have some protection for it. I don't know. The real thing I'd like to do is get rid of the Headband of Woven Dreams and replace it with the Ethereal Death Skullcap. But I think that's Death 5, and I have very few Death Gems. But yeah, she was hiding down here the whole time. Tingle the Zealot was wounded in a disaster. It lost an eye. Okay, well, goodbye, Tingle. Cursed units, bad events as usual. Death, and the walls are severely damaged in NECA. Well, that's good. Want to pop those things in no time. Now, I could send in NECA with these things. Alright, you can't lead the magical beings, but I could send you in with these birds. Not only with the birds, I could send you in with the Gate Cleaver. Maybe just the Gate Cleaver? I do worry about you dying out there, though. But you can give the Gate Cleaver to someone significantly better. Bothers me to no shortage that the Warlock is not sacred. Sacred leader is hard to come by for me. 291 just with this. I'm torn. I'm really torn. But could they even really attack me here? Part of me thinks no. Oh, look, he's still here. Oh, damn, I have to pay him. I don't want him. He's horror marked. He'll die eventually, right? Do horror marks even kill regular troops? Never thought about it. Alright, so do I even need this? It seems like we're having a pretty good job tearing down forts on our own. I think maybe we say that these birds are cursed and we don't bring them in with us. So instead, Dicey just charges on in with a Gate Cleaver. Dicey just holds and doesn't do much in combat. I think at this point we can actually bring our people forward. I had them back, of course, for the sieging prior. That's fine. Sid Meier, now that you're my prophet, you can actually claim the Throne of Ascension. And that is some extremely valuable defense boosting for my sacreds, which you are going to join very soon to cast Divine Blessing. And with this, we've ripped a huge amount out from NECA. We're going to continue to reinforce everything that we can, and we're just going to sweep. Sens Fortress, Diego Garcia, Brazil, Hyrule, Cragfield, Narita. A bit awkward with Narita Airport where it is, because I can't get down to Rio Grande do Sul. So maybe instead I go bip. Where's his forts, man? Anyway, the thing is he's now scattered. He's going to have a very, very hard time recruiting a cohesive army. Whatever is left of his army is probably waiting in NECA. And I'm here to destroy that. He can't fly at me because of Autostorm. He cannot defeat my army. They're regenerating. They just have a lot going for them. I'll have my little dudes hide and preach. I guess Factorio Engineer just waits in the Baltic Sea. Don't know what else he could reasonably do. Super Pie goes in to build a temple in the Baltic Sea. Yeah, we didn't get Blue Moon Canyon. NECA came in to take that. That's fine, though. Want to bolster my province defense wherever I can. Oh, we took the Bronx. Let's hold that, shall we? Nice, we almost have this connected. Very tempting. Winstein is taking over Nathia. Is that a problem? Nathia was their former capital, wasn't it? They must have died. It's concerning to see Winstein bounce back, but it might even be good because they are also on the border with Zashai, and I need everybody fighting Zashai. Zashai is the problem right now, and look at that, they're in El Salvador breathing down Winstein's capital. Breathing down my provinces as well, mind you. Kind of a shame that I don't have my Dominion in elsewhere. It would be really nice for Abaddon to just run in and take it. But Abaddon won't survive without my Dominion. And I'm trying to palisade up as much as I can so that we don't just die. Okay, call cubicle, search and find nothing, please. Vorjat. We already have a temple here. But the main concern is going to be purging NECA's domain. Or Dominion, rather. Taciturn. For some bizarre reason, Almitha is struggling on Dominion. Please go and help. Oh, that's right, I pulled out a lot of priests for the offensive. Albion is hardly in danger here. Get up to Almitha and help them. Abaddon, you... So, what was my thought? My thought is ditch Ethereal in favor of that. Protection body 9 goes up to protection body 15. What's the thing here? Control A for auto sort. Thank God. Yeah, it's okay. It's the poison resist that I really want, considering the foe that I'm fighting here. It does reduce defense. It's okay. Regeneration going up to 20% is pretty badass, though. Yeah, I mean, could these things really hurt me so badly? If the main problem are those guys that have magical weapons anyway, better to deal with it this way. Yeah, okay. And we'll definitely be able to Thorn Spear repel them. And by securing this, I'm going to have even more defense on Abaddon. So it's Abaddon's job to hold Pizza Tower. And then we cry because with Sashai's capital here, there's no way we're going to win the Dominion battle here. So how do I deal with Sashai? Right, the dream is that I eat this the way Wei consumed Yuan. And I temple it up. And I hopefully also get a lot of extra gems. And then what the hell do I do against the monkeys? Your defense goes up, but you probably won't be able to thug. So efficiently solo due to surround penalty. Poison resistant? Nah. I think we're fine as we are. Defensively, at least. Offensively, what do we do against monkeys? Their magical weapons are going to pop our Mist Shield. They don't seem overly reliant on projectiles, but I'm still going to want my air shield up for that. The regeneration will help immensely. I still think my units are better than theirs. I still say that my units are a good matchup. In fact, against Sashai, they might be my best matchup here. Because realistically, what are those monkey breaths doing? Let's have a closer look at what they bring to the party. When they're blessed, of course. Oh, they didn't bring priests. Okay. Right, so what are they bringing here? These guys are slingers. It's unusual. Slings normally have, like, double attack and loads of ammunition, but these guys are heavy slingers. Surprisingly precise for a sling. But it's only 11 damage. That is actually not a huge deal. They can really bonk heads, though. Okay, but I say with Fortitude and our protection and whatnot, the heavy slings are not a problem. They also bring in Monkey Archers, which do real damage. But again, Fortitude, Blood Bond, Regeneration, Air Shield, Misty stuff, we have that covered. These bastards. Magical weapons to pop my Air Shield. Very good skills, although I'm looking at experienced units here. I guess Sashai has been on the War March for so long that all of his good sacreds are going to be experienced, but that's a problem. The poison barbs are not a problem for my sacreds. 1, we're poison resistant, 2, we use long weapons. On that note, the long weapons can repel their short swords, and our defense can dodge them. The issue is this protection. But I maintain that with our fluffing, we can get through the protection and we can poison them. They're not poison resistant. Okay. I've convinced myself that I can win against them. What about these guys? They're also 2 to a square with a single attack, which is really, really inefficient at killing. They are 1 to a square with a single attack. but 2 when they meet up with their falchion buddies. But that's still really inefficient. We will butcher them in hand-to-hand combat. So the main priority is keeping my mage and commander core alive, which we already do quite well right now. They have no flyers, and if somehow they get flyers, we will have them destroyed with our storm. And if they have storm-resistant flyers, like air elementals, our magical weapons will destroy them as well. Okay, great. We kill Zashai. I have puzzled it all out in my head. Okay, great. More units. We like more units. Bring them over to NECA for now. Those guys are a lot less scary than the Cavern White. Yeah, the Cavern Whites are just broken units. I've come to terms with that. I believe my assertion was that even though I was fine without them, I do want to defend my provinces. If it's a good idea at home, it's a good idea here. Abaddon, you must... Actually, you can research. You don't need to patrol. Research is a waste of your time, but what else would you really do? I don't have anything good to summon. So I could get my sea trolls back, but... Why? Why would I get the sea trolls? I can already put my sacreds underwater, and they're really good at that. These guys are stuck. Yeah, they can't get out. No, that's not true. They can go north when winter comes. But didn't these guys have heat scales? It might never freeze over in Pewter City. I feel like this place never got frosty in the past. Alright, you just wait there. I don't think I want to hold on to the Bronx. Just go down to the Baltic Sea and hang about. I seem to be running myself through all these Hydra skin armors. Are they really that good? I don't know about that. Just I don't know what else I'd be making with this. And I'm always interested in having more Fey Knights. The Fey Knights got so much better when I fluffed them up as well. The problem was they die a little too easily because they essentially just have human health riders. But with the regeneration, with the air shield, with the mist warriors, yeah, they're pretty good. Wait, I didn't really want that. I wanted that. Yes, very good. Mages casting spells. Unfortunately, the only mage that I can really mass is a Glamour Mage. And my level 1 Glamour Mages, I don't think they really do what I need here. Sid Meier's claimed the Throne of Water. Great. Fey Knights are great. Searching and finding nothing is just what happens. Great. NECA lost their prophet, but Lizard has risen up. Acre. Zashai was defeated. Good. Always happy to see Zashai take losses. And this is why I have my... my spy here. My spy watched this unfold. Burn, monkeys, burn! Magic is very satisfying. Now, I'm open to eating virtually any animal on Earth, but I think I'd hesitate on eating monkey meat. There's just something that feels unclean about it. I've seen monkeys in the zoo, and I've seen what they get up to. Big monkey. Can he run? Oh, he's dead. Like I said, they might have poisonous barbs, but they themselves are not poison retardant. The awareness makes it a little harder to hit them, but only a little. Oh, right, I didn't note this. When they die, they take the form of a werebear. The werebear has quite a lot of hit points, maintains the bless, and goes berserk. Ignoring the -5 for harassed and the poison, he still has some pretty good skills. He won't break. Is that a problem? I don't know, but his attacks are still magical. Yeah, okay. Well, too bad. I'd find the hands a bit off-putting, says True Weapon. The snakes are unconcerned. The snakes have very good fire resistance, so... Who's casting all that? Ah, here we go. Wait, no, where's the serpent? That's a fire spirit. There you are. Mehen, the solar serpent. personal fire gems up the wazoo. Burning monkeys. If you try and retreat, you have to take all of your outstanding poison and burn damage at once, and very often they can't handle that. Yeah, that Solar Serpent is amazing. Pretty happy to see attrition here, but I am treating these provinces as just, you know, ablative armor for myself. The enemy goes and fights them and dies, great. If they weaken it enough, maybe I can take it. But we are very clear that is the Throne of the Sun. Very, very good, except I don't want the heat. But the order is good, the growth is good, 5 Dominion spread is amazing, 5 fire gems is good, fire resistance 5 is also good. It's worth taking the heat, in my opinion, even though we like the cold. But we mostly like the cold because of our unseelie Fey Knights. And I'm willing to take a slight hit on their power if it means I get all these other bonuses. So it's good. Right, Zaid, you just wait there. Super Pie, I wanted that temple yesterday. There's a cheapness on evocation rituals. No thanks. Castle Shikigami. Yeah, so Kiko Cubicle's just going around killing everybody. His puzzle game is just that good. Kiko Cubicle is a character from an NES game. Akables was found and killed in Treasure Trove Cove. Thank you, Winstein. And NECA has been breached. Okay, NECA dies. If you are not part of the NECA Dies Brigade, you are to preach. If you are to storm. Dicey, you are there to hand that cleaver over to Agent 47 and rush back to Shikoku so that you can grab other gate cleavers and bring them back. And actually, I quite like this. I'm going to have more horse tribes because their map move is terrific for just ferrying items around. Quite happy with that. I can also ferry more of my moose over. I mean, the moose are not insubstantial when it comes to the siege, right? Each moose is bringing almost 4 siege strength. You know, okay, the Anzu bring 20, but strength in numbers, lads. Keep bringing them. I quite like them. But they are getting expensive. And I'm not made of money because I never got Gift of Nature's Bounty up. I could, however, get Gift of Nature's Bounty up. How important is money to me? Why am I asking these questions? Who is my best nature mage? Is it actually Kitty? Kitty is way too vulnerable to be putting up all these enchantments. But I could. I could equip Kitty for putting that up. Don't think I will right now, but trust me, it's tempting. Yeah, Earthblood Deepwell is here. When it comes to the globals, I've got 3 of the 5. Alright, alright. Storming the castle with these lads. Is that going to be fine? I don't see a reason why it couldn't be fine. The Antler folk should not be in this. Why can you not Army of Mist Arrow Fiend? What happened to all the air gems? Conservative use of magic gems? What? Where'd they go? That's not good. I think I gave him like 14 or 17 of the things. He's only meant to spend a few. Right, so he just went and spent all of my very, very rare air gems. Teleport some gems in? I cannot. Once we take this, we'll hold it. So he just needs to hold out for one fight. Is Arrowfend... Arrowfend only needs 1 air gem. Alright, this is what happens then. Get rid of Army of Mist, do Arrowfend. And then maybe instead of casting spells, do something else? Ugh, that's so annoying. Why did he spend the gems? This is meant to make them not spend them. The mage will also use fewer or no gems in order to reduce fatigue. No unscripted spells costing gems will be... None of them! What the hell did he spend all the gems on? I suppose it's possible that we had a lot of fights? Because he would have topped up in Pilot Wings. We went to Kvatch, Sao Paulo, and NECA. Maybe he did just spend them all. Maybe. Alright, I'll have to believe that. Alright, but I'm still a big fan of Army of Mist. Okay, we have to take this then and get our gems back. Alright, we're storming that castle. Everyone knows their place, even you. I'm contemplating not bringing these in. Yeah, they're a bit of a liability, especially how much they like to shoot my own units. But if I cut them out entirely... I could also have Dicey just pull them out. You know, he pulls them out and then he comes racing in later for another engagement. That's actually fine. Wait, no, because these are magical beings. Ugh, that keeps catching me. Magical moose. It's not the moose that's magical, it's the rider, but they still need to be led. Okay, well, let's just believe they're not going to cost me too much in this fight. Stay back there. Hold and attack closest and stop shooting my own guys, please. You also hold an attack. You guys are holding attack closest. There we go, that's fine. Or that's fine enough, rather. Alright, you guys got storming. Sao Paulo, you just get patrolled here. I was in sore need of more Dominion in Almetha, also in Water's Edge. Hey, what the heck is happening in Water's Edge? Nothing good, I'll tell you that much. We try to preach, but it just doesn't work. Steve Burnside has come out of Pilot Wings Resort to join the Preaching Brigade to try and get rid of NECA's hostile Dominion. Sid Meier is now free to join in, though. Sid Meier can run in and help out NECA. He could rather ballsily decide to go off on his own. Don't want him to do that. Although, it's worth noting that I have some spare phase over here. But I can't get there in one shot, so I guess the phase just have to be brought over by somebody else. Anyway, I need your divine inspiration over with the main force. You're already blessed. Kind of surprised that your protection is just so crummy. Wasn't my idea to give you that helmet of massive protection so that you stop dying? Yeah, because that protection is just not good enough. Why do you have -6 protection on your head? What? Oh, wait, because it's so hot here, his armor is his negative. See this ice power? Better armor when it's colder, but the opposite is also true. I've never seen -6 head protection before. Amazing. Still tempted to make him more durable by giving him that special helmet. Oh wait, I can't. He refuses to wear a proper helmet. They consider themselves to be beautiful beyond compare and refuse to use helmets out of unbridled vanity. So it's very easy to kill you now. How unfortunate. But only really due to magical and area effect attacks. And how often does that really happen? Oh, don't answer that. Right, never mind. Charge on in regardless. But please, please, please just cast spells from the back row. Don't get yourself killed. And your knights here join with the others on hold and attack closest. I'll combine them together later. And then continue the preaching around here. And yeah, of course, the Throne of Water is mine. Very good. Cool spot. Just patrol here. And I have another couple of bodies to add in here. I will soon enough want them to join in here. So get over for that. Still like these guys being added in, though. And like I said, I'm pretty happy with those gate cleavers. Yeah, the gate cleavers are going to be my way to take down the big walls now. Seems to work. Or in my head, it's going to work. Cast another bit of Fey Knighting. You get researching. Alright, very good. Let's destroy NECA. Truly. The spell Carrier Birds can also send gems before the battles play out. It's Air 2 Thaumaturgy. Pretty cool. But I don't think I have a spare Air 2 to cast that. Alright, Sea Space Echo. What did he do? Finish of our faith, da-da-da-da-da. Oh, he claimed the White Throne. Go figure if Finn would do that. Right, the Fortress of NECA. This is our attack. This is all you've got? I suppose this looks like a commander corps, right? Yeah, Pepe O'Hare is here. Volcanon the Great Sage. And this is their god. Wow, so they went for a crummy demi-human. Earth 10, that must have been expensive. But this guy can do some serious spells. He could Earthquake me. Is Earthquaking a problem? Maybe. I think it's armor piercing 8 or so damage across the whole area. I wonder if Blood Bond makes that worse or better. The priests are going to suffer, though, if he does that. So let's hope he doesn't. As expected, he's shooting me. I think he just immediately gimped one of my my priests. Yeah, Lizard just bang. 23 points of damage, straight in the chest, dead. Like I said, those great bows are serious business. Somebody just sent up an air elemental. Amazing. That's the zapping I've been hearing. Who summons an air elemental with them? Is it Umu Ap Kalu? That would make a bit of sense to me. Alright, fortunately we have some blessings going on and we have the air shield, so... Ow! Ow! Did I mention he's a really good mage? I'm gonna need you to stop doing that. They brought in the mage core for this. Water, earth, nature, they've got their blessed animates. Do these do anything? Nah, just cast sacreds. Okay, now if they could kindly stop doing that. Oh god, I'm shooting projectiles at my own people. Good thing we've got air shield. Alright, I think this guy's already trying to get out of here. They got the flyers that can't fly. That's excellent news for me, by the way. Oh, well, would you look at that? Volcanon was actually a dragon in disguise. Is that a problem? The armor-piercing acidic dragon bile is probably a big problem. His massive earth magic, giving him protection 21, is a really big problem. But oddly enough, he's not poison resistant, and his skills aren't very good, so maybe we can take him out. Maybe. Oh yeah, the bag of air, thank you. The bag of air has been summoning that all along. Alright, kill that dragon before he kills us, please. We're getting clogged at the front door because these fat elephants are too much. It's only a 3-unit wide entry point here. But I really want to get in that dragon's melee range so I can just kill it. Kill their god. He seems to be having trouble bringing up his dragon bile. Maybe he's clogged. The dragon bile is range... it's a beam. A big beam. I don't want him to cast that, so kill him quickly, please. Well, we struck him and poisoned him immediately. which is excellent news. He's going to have a pretty bad time now. Keep killing him. Keep killing everything. And banish those skeletons, please. That's kind of sad, right? I think there's a reason dragons are unpopular. They're pretty squishy in a lot of ways. Now he's got some pretty beastly protection. I think he just ate one of my parasites. No, I think he ate a bug! The dragon hit a large beetle in the body for 50 damage. Oh no, not a beetle. Where will we find a replacement beetle? Okay, I mean, I love Volcano in Rune Factory, but in this situation, he's just got to die. I'm surprised he's hanging on in there. Like, he is poisoned immensely. I don't know how to get an exact number on the poison. If anybody knows how to find it, I'd love to hear it, but he's dead in a couple of turns just from that. Alright, let's kill a god today. Bang. Alright, with that, do any of your sniveling followers think they can stand up to me? And do you even have any arrows left? Oh, they've got a gelatinous cube that can swallow on trample. And it is highly poison resistant, but it has no protection, so it shouldn't be easy. It shouldn't be difficult to kill. He asserts, whilst trying to kill. Okay, there we go. Shunk. I don't know if the absorption on kill instantly kills, or if the unit comes back when you kill the vitral cube. I haven't played much with them. Then we very slowly murder the rampart elephants, and I do mean very slowly. Are they regenerating? I'm just too big. I got this useless moose on the front that's failing to kill this guy. Alright, there we go. Get out of here. Whew. Why does my mage core look much smaller? Well, it does look much smaller, but we didn't lose much at all. Lizard, the priest, got shot immediately at the start, and he died. Otherwise, we lost 8 of our Lancers and 3 Scorch Templars. That was pretty good for killing a god and taking a capital. In fact, I could not reasonably ask for more. Your Worm Mage churns out beetles, 5 per turn. It's nice chaff. Yeah, I gotta say, if it's absorbing a dragon god's attack, then I want to be surrounded by beetles. It's like early game Dungeon Keeper. You killed our god. This war will not end until blah blah blah. Yeah, I'm quivering in my boots, NECA. What do you have for me? An ancient skin-bound tomb. All those who happen to listen have been cursed for the rest of their miserable lives. Cursed to play Pizza Tower, maybe. Oh no, some of your magic pearls turned out to be fake. Why am I getting just endless bad events? Somebody put like a stealthy bringer of misfortune in my country. Evocations are cheaper, Pizza Tower is killing people, but one Scorched Templar is no longer dead. And now we have NECA. And now we never lose NECA. So there are still a lot of elephants out there, but we can sweep and we can kill. Not only that, we're here with a laboratory, and we've just gone and stolen his holy sites. This copper is going to be a source of water and earth, yeah, because we need more earth gems, and more water gems for that matter. But it puts us in a wonderful opportunity, because now Sid Meier is here to ensure that we don't need these crappy priests. We can just immediately divine bless our units, and we are going to sweep all the elephant land. You know, it's like I said, at the start of the war with the elephants, I just said, you know, we just slice this, you know, take their throne so that we switch defense skill by a swing of 6, leap up to the capital, and then they can't do their fancy sacreds anymore, they won't be able to mount a counterattack. Just so happens that, you know, we fell flat in our arse several times trying to do that. Now, I need to secure this land rapidly. Unfortunately, I can't move rapidly, but I can pretend that I can. Or we just hold out against Zishai. Keep getting their name mixed up. So we have to count on Abaddon once again, holding the line. And then once that is done, we take this, we claim the thrones, and we have a very, very difficult war with Zishai. Made all the more difficult by the fact that they are crushing Winstein, which means they're going to secure another capital. They've already taken Bandar Log. I don't know what other capitals they may have, but that does make them ever more stronger. But I am asserting that I am so strong that we can handle that. On top of that, we're actually raising a second army of Scorched Templars. I wish I had a lot more Glamour Gems. A lot more Glamour Gems mean a lot more Fey Knights. And I do have a second Worm that walks. I could actually make a second army. Seems greedy, right? But the fact that I have to one at a time take provinces, it's slowing me down a lot. Alright, I think I'm going to call it there for the day. This is exhausting. This war is going... Well, I'm glad it's going better, right? There was that pivotal moment where if my god fell at Shikoku, we would die. We would not be able to sustain attacks against the elephants. We wouldn't have our bless. Our army would be shattered. They would just walk in and take my capital. But Abaddon did prove that they are worth worshipping. They held the line long enough, and they're holding the line again. And that has allowed us to form the new model army. And this model army is doing pretty good, right? We've got Siege Chaff, we've got our main core, we've got flanking and back protection, we've got mage support. We are going to need to tell this guy to stop spending all the air gems. But we have it. We got a really, really good army now. It just took forever to get there. A player would have stomped me into jelly by now, of course. But yes, we secure this land and we fight Sashai, and that will be what we do next time. Phew. Next time will be tomorrow, but it might not be. We'll see how Slay the Spire goes. I might just play a bunch of Slay the Spire and go, that's it, time for GG, because all these big thinking games get kind of tiring. Then again, so do those actiony games like Cult of the Lamb. Maybe I can just sleep forever. Take a leaf from the Book of My Nation and just go with Sleep Aura the whole way. Anyway, cheers for joining for Dominion 6. I love this game, happy to be back with it, and I plan on playing quite a bit more of it. Got a lot of interesting nations I want to play, even though this Ondmark campaign is going and going. Once it's done, we're going to play as one of those other nations. We had the eye on the Scorpion Abyssians, the big monkeys, and the SPQR monkeys. Going to take one of those and ride forward with it. But until I'm back with more, it is a cheers and a cheerio.